topic, which we have,
What's going on,
is
guys?
going to be a simple one. Identity politics. Is identity
Playing some
politics
Thronefall.
an issue in modern
How
America?
did
Has
you
it
vote?
been
Some
weaponized?
Destiny, and then
Has it become
we'll go from there.
something that is a shell of its former self, something that needs to be done away with? What do you guys think of identity politics? That's the topic.
I think identity politics is an important part of our political system in terms of like how we identify ourselves, but I think that people have probably been using it or wielding it in pretty destructive ways, and people are losing sight of like some important things when we like do political analysis in the United States. Let me be more specific. So when we look at the 2020 election, we tried to look at a lot of things through like these racial lenses, which in some ways can be positive, but in other ways can be damaging. For instance, we tend to view like all Black Americans as having a similar U.S. experience, or all Hispanic people as having a similar U.S. experience. And I think that that lens, that framing of issues has led to the Democratic Party missing out on like the differences in a lot of these groups of people. And I think that it's starting to harm us in terms of how we view people. So I guess I'm not arguing for less identity politics, I'm arguing for more identity politics. You just have to be careful like how you view these identities and how you wield them.
Yeah, and I would have to say that like I would agree with you to the point that identity politics is in fact very harmful, right? It's so harmful, in fact, that what ends up happening and what has been happening on the Democrat side for, I don't know, the last 150 fucking years, right, is that the politics that they use to pander, right, to certain groups because of their immutable characteristics has only led to a further divisiveness in the culture here in the United States, right? So, like, the idea that we should even be focused on anything that is related to immutable characteristics so far as, like, you know, how government is structured and holding people responsible when they do wrong, or, you know, setting up a system for, you know, entrepreneurs and business owners to be able to engage in the market freely and for people to be able to make those decisions is quite frankly kind of silly to me.
Okay, so I guess by CTV's argument, we're going to say that the civil rights movement was apparently identity politics gone mad. The trans and queer liberation movements are.
I'm
just
glad that you decided to go way off topic with that.
Yeah. Wait, I mean, I'm literally addressing exactly.
Oh, you're literally just going way off topic.
You just said that identity
You
politics.
literally just went way off
Keep in
topic.
mind that critical thinking veterans like shtick is being like as stupid as humanly possible.
Right,
Like, I
excuse
literally-
me.
and
Yeehaw,
there's Hunter
critical
Avalon.
thinking. Go get him, CTV.
Yeah. That's right. And Hunter Avalon clearly is just in the debate bro mentality where he just can't have a thought that's more than 5 seconds in front of him,
Hey,
right? So that's
CTV,
not
I took a
surprising
shit
at all,
this-
is it?
Hey, buddy, dude, I took a shit this
I-
morning.
Hey,
that
buddy,
I'll
dude,
paste
how you doing? You
intellectually.
doing all right tonight? Did you
I
fix
love
your hair?
critically
Does it look
thinking
good?
vegan.
Yeah, my hair's actually looking really nice. What's your hair look
Is
like?
it? Are you sure? Because it looks like a mop. Looks like a
Okay,
mop.
cool. Yeah, you want to roast
Yeah.
my appearance? Dude, I took a shit
Yo,
this
wait a
morning that
second.
No,
outpaced
it
you
just looks like a mop. I
intellectually.
wish you get a haircut.
No,
You know,
this is-
maybe get your
wait a
shit
second.
set up a little bit
no.
straighter.
This is identity politics.
Stop.
This is identity politics. You're.
I know. You see how destructive it is? You just made my fucking point.
No, don't make me
My
money.
mom-
No. No, don't make me money. Okay, so CTV, please finish your point.
That's entirely the point, right? Is that whenever you start identifying, you know, people by their appearance or their immutable characteristics, that's when all the whole shit fucking falls apart. Whenever the people should be doing is focusing on the frameworks of the government, how you can set those things up. That's it, right? Don't focus on the individual characteristics of like what's immutable to each person. Set the system up in such a way to where every person has the ability, if they're willing to put the work in to earn something, for them to be able to go out there and do that.
Can I jump in?
I need to.
Please,
to
I haven't
address
spoken
this.
yet. I haven't spoken yet, though.
I know, but I didn't even get to finish the sentence. But
Yeah, but I like him better.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Okay.
Dylan decides.
So, okay, dear mama, 20 seconds, then the king.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you. Yeah, the idea that like there's no relevance of identity politics when we have a government that already regularly engages in identity politics and has. There are all kinds of government policies that target and unfairly treat members of our society based on their identity. As long as that exists, there will always be a need for identity-based analysis, and that is very, very important. It is key for our civil rights. Our huge civil rights movements have been based off of identity politics. Identity politics is essential.
Team time. Let's go. All right. So I do think that in some aspects, it can go a little bit too far, even from the left side. For example, in Oregon, a few months back, they passed some sort of curriculum where teachers had to re-educate themselves on how to teach math and not be white supremacists in math. like shit like this really is not a good position to fight on. And I think that this does happen on the left. I see you guys rolling your eyes. I went through the entire curriculum and it was fucked. Okay, they were literally saying that math is white supremacy or something crazy like that. These, in my opinion, are losing arguments. You can, the left side has so many better arguments that we can make on policy things that can change people's lives and improve them. However, having said that, I will say conservatives overdo it on the other side by turning everything into a fight about CRT and turning everything into immigration instead of actually conservatives really don't propose any fucking
you might say Republican.
Sorry, Republicans, okay? Republicans don't really introduce any sort of legislation other than cutting taxes and shit-talking idpol. So obviously, when that's the playbook from the conservative side, then the liberal side also has to do something similar to counteract it. Overall, I think like it's good to have identity involved in politics, but we got to just keep in mind exactly like how we allocate our time or energy when it comes to various issues.
Yeah, because it's not like that the identity of the person doesn't matter, because in fact it does matter, right? Specifically to the individual and the communities that they are a part of, right? But whenever it comes to making policy, if you tailor the policy specific to one group, what is going to happen overall is that there is going to be another group that is not getting the same type of benefit and ends up being disadvantaged because of the system in which you're trying to set up one group up with this one thing.
Sometimes you have to do that though, right? Like if one group is unfairly disadvantaged, then you have to address that. You can't just only address, you can't put a blanket solution. What I'm saying is like
equity.
I would say for a time, right? So then
we gotta wrap up this engagement because we want to get Shark in here. He hasn't talked yet.
Sure. So I think identity is actually extremely important. Like all throughout the history of this country, identity has played a part in like some part of discrimination between discrimination or advantage for like some group of people. We want to make sure that we get like an even playing field when it comes to that. And even to like critically thinking Vegan's point, I mean, if we want to get to a point where we have the ability to just look at people and be like, hey, we're fine, we're all on the same page. We don't have like these like horrible
I can't move.
discriminatory histories throughout like our upbringing and everything. We need to make sure that we tailor some policy to help some groups that have been disadvantaged. I'm sorry, if a problem started out as a race problem specifically, it has to be fixed through a race problem. We need to understand the sort of intersectionality of that problem to even be able to tackle it. I'm sorry, just throwing a bunch of money at a community, some being extremely impoverished because of a policy that hurts them because of their identity, and other ones that didn't have to go through that. I'm sorry, you still have the same problem, just people have just like a little bit more money, but those people will not be brought up equally.
Can I ask you a question? And just do you think that it ever goes too far, Shark?
Oh, obviously it goes too far. Everything goes too far. Okay,
cool.
I had 2 slushies today. That's going too far.
Well,
that happens.
For real,
that's fine.
Sometimes I feel, and I even fall into this sometimes too. I feel like because we're progressive, we feel like we need to back every fucking identity politics thing that's out there, and we can't. And sometimes to the point where we like avoid actual critique to just back into our side that because we don't want conservatives to win. Do you guys agree?
I mean like that happens sometimes, sure, but I want to. That's okay.
It happened with ACAB and defund the police across the seats in the House. Yes.
Can I touch on this particular issue real quick? So like
sure, then
I
Hunter
recognize. Absolutely, yeah. There's definitely some situations where like I'm no fan of the like Robin DiAngelo school of approaching race, but a lot of people aren't. There's a lot of critique on that. The idea though, I don't know. I'd have to see more about this story about Oregon, but the idea that there aren't situations where concepts of white supremacy are built into our school systems is not true. This has been well documented. Standardized testing, for example, has had issues with like regional vocab being severely discriminated against. Certain words are not taught, certain concepts are not taught in certain areas, and then when you go to have a federally standardized test, it puts people at a certain disadvantage. And this can be cultural, it can even fall along racial lines based on where you where your racial group falls with regard to or your identity group falls with regard to economic outcome. So I don't think these things should be dismissed out of hand. Maybe this particular issue in Oregon is ridiculous. I've literally not heard this one.
Can I just
That's horseshit,
wait,
bro.
I said Hunter next.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, now I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure with the math thing in Oregon, what that was actually a handbook on not how math itself is white supremacist, but rather about how some ways that math is taught can leave out other. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you
Okay.
look,
Did you say
Wait,
anything?
if I'm wrong, I'll take the L there. I don't want to spread.
Heem, I literally read through like half of this book on stream, like, which is just real quick
Yeah,
before people
I
want to
read
argue
it.
this. Yeah, Heem is absolutely right. Like, it's basically it's saying things like, you know, black students might not have the head to do numbers, so they should run
Exactly,
around the
yes,
classroom to
exactly.
learn math. It was really bad. It was really
I have a
cringe.
whole YouTube
Okay.
video. I have
Maybe
a whole
it was
YouTube
something
video.
else
Can I
I
just
was
plug
looking
myself? I have a
at.
whole YouTube video where I went over this in depth. Unfortunately, it's called PragerU. Progressive agrees with PragerU, and like I was in disbelief that I had to agree with them saying that like this is ridiculous to say that this is white supremacy.
It was insane.
Okay, wait, one second. I'm gonna
Well,
block
then
it for a
maybe I was
second.
wrong.
Okay,
But
can people please stop? Okay, Zan was kicked. There's not a reason to say, well, Zan stood with me while I was in the ward. Okay, I don't think that's smart stuff to talk about in chat right now. And I want you all to please consider the type of things you're saying in chat right now. Okay.
Wait, what?
My state.
Oh no.
Chatters are great. Okay, so we're gonna throw it over.
I can send a few members of the pack over there as moderators if you like.
You know what? I think giving conservatives institutional power is the smart way to do this. So maybe. We're gonna give it over to Shark Zero again.
Okay, so if your contention is that like sometimes identity politics is used as a cudgel and that's bad, yeah, I mean, I think we all I think we all agree with that. That's fine. That's fine. That's great. We all agree with that.
I don't think agrees.
Well, I don't.
No, I just.
You were shaking your head, kind of.
Well,
No, I was.
Of course.
She makes a
they're
lot of
going
head
for
movements.
Sorry,
Like that. For
fucking-
dramatic effect.
It can be used as a cudgel. I don't want my identity used as a cudgel. All right, nobody wants that. Sometimes these things go way too far. But when it comes to like identity politics, in and of itself, that's very important. And if someone ever feels disadvantaged because a group that is like disadvantaged in the past is now like getting some recompense for that in the future, instead of like not doing that, what we need to do is like educate people more that just because you aren't getting this help, it's because your people weren't like hurt in the past. That doesn't, you are not being punished. You're just not getting this help because you weren't the one who was hurt.
Or maybe we set a time for the expiration of it, right? Like, because if you just leave it unended, right, then at some point there's going to be people that were getting a benefit and go, well, why aren't we getting the benefit now? And that's entirely a situation where you set up an expiration do that, right?
Problem.
But I'm just telling you that that's a situation that you're going to run into, that whenever you start doing that for people, for groups of people, right? As soon as you prop one group up over another, right, there's going to be a point whenever, like, this group of people that's being propped up for a while, right, is going to say, hey, why aren't we getting this benefit anymore, right? If you don't set the expiration date for whatever help it is that you're going to get from the start, you're going to end up with that dynamic, and then there's going to be fucking controversy and conflict.
Well, that's
Which stand-up comedian had that? It was either Chris Rock or Dave Chappelle. It's like, I don't believe in affirmative action, but if a white guy gets the same grade as me, fuck him. Who was it?
Out of fucking high school,
Oh,
right?
I
But
know.
like
Yeah,
that's
you're
the
looking for
reality
every
of the
attempt you can
situation.
to roast me, buddy.
Alright,
Come on.
okay.
Yeah, you so.
I really don't think we're that far.
Hippity-hee-haw
We're that far
accent,
away.
buddy.
My grandma was born in a
bullshit.
place where she literally couldn't vote because she was black. I mean, come on.
Right,
Yeah,
but she
that's
can vote
what-
now, and so can you, right? So that's right. That shows progress over time,
That
right? So that
damage
doesn't mean
was
that just
still
because your
done.
grandmama couldn't vote, that somehow you're supposed to be getting a fucking benefit now because of that. Like you did not have to go through the same things that your grandmother went through.
Yeah, we're
My
doing it
family
right.
still suffers from the same
If
problem.
that's true, wait a second.
wait.
If that's true, and you want to have, okay,
Yeah, keep going.
okay.
Then Destiny.
If it's true, and then you want to say that there's like some expiration then date, shouldn't that be based on something that you actually have? Shouldn't that be based on actual research that says, hey, yeah, this issue has been solved, or we have put in a way that this will be solved by a certain time, and if it's not, we'll extend it. But you're just saying.
Bro, the
randomly
problem
you
with
feel
that
like
is that
No,
anytime
stop.
any
I'm
help
not
that you would
done.
put in
I
comes
wasn't
down to
done
the
speaking.
individual level,
I
and if
know
the
you're very angry at
individuals
that.
don't
I know you're
actually
very
choose
angry.
to prop themselves
very
up or to
angry.
take advantage of what's there, then there's not ever going to be an ending point to it because it depends on the individual,
Okay,
which is
okay,
exactly
okay.
why you would want to set a time limit to when this thing
So-
is going to expire.
I recognize that you're
You
very,
should
very,
recognize.
very angry that you can't just say, oh, that like you're a young person or whatever, like you have disrespected to our other panelists here. But you know what? I
I'm
think that I
sorry.
have-
Did I
I'm
come in
very-
as the critically nice veteran? No, I'm here to speak the fucking
Oh, well, you
truth,
certainly-
right?
Okay,
This
well,
guy
you know
shrieks,
what?
remember this.
Look, the truth is hurting me right now. The truth hurts. And I gotta throw it over to Destiny at the moment.
All right.
I think identity is important, but I think we should take like we need to take a greater intersectional approach to identity rather than this extremely segregated view that we have of identity. Like the idea that like one particular type of identity alone entitles you to some sort of assistance or welfare, I think is kind of damaging, and I can understand why people like CTV would get a little bit irritated by it. Two personal examples I can think of: when I went to apply for student aid, I walked into that fucking office with the most Cuban motherfucker in the world. I had my Mexican sombrero on, whatever the fuck good, everything, and I signed up for all the fucking financial aid available to Hispanic, and I got some for it. I don't have a lived Hispanic experience. I mean, arguably, I have like a ethnic background, I guess, through my mom's side, but like, is it really fair that somebody like me would get that type of assistance? Or for like, I went to a really nice high school growing up, and there were black students who went to that really nice high school.
Oh, what the fuck?
And like, wow,
Oh my
literally
god.
went to Harvard
Is this for
afterwards
real?
and casted into it. It was insane. Like, is a student like that, is a black student like that entitled to like greater levels of
I didn't see
compensation than
this
like
shit.
a really poor white student that grows up on like an actual fucking trailer park? Like, I don't know. I think that maybe a more intersectional framework is like appropriate there. I know people personally that are like very far descendants of American Indian tribes, and they literally get like checks like every month through like different types of government programs, like just because of like long-standing treaties and agreements, you know. And again, not to say that these should be taken away, but like I think maybe sometimes it's good to have a more intersectional approach where we don't just look at one type of identity and then start tailoring our policies to that, which I don't think anybody here has precisely advocated for. But like, it's just something I think we should keep in mind.
Okay, that
Yeah,
makes
I mean,
a little more sense.
I don't disagree with you on
Jesus
that.
Christ.
I don't disagree with the idea that like intersectionality is really important. I just think that it's a little bit disingenuous to point to like single instances of somebody finding a loophole or finding a way to qualify for something.
Yeah,
as,
why
like,
bring the nuance into a conversation at all, right?
oh my God, is this really it? Are you that afraid of me being able to talk? CT?
Afraid? Look,
not
you
scared.
talk and then you just keep rambling, right? At some point, there should be
this
like some
projection?
sentences formed.
Yes.
We got it.
So
Okay,
God.
D-Mama?
once again, CTV has not made any actual like claims. He's just his feeling.
I
He doesn't
know.
like
We're
it.
not listening either.
So ridiculous. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, of course we should have an intersectional analysis. There's a reason why intersectionality has become such a dominant understanding of sociological interactions. Intersectionality is super important. Now, I think I'm somebody who advocates for much more investment in from the federal government and from state governments in numerous minority groups. And I don't even mean not just like racial or gender minorities, but even economic minorities, or economic majorities who suffer because their economic status falling in a majority is so low that they can't actually get access to the things that they need. These things are super, super important. And I say I agree with Destiny on this, that intersectionality is super important. I will say, though, I don't think that it's fair or just to point at a single example of a certain system failing and saying that categorizes our approach to identity at all. We have a ton of still remaining discriminatory practices in this country that do a lot of damage. I mean, redlining still functionally exists in some places because of the way that the laws have been written. There's ways around it. And I think that that's really bad. So yeah, maybe there's some situations where there's going to be false positives, but those should be seen as, hey, congratulations, you managed to get the thing that you wanted. Maybe you didn't need it as much. We're going to improve as time.
We're having a shark, and then we're gonna go to the next round because we're ran out of time.
Sure, like when you implement some of these policies, like I just want to say, absolutely you should have like an intersectional approach. That's why I support things like a youth universal healthcare, like all of these things that are just help everyone, period, no matter who you are. But while you have those policies and you should implement them and you should be pushing for them, also having some more specific tailored policies that help people is also really good. Having like tuition-free college is good, but also like spending on like historically black colleges is also good. When you implement some of these policies, I mean, sometimes there are some people who may not deserve to be helped by it, who will still be like helped by it, you know? Me personally, I think that voting is a fundamental human right and everyone should be able to vote, whether you're in the country, out of the country. If you're a citizen of America, you should be able to vote in American elections, just like period. Does that mean like racist, rapist, like whatever, whoever is going to be able to vote? Sure. But does that mean like some people who are sitting in jail right now for carrying an ounce of weed are going to be able to vote? Yes. Those are the people that I care about. Sometimes those things are just going to happen, and I think it's more like fringe cases than like the actual rule when we implement some of these policies. I really don't think like droves of all of these like super rich like 1/53rd like Hispanic people are benefiting at the detriment of like so many other people. But still, I mean, yeah, we should always have like intersectionality.
Bring me the votes. Bring me the votes.
Oh boy.
Wow, that's very
Yes, wow.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
That might mess up my my relationship with a big section of my my Iranian community. I'm sorry, Heemed. You've been kicked out. 1 vote was for Hunter, 2 for Heemed.
Bye, everyone.
I'm
Bye,
sorry.
buddy.
Heath.
That one by a close one.
Take care, bud.
Okay.
Teamed out. Love you, brother.
Peace.
Wonderful.
Who knew the U.S.
So-
sanctions were so far-reaching? Jesus.
Fucking hell. Truly. They hate they really do hate immigrants, these Americans. All right, peace.
See you later, buddy.
See you, buddy.
By the way, everybody do support Heemed. He's one of my favorite rising stars, and I'm gonna do a podcast with the man. So that's gonna
He's
be great.
he's outstanding.
He's outstanding. So we're gonna go to the next round. This round, we're going to talk about something a little different.
Do we get
Fat
bathroom
shaming.
breaks on this show?
Do you get bathroom breaks? Yeah. Sure. Go use the bathroom.
Do you feel like you need to ask permission?
Am I gonna get in trouble?
That
I
sounds
just
like
did it. I
just-
literally
Bathroom,
just
Destiny,
did it.
Destiny,
Okay,
I'm
I
telling
just I don't want to get Xander
Okay.
or anything. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, as long as
yeah.
you can still hear. I mean, you.
But the fear, look, that's another good God-fearing American. I love that. Go use the bathroom. Okay, so this topic is gonna be about fat shaming, and whether it's helpful, hurtful, or what's the impacts of this. So, I leave it open to the crowd.
Yeah, I can take this one. Yeah, absolutely. Fat shaming is not effective. It doesn't work. Diet shaming doesn't work. This has been shown over and over and over again. It doesn't do anything. In fact, the bullying that can come from fat shaming can actually, if somebody has like something like an emotional eating disorder, can actually make it worse. It can make it harder for them to get the treatment that they need or get the healthcare prescriptions that they need. We have a very bad relationship here in America with weight. And it doesn't actually match up with the actual outcomes of people's health. Yes, can obesity have negative effects on your health? Absolutely, of course it can. But that's between you and your doctor, and people are obese for many different reasons, and people who are obese sometimes die from different things that have nothing to do with their obesity. However, it is also a widely documented phenomenon that fat people get worse treatment from doctors. They are less likely to be believed about their symptoms. They are less likely to be listened to about their symptoms. They are less likely to get correct diagnoses. Very frequently in America, once again, this has been well researched. Obviously, can't cite every study on a
Wait,
panel
what-
like
what
this,
the fuck did I
but
just come back
this
to?
has been well researched that people who are fat are much less likely to get an accurate diagnosis because of the deeply ingrained anti-fat biases that are in our medical system. So yes, fat shaming is terrible. It doesn't work. It doesn't help anybody, and it's usually based on completely inaccurate assumptions about somebody's.
So how would you define?
Wait, 1 second. Chat, just want to let you know, you can't vote to kick me, and that's very mean. I've been nothing but nice to all my guests tonight. I've been grateful to give them this proclamation. Be grateful. Why? Okay. Continue, CTV. Thank you, Hunter.
Yeah, so like I guess maybe the question to start off here with this particular question.
I don't know who this person is, some dipshit and demon on the chat. Destiny went to a bougie private Catholic school in Omaha, Nebraska, kind of rapist and asshole. I don't know what they mean by turning a rapist and asshole. My school was pretty bougie, but I worked all 4 years of my high school. You can ask Fine Kyle and Chris Chet or whatever. I did work study to pay for my education for every single year that I was there. So, fuck you.
Maybe don't drink that fucking Mountain Dew, right? I've had people tell me that too, right? Hey, don't drink that Mountain Dew, man. You know, drink some more water. You know, like those types of behaviors and stuff I think is a good thing to have. And that's where like the question comes, how would you define fat shaming?
I think usually when people say fat shaming, they're referring to like bullying on the basis of like literally shaming you. So if you were like,
kind of like I was
hey,
doing with your hair a minute ago?
yeah, you were hair shaming me.
Yeah.
If you were like, hey, you might not want to drink that Mountain Dew because water is going to lead to much better hydration, that's fine. But fat shaming would be, hey, you're really fat. Why don't you put down the fucking Mountain Dew and pick up a water bottle? That would probably be fat shaming. So it's not.
There are other
yeah.
forms of fat. Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Well,
mean
of
to cut you
course.
off.
Yeah,
Sorry
no,
about
there are, of course. I was just giving a very
there are other forms.
reductionist example.
Yeah, I wanted to give a quick citation for this because this is something I've talked about and researched quite a bit. When American media was finally broadcast in Fiji, there was an almost immediate spike in eating disorders, a country that had surprisingly low rates of eating disorders. And this is because it is normalized in American media to not just make fun of, but to imply that just because somebody is fat, that the quality of their character is bad. This is endemic. We see this all over the place, from our magazines to our to just daily conversation, to things like massive, even online, massive things like fat people hate, which is like a subreddit that is devoted to just making fun of fat people. and not ever saying anything substantial. It's not like, this is not somebody like talking to their friend and saying, hey, I'm really worried about your health. Here's some things. Maybe you should consider talking to a doctor. Instead, it's people just assuming that just because somebody is fat, that it means that they're unhealthy in every way, that they're a bad person, that they lack self-control, or all of these things, which is simply not true. It doesn't
Are
reflect
you
reality.
referencing like random people on the internet?
What?
I'm asking who you're referencing there.
Large, excuse me.
Right, yeah, because that's why I'm trying to get specific about the particular people that you're referencing. Are you referencing like a random people on the internet, or are you referencing like people a part of your specific friend group?
I'm sorry, if you didn't listen to my last segment, I'm
Oh
really
no,
sorry
I'm
about that.
listening. The reason why I'm asking the fucking clarifying questions is because you weren't clear, right?
Literally
So that's where a clarifying question comes in, right? Bingo, exactly, right. So,
Hey, we've been waiting
answer
for
the
how long
question,
it's gonna
please.
take for this guy to blow his top.
Right?
I get to go take a bong hit. Thanks, buddy.
I wish you would, right? So, clarifying question,
can I finish
right?
What I was saying? Can I finish what I was saying first? Because
I wish you would clarify
okay.
the fucking question.
I gave multiple examples of societal phenomenons that represent this, including a study that was done on another nation when American media was introduced there. There's an
Are you referencing random people on the internet, or people a part of your personal friend group?
Are you listening?
I am, and you haven't answered the fucking question.
Okay. I'm gonna say it again. I've just referenced a study that was done on American media. This is not random people on the internet, although there are.
American media sounds like random people on the internet.
Oh my God. Are you okay? Do you need to go take?
Are you okay?
Like, this is really.
Whoa, let's all calm down. Let's all calm down. We're a group of classy individuals who all love each other, right? We're all
Trying to
classy
be.
individuals. So I'm gonna throw this over the shark. In Destiny, you haven't said anything, so Destiny seems. Well, he raised his hand first, so I guess that's.
Okay, so fat shaming and bullying people over their weight, it's like being it doesn't work. It doesn't produce the outcomes we want, so we probably shouldn't do it. It doesn't make any sense. If your goal is to get people to healthier weights, I just think sometimes we probably need to try to strike a balance. Like when we talk about like fat people hate, this stuff has been banned for like 6 or 7 years now. It's like I think in general our society is moving in a better direction in terms of not bullying fat people, but I think we need to be very careful that we don't go too far to the other end. I know that health at every size used to be a much bigger phenomenon, and thankfully it seems like that's been curbed. At least like anecdotally on Twitter, I see a lot of people tweet things like, well, skinny people are unhealthy too, and just because you're really fat doesn't necessarily mean that you're unhealthy in every way. No, but like it is a bad thing and you should probably deal with it. But the more appropriate conversation should probably happen at like policy levels where it's like, hey, maybe we need more bike lanes in cities, or hey, maybe a tax on sugar isn't the worst idea. Those are healthier conversations than just telling people like, hey, eat less.
Super interesting. I wonder how current Destiny would feel about past internet Destiny's take about what was it you said? Make sure that you don't laugh so hard that you have a heart attack, and then you link the study at me.
Yeah, so when you're obese, you're at a much higher risk for things like cardiac disease. So
you might kind of be facing here.
well, hold on,
Wait. I'll moderate this interaction. Team Mama, so it's about a tweet that Destiny put out, which said what exactly?
Specifically about me, which said, "Don't laugh so hard that you have a heart attack," and then linked to a study that said that was titled about the link between obesity and heart attacks. Interestingly, if you had actually read the study, you would find out that the correlation is much more complicated, and it wasn't actually saying that. But I just find it interesting that you pontificate so gracefully about that, but you engage in this sort of thing all the time.
Destiny?
Yeah, so when people attack me, I usually attack it back. That's not like a policy prescription for how we solve obesity. Just like when I tell people on Twitter that they're mentally ill and they should log off, that doesn't mean that should be our society-wide solution for fixing mentally ill people. That these are two entirely. Excuse me, I'm talking. Thank you. Thank you. I'm talking.
I let D-Mama have some period to clarify. I want to give Destiny time to clarify.
Yeah, thank you. Also, number 2, that was a genuine concern for your health. You make good fodder for my stream, and I genuinely enjoy reacting to like your sensationalist takes. I want you to stay alive for as long as possible, and you being like massively overweight and smoking are 2 really huge risk factors for different types of heart disease. So I was just linking you a study. I can link you like a million more that highly correlates being massively overweight and smoking and heart disease. And I'm like, excuse me, I'm just trying to finish. Also, I'm being incredibly supportive here. Okay, I just want you to be healthy. I was just linking you a study showing you that you engage in a lot of unhealthy behavior, some of which you demonstrate on stream actively to your audience, like when you smoke constantly. And yeah, I'm just wishing you the best.
Yeah, true. Yeah, interesting. Super believable. Very on it.
Thank you.
Shark Zero.
Sure. So, being obese is bad. Being fat is bad. It's just like it's just bad for your health. typically. Now, like things
I
like
don't know
like,
that I would agree with that.
you okay? I mean, like sure. But sumo wrestlers are fucking huge. They weigh the same amount as like a Honda, like a motorcycle, but they work out a lot. Most people who are typically that size don't work out that much. That being said,
Well, that's not even it, right? Like the fact of the matter is, right, is that some people don't actually have a choice, which is, right? So that's kind of what Demon Mama. That's kind of what Demon Mama.
That's very rare. That's very rare.
It is rare, right? But I think that's more the point of what Demon Mama is saying, right? So to just blatantly say that being fat is bad is to say that every single fat person out there, right? So like I'm just maybe it's asking for a little bit more clarification, right, in the terms in which you're referencing this thing, because like there are some people that actually genuinely might have a thyroid problem or etc. that is controlling that, and they actually have zero.
We understand the question. Shark, you can continue and then respond to the question if you want.
sure. Like once again, I would say being inordinately overweight to the point where I would assume like most doctors would say that you're obese is typically bad for your health, generally. Now, once again, bullying someone for it, shaming someone for it, trying to make someone feel bad for it does not help them. It only makes them feel worse. It only makes their condition worse. You can have a thyroid problem. You could have a lot of physical problems that could lead you to putting on more weight. Depression can do that. Anxiety can do that. Like breaking breaking a leg, losing your girlfriend can do that. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. And I think a lot of people still like associate you being fat with you being like bad, like mentally like a bad person, like you're like untrustworthy. You can't like hold, you can't hold like good relationships, like lots of things come along with that. And we've moved in a good direction, but there's still a lot of problems that that arise. Fat shaming just makes all of those problems worse. If you really want to help people who are overweight, you can talk to them specifically, and we can do a lot of things. Like, I mean, bike lanes, that's good. I'm not sure if sin taxes is necessarily something that works like too much, but I'd have to look in the research of that. But still, like, shaming someone for that is horrible. It makes them feel bad. It makes society worse. And I think like no matter really who you are, like making someone try to feel bad about that, even if you stick on like, hey bud, listen, look, I mean, here's a study. Like at the end, after you come out pretty guns blazing about it, it still perpetuates that sort of system that makes people that goes into fat shaming.
So was that directed at Destiny or Demon Mama? The end seems like it was directed at Destiny.
Sure.
Okay, so Destiny, then Demon Mama.
Okay, yeah, so just a couple quick things. Even if we say that it's like, well, it's not that they're fat for a bad reason, it's thyroid problems, that's still bad. You want to correct that. Just being overweight, period, even if you work out, even if you have a healthy diet, even if you do all those other things, being overweight, period, can be like a higher causal factor for things like having high blood sugar, for having like insulin resistance problems, for having like visceral fat between your organs and your stomach that causes problems. Like it can cause heart issues, like just being overweight, period, even if all else is equal. Being fat in and of itself is typically an unhealthy thing.
That's true.
And then even earlier for like the example of like sumo wrestlers.
Well, I'm glad you clarified unhealthy versus bad, because bad is subjective.
Okay, I'm sorry. Unhealthy. I'll be more clear. I think that's actually helpful. You're right. Unhealthy, not bad, because people think they're bad people, sometimes when they're fat, which isn't necessarily.
There we
go. Unhealthy. Also, like when we talk about like elite athletes, usually athletes that are elite oftentimes have a lot of health problems. When you reach the upper echelon of like that sort of athletic activity, you usually move into the realm of starting to engage in behaviors that are unhealthy. For instance, running is really good for you. It can have a lot of positive effects, but marathon runners will oftentimes have like negative effects depending on how much they run marathons. For example, sumo wrestlers were brought up earlier. Their lifespan, they live to be like 60 to 65 years old, which is like 20 years underneath the median of like the Japanese like male lifespan. It's insane.
Dry nipples is a real thing for marathoners.
Yeah, so we can see here that that Destiny, when called out, just literally ignores the fact that he opened the statement by saying that fat shaming doesn't help, and then openly admits that he engages in fat shaming. Also, it's very ironic that he also took a pretty stern position on self-diagnosis before, but he's perfectly fine with diagnosing people over the internet with whatever the hell he thinks he wants. That's a pretty strange and obvious hypocrisy to me. But I expect that he'll continue brushing it under the rug. I think that fat shaming doesn't work. you don't know anything about a person. Like Shark brought up, there are all kinds of things that can lead to that. And guess what? Even if you're struggling with it or working on changing it or whatever, or even if you're not, that doesn't make you a bad person. And it also doesn't mean that fat shaming works. We know it doesn't work. So then why would anybody do it? Very odd. It doesn't help anybody.
If
Well,
you
you
think,
say it
wait,
doesn't
hold on,
work.
wait, that was a call out to me. If you think that fat shaming
Okay.
doesn't work and doesn't help people, why are you under the impression that I'm trying to help you?
You said that. And you also, which is a direct contradiction to what you said at the
I was
beginning.
just
of this.
wait. So what is it? Do you think do you think I was trying to help you, or do you think I wasn't trying to help you?
You asked me a question.
Okay.
I think you're a liar. I think you're a dishonest hypocrite.
Okay, well that's great. So then if you think I wasn't trying, if you think,
I'm not finished. You asked me a question. I'm giving
Okay,
the answer. You
I
want the
just
answer
don't get
or
to
not?
respond.
Are you
That's
afraid of
fine.
it?
Okay, don't worry. We've got time for it. Demon Mama, respond to Destiny, then I'll throw it to Hunter to close us out.
Yeah, so remember that Destiny opened this segment by saying that fat shaming doesn't work. Then when confronted with the fact that he does engage in fat shaming, that he has done it many, many times, he did it very recently, literally targeted at me, which he hand waves with saying, oh, I fired first, which, oh, sure, go look into it if you could, if he didn't delete all his tweets. You can't, so let's just take my word for it. I didn't fire first. But even if I had, would that make it right, or would that make Destiny still a hypocrite? Well, it does, and this is the problem that's wrong, that's up with fat shaming. Fat shaming is a way of hurting people that doesn't actually help their outcomes. When Destiny says, I was just trying to help you, buddy, we know he's lying. Everybody here knows that he's lying. The entire audience should know that he's lying, and that he's a hypocrite. So, yeah, I rest my case.
All right. So firstly, I'm gonna come clean here, okay? Demon Mama caught me. I was in fact just making fun of her on Twitter, okay? Now, I know it sounds like when I said earlier that I was actually genuinely concerned for her health, and that's why I didn't take credit and I called her out on Twitter, but you know what? I'm just gonna be honest with you guys, she caught me there. I was actually just bullying her on Twitter. Moving past that, when we talk about prescriptions for how to help society, your personal actions and you like messing with somebody on Twitter, or you bullying somebody, or you attacking somebody, is not necessarily the same as what a societal prescription for a problem ought to be. For instance, I think that spending
Don't you believe in leaving by your values?
Excuse me, I'm trying to talk right now. For instance, beating somebody after like a 1 or 2 hour game of League of Legends probably isn't good for their mental health. Me saying that people should take care of their mental health and not do things that makes them miserable doesn't mean that I don't believe that, because I also like play long games of League of Legends. So yeah, when people do things like height shame me and stuff on Twitter to their audience, or engage in other types of attacks against me, yeah, I'll probably attack back. But that doesn't mean that I think it is like the societally best way to like fix fat problems or fix obesity problems in this country. When I get on Twitter, my goal is not to fix fat or obese problems in the country. Usually my goal is to just give somebody a gentle ribbing. Number one. Number two, somebody earlier talked about like self-diagnosis isn't good, but now we can diagnose people as being fat or something. I don't understand what the point is in that distinction. The whole problem earlier was that self-diagnosing a mental illness is hard. Looking and seeing if somebody is fat is generally pretty easy.
Interesting. Yeah, you know their BMI and everything. You know their relationship with their doctor, all this. I don't know. This
I don't
feels
think
like
No, but there is some pretty correlative weight measurements that can be made.
No, by the way,
Everybody. Okay, we're all friends here.
Is
I'll
that
invite
true?
you all to a dinner party. Yes, you are. You're all friends. Everybody
I'm not
knows
friends with
that
CTV.
all of you behind closed doors are lovely.
It's only because you
I
love me,
saw you
Hunter.
all give a big group hug before the show. I don't know what you're talking about. But I want to throw it to Hunter to close this round out, because sadly, one of you have to go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that a good indicator that fat shaming is largely societal as well is just about how, if you look at it, it's actually oftentimes more dangerous to be underweight than to be slightly overweight. So, being overweight is not always a direct, correlation with negative health necessarily. Now, Destiny's absolutely correct that there's absolutely a higher correlation with multitude of health issues if you are dangerously overweight, but there are also plenty of issues when you're dangerously underweight. But the way that our society kind of operates right now is we very much glorify the underweight model, and we very much shame the people who might even just be slightly overweight. Like, there are some people that are just a little chunky that probably have no real health problems because of it, that are like shit on as like being like fat fucks or whatever. So I definitely think there's something to be said
That
there
didn't
about-
happen with my Speedo pig, just to be clear. And I'm definitely carrying about an extra 30 pounds. So
There was
I
a
don't
lot
need
more I need to
nightmares.
be
I would
worried
like
about
you
with
to
that was a lot of love given to
Okay.
the CTV Speedo pig.
Okay, so now we're gonna throw it out there that we are getting the votes tallied up. Could I see the votes?
I love you all. It's been fun. Bye.
Well, I guess we're not getting that right now.
By
I have to
Hunter.
read. Why'd you say by Hunter? Ooh, you
Because I
guys get
said,
spicy.
because I said I'll see you all later. I'm just, I'm kidding around.
The first vote from the celebrity guest judge is for Hunter Avalon. The second vote is for Shark Zero. The third vote. 1 second, let me just. Where's the eyeglass? I can't see it. It's so. 1 second, I just have to
Get your
use the
monocle. Get your monocle.
I can't see it. Oh, damn! You know what? It is Shark Week, so it sucks for you, man. But Shark Zero, you have to get out of here.
That's all right. Take care, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you being here, Shark.
Love having you on. Thank you for the last minute replacement. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
problem.
man. Yeah, that was solid.
Wonderful.
Dangling by a thread.
These are the final four. So we've made it to the end. Now I gotta say,
Oh, they're
is this the
one
collection of
shot?
people I thought it was gonna be? No.
We have one voice of reason here. Thank God for CTV. Amen, brother.
Amen. Now, gotta say that I'm proud of all of you for making it this far. I know you'll all make up after this and respect each other like good sportsmen. And Demon Mama, this is the second one ever, and you might win the second one as well as the first one. Back to back. That is impressive. CTV, veteran of conservative hippy-dippy rumbles and shows, finally getting his time in the spotlight to possibly be made champion with the belt. Hunter Avalon, newcomer to this, but rising star on left Twitch after falling star on right Twitch, eh? Then, of course, we have Steven. Gets
On
me in
this show,
trouble.
I go by Destiny. Thank you.
He gets me in trouble and doesn't send promos because he's not fun.
Well, actually, it's because I disrespect the format. To be clear,
You disrespect.
I
got
disrespected
it.
the format. I believe.
disrespected
I heard
the
that
format.
said.
Make a note of that. Okay.
Destiny
So?
needs a speedo.
The last topic of the night. Actually, no, this is the second to last topic. The second to last topic of the night is going to be, you know, have any of you ever heard of the term gusano? It's a very interesting word. You know, I hear it all the time, I guess, as of recent. I don't know what it means.
Feels like we set
but
the
apparently
discourse
you
this
guys are
week,
going to have
boys.
to tell me
Holy
what
shit.
it means. And if it's a slur or not, I don't really understand it. But you guys got to get that one on the roll for me.
Well, you're gonna have to explain kind of what the basics are, because
Oh,
I don't think I've ever
so-
heard that word before.
I think it's a term of endearment, I believe, used in the Cuban community for certain Cubans in the United States, I believe. And some Cubans in the United States believe it's a slur, some don't. So I wanted to know from you four, is it a slur?
Say the word again.
So,
You gotta make me say it as many times while asking if it's a slur. Gusano.
Gusano.
Can we,
Yes.
just for purposes, can we call this a G word? Thank you.
Okay, we'll call it the G word, okay, going forward.
sure. So,
Thank
I
you.
can
I was
open
gonna
this
ask
one.
that. So that's...
Or I can offer it to Destiny, because, I mean, if Destiny wants to, he can open it. But, just figured I'd grant the offer if he'd like.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. I'll take the offer. Being a Cuban X, Latinx, Gusanix shaver here. I think
By
that.
the way, I did say I don't think it's a slur, and the reason why is if it's a slur, then I'm breaking my own rules.
Uh-oh.
That's the only reason.
True.
Okay, continue.
Okay,
I
well,
think
just
it's
real quick, I looked it up in the Urban Dictionary,
Yeah.
right? And what it says off the top is a Chicano pejorative term for Hispanics or mainstreamed Mexicans derived from Fidel's use for any reactionary, counter-revolutionary person.
So I think that,
That's Urban Dictionary.
So I think that it is. I think it's like similar-ish, not the same, but similar-ish kind of to Uncle Tom. And like I would say that it is a slur. I don't necessarily. Well, obviously we all know it might be. I don't necessarily think that all slurs are necessarily bad. There might be like an appropriate application to some. It might be that you have like some Cuban in like their 80s or 70s or whatever that were like some dramatically anti-Fidel Castro, like absolutely hated this guy or whatever, and like might be like against the people of Cuba, was like a high wealthy person. Like maybe Gusano might apply to that type of person. You know, that might be the case. When people start throwing around Gusano just because they happen to know your ethnic background, that gets like a little bit weird to me. And it starts to feel like you're just being racist. I know that Cuban isn't technically a race, but I mean, like, conservatives said that too when they like hate Mexicans. They're like, well, it's not racist because it's not a race. So yeah, I don't know. It gets like, I think that there can be like an appropriate application of it, but when you're applying it to somebody that has no like strong stance on like Fidel Castro's regime or what happened in the revolution ever, and you're only doing it because you found out what their background is, that's really weird to me.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Destiny that it's. Wait, am I getting? Yeah, I agree with Destiny. It's very contextual. I know in the way that it was used against you, Destiny, it did come across definitely like a slur because it was solely because they knew your ethnic background that they were using that term to begin with. So yeah, I think that it's just highly contextual.
Yeah, so my opinion on this, well, it is, for the record, it is a banned word in my chat. I think that it is, it treads on a line that gets too close for comfort for me or a lot of people in my community with regard to how it's used. I think people, some people will claim that it's it's used to be like a reference to a political standing or an attitude. That's not really how I've seen it be used a lot. I think, once again, I think it treads too close. I think there's some discussion that could be had as far as the root goes. But I think we can also acknowledge that this isn't quite the same thing as something like the N-word, which we can pretty much exclusively say this is a racial slur.
Were you just looking for a reason to say the N-word?
What?
Were you just looking for a reason to put that in people's minds? Because like we had the correlation to Uncle Tom, right?
Got excited. So.
No. I mean, I just wonder where we went from Uncle Tom to the N-word, which is inherently a completely different meaning from the word that I just read on Urban Dictionary, right? So like you bring this up, and that that is a much harsher. It's a much harsher fucking like reason for the word, right, than Gusano, right? So they're like, since I'm just finding out about this word,
CTV,
which is
in fairness, you interrupted Demon Thought, like you interrupted.
Yeah, but she interrupted Destiny, right? So it's like complaining about the thing that you're already actively doing.
Wait. CTV, you are probably the most intelligent person on this panel. So what I need you to do as the better person is just wait for Demon Mama to finish their point, and then we can pass it over to you.
All right, I'm waiting.
Sure. I'm not entirely sure what the point of that interruption was. The thing that I have a problem with, I think there is some there is some disingenuousness on this point on both sides. I think some people claim that they're not using it as like an ethnic or racial slur, when in reality the only information they really have, kind of like the fat phobia thing, you know, the only information you have is whatever your immediate check is, and then you jump in on it and attack somebody for it. So I think it exists in an area where we can see that it hurts and bothers a lot of people, and probably should be careful about that. Especially, you know, I'm white, so I want to be extra careful about that. I don't want to fucking like try and speak up on something that literally doesn't affect me directly. But I also think that like we should be careful about certain things. And I do have one question for Destiny. And this is just a clarifying question, but yesterday, I think it was yesterday, you said on this very show that you were referring specifically to the G word, a racial slur.
I don't know if I like this right now.
I'm sorry, do you hold that position?
No, the problem is, right, is that like clearly Dylan already made it clear that I was going to be speaking next, and now you're trying to shift it to Destiny, which I don't have really a problem with, but I have a point to make that's on point before you start a whole other fucking diatribe of a question. You know what I'm saying? So like allow for time for it to be able to be on point.
I can answer like yes or no. Yeah, I would say that.
So that's fine then. I'm glad that we're consistent on that. And I tend to agree that it is sometimes used as an ethnic or racial slur. But yeah, we should be careful about the things that we say to people, specifically when we're making strange attacks against their identity. I think it's just better to meet people on their arguments and the things that they actually say.
Okay, so from here, right, like it seems like the word, because the other meanings, which I didn't say earlier, but I'll go ahead and say it now, is right-wing, sellout, conservative, neo-fascist, traitor, right? So like obviously branding somebody as a traitor with a word is a bad thing from the start, but like to Destiny's point earlier when he compared it to Uncle Tom, that's the most relevant example for, I would say, for most Americans to be able to correlate in their mind kind of how this word is used inside of a culture that they don't frankly probably understand, which is why like I always exercise extreme caution. And I know, make that face, I burped because I'm drinking beer, it's awesome. Right now
we know,
exercise extreme caution, right? You're not even old enough to. I don't even know why you're commenting, right? So
are you drunk right now? You all right,
but not yet, right? But I'm definitely high. So that being said, I'm glad that we're all concerned about my health, right? When earlier Destiny was concerned with your health and you didn't want to hear that, right? So moving on from here, right?
I'm self-diagnosed.
I know, it's fucking amazing. see, as soon as you start, right, CTV's got something to say for everyone in the fucking room. Eventually, I'll get to make my point without being interrupted. What am I on? I'm fucking high on Jesus.
Weed. Oh, well.
High on Jesus, right? That's what I am tonight, right? Now,
Another
moving-
letdown for God. All right.
Oh, I know, right? So now, moving forward from here, right? This is where, like, I exercise extreme caution, especially when it comes to learning other cultures. Not to the point to where it controls my language, but it does control my behavior to the point to where I want to make sure that I'm conveying to that person that, like, one, I do not understand what your culture is like. Like, I'm not the fucking guy. I don't know everything. Explain to me. I take the role of student, for lack of a better word, right? Teach me what it is that your culture is like so that I can be able to understand that. And then through those individual action or interactions that I have with people, it allows me to be able to expand the level of knowledge that I have about a lot of different cultures and backgrounds and things that people, went through, are currently going through, like what their family is like, what their country is like, all of these things. So this particular word, gusano, right? Like, sounds like a word that probably is not a very good word to use, but this is also one of those things where, like, those people that are on the left definitely have no problem with painting someone as an Uncle Tom as soon as they step outside the bounds of what the Democrat Party wants, right? So then this takes us back to the earlier conversation that was happening with regard to identity politics, right? So, like, these types of things, while, disrespectful, but used to make a bullying point to try to shut someone up, doesn't actually solve the problem in a way in which would be fruitful for everyone moving forward. All it really does is create divisiveness. So at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, what is the goal that you're trying to achieve? Are you trying to achieve unity, as Biden would have us all fucking believe from his fucking speech, right? Or are you actually trying to create divisiveness, right? So then, like, that's where understanding how these words are used, when they're used, the way in which they're used, right? So, like, understand moving forward that gusano.
You're going a little long.
That move
Going
made
a little long,
things
man.
easy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Beautiful.
So,
I was about to
does-
wrap it up, but
It doesn't. There doesn't seem to be much agreement then on this. So I guess
no, not really.
we'll just wrap this up then. And I'm gonna be looking for the votes. So the next round for those, I want you to start thinking about this now. The next round is a simple round. It's not even really politically based, but you can make it if you want to. The next round, before we decide who's getting voted out, is why you should be Hippie Dippy champion. Obviously, Bosch was not the most respectful champion of the business, as I hope everyone on the stage agrees, as he disrespected it by not treating the title that gave him so much prestige with respect. So the question is, why should you be the champion, and why should the other people not be champions? Should we not legitimize them? Do they have bad positions? Or are they maybe an imbecile of some sort? And why should you be champion? Do you have the votes? From, okay. The first vote from the celebrity guest judge is for CTV. The second and third votes are from judges who must have also not been critically thinking, because they're all for CTV, sadly. CTV, this is obviously a robbery, and I will be having many inspections into this, that you would be screwed out on such a strong veteran, not only of the United States military, but of the Hippie Dippy brand.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And this is exactly would have been the perfect time for me to be able to make my case, but it's obvious that the judges are threatened by my mere presence here. And
Election rigging.
yeah,
Actually, if you saw the video, you can see it right behind you, Dylan. Like as soon as you closed the voting, I saw them pull the box out from underneath the table. I want to know where those votes came from.
Like, look.
I'm really curious if we can see those tapes.
I have
Look.
a 480p video. It's holy shit.
We're gonna do an audit.
Hey, maybe we should quiet down, okay? Respect the business and what it's brought us. So I'm gonna say, CTV, sadly, you need to get off my stage.
all right. Well, Dylan, have a good one, and hopefully I'm rooting for Destiny at this point, right? Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. It looks like you got somebody in your corner, Destiny. So the last round, so for the judges who consider CTV way heavily, for the last round, it's simple. Why should you be Hippie Dippy champion? And why should the people next to you not? You have about, I would say, I'll decide when it's good enough. You know what? I'll put a question mark on the time slot, so do what you can. You may begin.
go last. I'll go last.
I'll go last.
I'll go first. The reason why I'm going first is the same reason why I would be the best hippy-dippy champion. Because I'll fight with anybody. I don't give a fuck. I'm not here trying to build a career off of you small streamer, 3-figure motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck which one of you hate me. I don't care what type of topic we talk about. And I don't care who wants to come on and talk shit about whatever thing. I'll come here and I'll go toe-to-toe with any motherfucker. Okay? I'm not Hunter trying to rebrand himself. Avalon. Yeah?
If that's true, why'd you never accept any of the opportunities gave you to challenge Boss for the first?
Because you didn't give us a real topic. I think you said maybe you guys can debate capitalism versus socialism. I did that once with Richard Wolf, okay? However, one of us isn't here on this panel tonight because they are scared of the other person, and I'm just gonna say that I'm here, okay? All these other motherfuckers, they have a hippy-dippy show down with somebody, or they have like a final with somebody, they're gonna be too scared to bring out the heavy hits, because you know what? At the end of the day, all you motherfuckers go back to the same little Discord groups and talk to each other. All of you guys have friendships that you're worried about hurting. All of you have bridges that you guys are constantly repairing, but you know what? I'm the only one out here willing to risk it all, willing to burn shit down, just give you a glorious fucking fire by which to light your show, okay?
Burns every bridge. That's why you should win.
Yeah, and Destiny, would you agree with the statement? Vosh screwed Vosh?
Vosh screwed Vosh?
What
Yeah,
happened
when it
with
comes
the
to
with the Vosh
when the
thing?
title, right? That he screwed himself, and that's why he doesn't have the title anymore?
Yeah, I guess. Isn't that why?
Exactly. Okay. Well, you both said last, so which one's gonna do it?
All right, I should win the Hippy Dippy Championship because one, Destiny's been doing debates forever, so it's not really fair to compare me and him. No, I'm just kidding. But also because Demon Mama, I love you, but I should still win. That's my thing right there. I don't know. I was told that I need to make something ironic for this, and then I couldn't think of anything in time. Sorry, Dylan. So it's okay if I get voted off on this topic.
I'm not doing anything ironic. I'm gonna tell you exactly why I genuinely believe that I should win the Hippy Dippy. Dylan, do you remember the first podcast that I was on? I think you do. Do you know which number it was? Was it 2 or was it 4? You don't have to answer that, I guess. I've been on the Hippy Dippy. I've been here showing up for the show, showing up on time. I've been here keeping the technical issues to a low, showing up and showing love for this goddamn show. For well over a year now. And that's pretty exciting to me. It's something I'm very, very proud of. And I think it's something that I deserve. In addition to my arguments being really rock solid tonight, I've always shown up here. I've shown up, I've fought, I've been through championship after championship, I've taken losses and wins on the chin, and I'm here again. And I think that that belt is mine. And I think that belt is mine because I came here and I honestly represented my positions. I didn't come on to this show a day ago and talk about what was the exact wording that Destiny had on here? How the people who disagree with him are, and I quote, what was the word? Down syndrome Avengers. I didn't come on here and lie about people's positions. I didn't come on here and weasel about the things that I've said online or offline. I came here and I told you the honest truth of who I am and what I believe. And because of that, I think I deserve the belt. I think I deserve the belt more than anybody here by a long shot. And I think everybody in the audience, including the judges, know that that's the case. That I have poured my heart and soul into this show and that that belt belongs to me.
Need the vote.
So is there anything any of you want to say before the decision comes in?
Yeah, I will say something. I didn't know we were attacking each other in our final statements, but
Yeah,
I remember when
I
remember when Vosh was here and Demon Mama had to have an argument with Vosh. I remember how gentle that conversation was because she was so worried about saying anything mean, anything that would burn that connection. So I'll just say, you know, it would be pretty sad to be in a situation, and it would be bad if we had a situation again where you had like 2 finalists or whatever that were debating for some royale where they were friends with each other, so they went like super soft.
I don't know whether. I don't know. I just did a video where I critiqued some of Hunter's takes in good faith. And also.
That's dog shit. You guys don't even know how the fuck to go? Really just fucking like, oh, let me go out. No, let me not. Let me go out. Let me not.
Cooldown. You can pop on and we can debate about whatever you'd like. In addition, like, I mean, I don't know. In fact, I know you know this, Destiny. Once again, another example of you playing dumb, not telling the truth, but you know that you watched the debate that me and Vosh had. In fact, I think I recall your words were something along the lines of, ooh, let's hope for this bridge burning, something along those lines. You know that I fight against Vosh. There's no niceness going on here. I am very honest about the things that I say. I present myself honestly. I am Demon Mama, a political edutainer, and I want that motherfucking belt. I want that belt because I deserve it. You didn't even shoot a promo for this, Destiny. So what the fuck are you even talking about?
I'm sorry,
you
but
know you don't.
you are literally
nice.
the central committee to like Vosh's Hassan. Okay, I'm sorry, but
Yeah, definitely, bro. Keep coping.
You
Hey,
guys
by the
just-
way,
I think we should just, you know what?
Okay, we're gonna wait. The reason why this is taking the reason it's taking so long is we had another three-way tie. So you gotta give me a second. I'm not gonna be the one to make the decision. I'm making them make the decision. Okay, continue.
Give us a real time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is.
I
think this
honestly,
is
I hope I just get voted off so that you guys can just go at it.
I mean, how many promos have I shot for this? How serious have I taken the game? And you know what? I even
Maybe a
call
little
out
too
Dylan.
seriously.
Yeah, maybe a little too seriously, but I don't know. This is fun for me. This is something that I'm passionate about. I don't think I take myself too seriously. I think I present myself exactly how I represent. Unlike some people on here, what's the quote from Destiny? Nothing I say.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just take over the moderating now. Stop with the passive aggressiveness. Come on,
He
go
asked
at
us
it.
to. One asked us to.
I think you have to be passive aggressive.
Let's just have some blood sports thrown in.
We can't throw blood sports because then everybody else have to report me on every
Conspiracy. That might as well be your fucking CIA. Anytime anything goes wrong, oh, it must be the left.
I mean, like when you guys are literally all three.
Oh no! Oh, the lefties are coming for me.
You guys had a person change a vote. Now, I want to make everyone aware that this tournament, you all entered it with a 6.25% chance of winning, just based off of the amount of people that were in it. So you all got tremendously far and beat the odds up to this point. Now, the original vote was that Danabo voted for Hunter Avalon, Katarana voted for Destiny, and Vadim Newquist voted for Demon Mama.
Is this vote to
Now-
keep or kick? What are these votes
See,
for?
who's the winner?
Oh, okay.
Now, it has changed. One of us has changed it, and the person who has changed their vote is Vadim Newquist. And he has changed it to Destiny, making Destiny the winner of the Hippy Dippy Championship this time around. Congratulations to Destiny. Congratulations to all the competitors for getting this far, and genuinely congratulations to everyone for getting to the final three.
Cool. Thanks, Dylan.
It was an honor.
Wonderful.
I'm definitely not gonna go cry now.
I wish I could say it was challenging, but honestly, this is probably one of the easiest Royale type shows I've ever been on. I mean, you know, we've got
I was
Oh, we
expecting
had
something
nice-
a lot more intense. I'll
we've
be
got
honest.
Hunter over here, who's a nice, he's a nice guy, a nice chap, a nice lad. We've got Demon Mom over here, who's clearly outmatched. Maybe you're used to Vosh pulling his punches on you, so that's why you tried to step to the ring. But you know, maybe next time we'll see what happens. You know. What? I hope you didn't get like destroyed so hard on the show that you'd self-diagnose yourself with something else. But you know, I wish you the best
Oh
of
damn!
luck.
Hey,
Okay?
you're taking more shots at it. Damn,
Hey,
dude.
Hey,
You know,
let's slow this down. I'm not having it happen on my program, okay? Look, just because you're the champion does not mean I endorse his statements. I just want to make that clear.
I'll moderate
okay?
for you guys.
The
You
voting
can-
was out of my control, okay? The voting was out of my control. Now, I do want to say to everybody involved, Hunter Avalon is the first time he's ever been involved in one of these types of programs, and he got very far, and I'm very proud of him. You can shout
Thank you,
yourself
Dylan.
out.
Yes, you can check me out on my YouTube channel, Hunter Avalon.
Now,
Thank you, Dylan.
for Demon Mama won the first one and got to the final three in the second one. That is an amazing achievement, and I want that recognized by people in chat. Like, that's really good. And for Destiny, I mean, you know, it took Bosch losing the championship, of course, he's champion. But he is champion, and he won. So, of course, that's an achievement. Still plays League, so that's a problem. But, you know, at least he has this. I'll kind of buffer that out. Congratulations, Destiny. You send me your, like, the, whatever, the skill bot, and send the championship belt over to me. Congratulations.
Awesome. I got the actual physical belt. It's gonna be mine.
Yeah, you get an actual physical belt. You can keep it. Yeah, forever. Wonderful. Great. So, for everybody at home, I want to say thank you. Xander Hall deserved it. Bosch worst champion because he screwed the business and insulted the business. And you all have a blessed.
Oh, do we get to do shout outs at the end?
Sure, do a shout out.
Okay, I like to do one shout out. Vermin Hands, you're a fucking piece of shit loser. And I feel so horrible for the life that you must live, because god damn.
What? Oh, yeah, that was a good point.
Really?
I forgot that this is always what he does. I thought he was gonna be like, I don't know, I want to give a shout out to Nathan. You can achieve it. This is a message for you 20 years from now. I didn't know.
You should have seen old Destiny past Destiny to get the deuce.
Okay. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. We're gonna raid a friend of mine. You all have a blessed day. Everyone get off my stage.
Goodbye.
Okay, good job, guys. I would also like to say I'm very disappointed that Vermin is engaging in death threats. I'm not even a content creator. Die mad. Die mad. Wow. Actually telling me to die in a chat. And telling somebody to throat me in DMs. Now, did she mean rape? Or did she just mean stomp on my throat? Was it sexual? Or was it violent in nature? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This behavior is abhorrent.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
Are you guys ready to McGregor our belt away?
Obviously know that they are. We obviously know that we obviously know that those are.
Steven, if I send it to you, can you like white explain it to him?
No, wait, stop! Can you just wait, stop! Can you...
I'm not even going to qualify that.
Stop.
Steal the vast majority.
Women like you who are coming in here defending black men.
Sounds like Chris Rock.
Call me a goddamn mammy.
Okay, all right, yeah, that is true. Okay, hold on, that is true. Anna, you did kind of call her mammy. That is true.
I called her mammy after she assumed that some fucking nigga broke my fucking heart and I'm a single fucking mom. Bitch, kill yourself. You don't know my
Trey, I want to ask you, how do you feel about white women?
No, you don't answer that question, please. I'm asking you as a friend. Okay,
that's a crap.
Stop, hold on. Anna, what did you want to talk about? You're muted.
No, I know, because you guys are having a conversation.
Yeah, well, that's what we do here, is we butt in on other people's conversations. That's how it goes here, in the DGG-verse.
No, I respectfully, I think that, never mind. I don't know who, you were talking to someone earlier, and I had a question for her.
Yep, they're probably in here, so what's the question?
It was me.
Yeah,
okay, so, what's your name?
I'm Aaron, but my @ is like straighterade.
Okay, hi Aaron. So the reason that I wanted to come on, because you guys were talking about that conversation.
Yes, we talked about your conversation.
Right. So, and I think it's interesting, Steven. It's everything that you've been saying to me with respect. Well, anything in relation to the things that I was saying. Yeah, I know that seems narcissistic, but whatever. I find it to be very interesting. I'll get to that later. But with respect to Erin, I think that when she was asking, when you guys were talking about I guess it was my marital status, and I guess how relevant that is to the discussion at hand. So this is my position, and again, yes, there's a dichotomy, there's a schism, we have to acknowledge that there are differences, but I think that the reason that I do tend to be ambiguous with respect to my marital status and this and that, and of course you called me a single mother earlier, we'll talk about that later.
Wait, hold on. I didn't call you that. I just said I thought some people were saying it, and you might be. I don't know I have no idea what your status is. I don't know.
Right, but so, and that's kind of the point. The point is when you're having these conversations, especially with black men, no, stop. Hold on. Everybody. You're already laughing.
No, hold on. Everybody,
no,
wait.
Steven, you don't realize that when you laugh, it is like so patronizing.
Okay, I'm just saying that everybody has private emotional experiences that like will influence how they view things. Not just black men. white women,
But if that's the
Indian.
case,
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand that. That's fine. I understand
Okay,
that.
gotcha. All right.
That's life.
Okay.
But at what point how do you quantify that? So if a black woman is a single mother, does that change the fact that black men are socioeconomically at the bottom? Like, how much does that?
Oh shit,
like,
y'all got
how do
toasted.
you quantify how a person feels based on their experience and an objective, statistical, social, or political reality?
Because the problem that people have with you isn't your objective or socio-political analysis. The problem.
No, I'm not talking. No, I don't care. No, I don't care about how people feel. I don't care about how you feel. And men are great. Men are. You guys are perfect. Black men. I'm saying black men.
Just say
They're
men.
professional.
Go ahead.
No,
Even
I'm
a
saying
black
black men.
Go
They
ahead.
are professionals when it comes to weaponizing how you feel. Oh, who hurt you? Oh, you're emotional. Oh, like, no.
Yeah, everybody
All
does
of
this.
those
White
things
men
can
do
be
this too.
true,
Sure.
but all of those things can be true.
I understand.
But how do you quantify that
Yeah.
and objective? Like, I don't. Like,
Listen,
it's
I totally
really
1 million. I agree
off.
with you. I don't disagree. I'm just saying that that's one form of analysis sometimes people have. A woman might come out and be really rude and upset, and some people might say like, "Oh, is she on her period?" Right? The answer might be yes or no, and it might influence like how angry she is. But you still have to contend with the fact of the matter of what she's saying. I agree with you.
Right, but they're not, and that's the problem. And that.
And I
is why
agree that would be a problem if people do that. That is a problem. I understand. It's
there's no
separate from
if.
the argument.
There's absolutely no if. That is the reason that because it seemed like you were kind of questioning, or you and Aaron were kind of like, well, is she, isn't she, does it matter? And Aaron was, and thankfully Aaron was like, well, does it matter? And I think it's interesting, obviously, because she's a woman, so maybe that's the lens with which she's using to approach the conversation.
Sure.
But again, why would that is the reason that especially black women, and I noticed this in the degenerate black manosphere, why is it that when we're having these conversations, which require like an extraordinary amount of intellectual bandwidth, which has nothing to do with the person's personal life, marital status, and in some cases their academic background, whatever it is. Why is it so important that a woman be like that, her marital status be clear? And
Yeah, because people want to use it because
married?
people want to use it to discredit you. I understand this. Okay.
Right, no, I understand that, but I'm saying to everybody in the well, I'm talking to black men. I don't encounter this, and I guess that this is my.
You talk a lot to black men.
Yeah.
Why would I talk to white men?
Well, you're talking to a white man.
Based.
I
No,
am
but
a white
I'm
man.
not
Okay.
saying it in that way. Right, no, but I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it like that because I'm just my point of reference is the conversations that I was having with the black men before. Right.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that they asked me was, oh, well, are you married, or are you bitter, or who hurt you? Like, let's say that all of their cultural or stereotypical tropes or whatever. Let's say it was all true. Okay, but are you still at the bottom? Like, are you still failures as men?
Yeah, I understand
Are
that
you-
it shouldn't matter. I agree with you. I understand and I agree with you. It shouldn't matter.
Right, but it doesn't matter, and that's why I don't answer questions, and that's why I don't relegate conversations. It's so reductive to relegate a conversation to, oh, I'm married, and this is my marital status, and this is how much money I make, and this is my academic career, or none of that doesn't matter. Are you at the bottom?
Gotcha.
Is
Okay,
your
I
culture
understand.
degenerate?
Yep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay. I think we all understand.
Right,
Well,
that's why you came on here. I thought you were going to talk about the fact that I don't like that you spread the absent black father myth.
What?
I spread a myth? What?
Wait, the absent black father myth? Excuse
Yes.
me?
Yes, that
Who
is
spread
what
the
I
myth?
just said. What? Yes.
Oh, you think that's a myth?
I know it's a myth, I promise you.
How do you
How do you
know?
know?
Because this concept has been a pet argument for right-wingers and a lot of other, even non-right-wingers, for a long time, and they never want to
because it's
concede that there's
true.
factors, but they never want to concede that there's factors outside of black men's control
Like
that
mass
lead to these
incarceration?
problems.
Stop.
No,
Let him
yeah.
finish. Can you guys please let each other finish your sentences? Go ahead.
No, it's like, do you guys know who Larry Elder is?
Yeah.
Okay, he's a very popular black conservative figure, and he's argued before that like black fatherlessness is like the #1 problem facing black Americans today. Annalisa, do you or wait, is it Annalisa? Annalisa, do you agree with that? Annalisa,
Yes.
do you agree with Larry Elder in that respect?
I would agree, yes.
Okay, why?
Why do I agree that fatherlessness is the catalyst, or not the catalyst, but at least a huge contributor?
Not just the catalyst, like you just agreed to it being the #1 problem facing Black men, and like perpetuating problems within the Black community specifically.
Yes, actually, yes.
Okay, but I like really quick, if you want to like characterize your argument or like say why you believe that is before because I'm about to start attacking it because it is a myth.
So fatherlessness in the Black community has chronically, I would say even while they were I would say once they stepped off the plantation, it has chronically been an issue, and psychologically speaking, we know what some of the ramifications or some of the psychological outcomes of children who are who are children who have been affected by fatherlessness or absenteeism. So yeah, all of these things have been tracked. It's a problem. It creates a psychological deficit in a child. It creates an economic deficit in the home, and the
economic one is the biggest, I think.
Right. Oh, you're asking me to quantify it in terms of which, like.
No. I just wanted to make sure, like that is your position because I was going to argue against it. I don't want to mischaracterize your argument.
No, I know. But are you asking me if fatherlessness is the #1? Like to quantify?
Well, I asked you, and you agreed.
Talking about. Okay, so we're talking about every single variable that is contributing negatively, or that you want me to quantify it, like the first thing, the most important.
No. I don't need you to quantify it. I was just asking you to rank them, and I asked, do you agree with Larry Elder when he says that Black fatherlessness is the #1 like problem for Black families and Black men specifically today? And you said yes.
Okay, then yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. And so now you're asking me why, right?
Sure, if you want to expand on that really quick.
Right. So there's the economic deficit. There is the social deficit, the psychological, socio-emotional deficit. There is there's the legal aspect, because we know that it's correlated with juvenile delinquency and criminality. So yeah, all of these things I think are still to this day contributing to the plight in the Black community.
I don't disagree that those are all issues within the Black community. I think the problem that I'm taking is that you're trying to explain it away and pin it all on Black men, and you're kind of using them as this scapegoat to understand these issues within the Black community, and they're absolutely not. That has absenteeism and Black fathers being absent for their children is definitely not like the root cause of all of the problems within the Black community that you just outlined.
So what's the root cause?
Well, I'm just here to debunk that particular stereotype.
Anna, do you think that there are other causes?
I know there are other causes.
But she said that's the #1 cause, Lab. That's why I think it's a problem.
I mean, who's to say who even the #1?
No.
Well, that's what she said. That's specifically what she said.
Wait a minute. What is the #1 cause?
You just said Black fatherlessness was.
No, I'm asking you.
So what do you think?
You're telling me that it's not. What is?
I just wanted to debunk that myth.
No.
I think if you're debunking that, I think you have to provide like an alternate.
Right, yeah. Now
I haven't even gotten a chance to debunk it because all I've made is the assertion that it's not true. I haven't actually even gotten a chance to tell you why I think it's just. No, I'm not.
It's not a contract. Wait,
haven't.
Hold on. I understand what you're saying. On a purely logic lord level, you're correct. But like, I think that you.
Yeah, no, and I would agree with her. But she had you have to kind of push forward.
Yeah, you got to give like some other explanation or something. Yeah, I think.
Right.
Well, give me a second, okay? I think this is a very because Lav is. I would say you're fairly progressive, left leaning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Annalicia, I don't know. What you said that you were.
Annalicia.
I'm so sorry, Annalicia.
Annalicia, Jesus.
Annalicia, there you go.
Yeah.
You identified yourself as like a liberal, right? And you're from Canada?
That's right. Well,
maybe socially conservative. Sort of. We can disaggregate these things economically and socially. You would say that maybe you're socially conservative?
Okay. Yeah, and then maybe economically conservative. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So like you and Lav were like finding an agreement on like Black father absenteeism, as it were, being if you said it was the #1 issue. Lav said it's a huge contributing problem and within the Black community, and
right.
You two are not necessarily politically aligned. So this is like a stereotype that kind of transcends partisan affiliation, and that. It is a stereotype.
Hey, but
yeah.
right, it's a stereotype. But so when you
It's a
say
stereotype, but-
what you're implying is that there's
It's not
absolutely
true.
there's no validity, which to me is dismissive. It's quite honestly, I take umbrage. I feel a little bit disrespected being a black woman in the black community, and
Hello,
obviously
I'm a
having a
black woman in
vested
the black
interest.
community.
Who said that?
AJB.
Well, then you can feel free, but I'm talking to a white woman. So, Aaron,
Wait, hold on.
that's a problem for me.
Okay, wait, 3 things real quick. Okay, hold on.
Aaron
Firstly,
is not
wait,
a
real
race.
quick. Okay, Aaron is not a white woman, number 1. 2, Aaron, just say what you're gonna say. I don't know why you're logic loading over this point. Just
No,
say
I
why you don't think it's a problem. It sounds like you're going to disprove the idea that fatherless homes are an issue in the black community. So just do that instead of arguing over whether it's the main. I don't know why we're on this point. Just get to the point of like debunking.
Okay,
that
well,
thing. Yeah.
outside of stereotypical like media depictions, this idea of like black father absenteeism, I think, stems from the erroneous conflation that Ana Lucia has made multiple times.
Oh
She
my
made it
God!
in the last
Don't
debate.
say my name anymore, please. Call me Anna.
Anna.
Yeah.
Being unmarried with being absent, because even if you look up CDC statistics, it is true that around I think 70% of black people who had children, and this is from data from 2018, they were unmarried. And it's also true that black couples have a higher divorce rate than other races. But as I just said, being unmarried doesn't automatically imply that a black father is uninvolved in their child's life.
Right, but
and there was actually a separate CDC report that found whether they lived with the child or not, black fathers were actually more actively involved in their kids' lives than their counterparts of other races.
Oh my God. Okay. I read those studies, and those studies were specifically pointing to the demographic of men that were involved. So it's not that it's not that all black men who have kids are involved, but the ones who are involved, which to me is not like you don't get a trophy for that. You're simply doing what you should be doing. But with respect to men who are not married to the mothers who are not in the homes, you can't quantify their engagement. You can't quantify their participation, and you can't quantify the outcome that it's having on that child. What we do know is
we can, though, because I just told you that in a separate CDC report they found that whether they lived with their children or not, black fathers were more actively involved with their kids' lives, and they even compared it to other races.
Wait, hold on, wait, real quick. Hold on, let me just explain. Let me just explain.
4% of black children will be in a single-parent home.
Stop. So, okay, hold on. That totally missed the point. Okay, hold on. So, Aaron.
How did that miss the point?
Because she's saying that they're in a single-parent home, but she's saying that black people are just because they're not cohabitating doesn't mean they're co-parenting.
So the dad just like okay.
Yes. Okay, so Aaron, I think what you have to show is when you keep bringing up that second number, you keep saying that like black fathers who are involved in their child's lives are more involved than fathers of other races, which might be true, but Anna is making the argument that there is a deficit of black fathers that are involved, period. I think even Anna's agreed with you that it might be the case that if there are black fathers involved, they're going to be more involved than other types of fathers, but the problem is there aren't as many black fathers involved as there should be, or there are in other races. That's the... Does that make sense?
You agree with
no, that's exactly it. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, like, so again, so if, like, relative to other races, it's still more, but you're saying, like, overall, it's still not enough.
No, hold on. What your logic is saying, Anna, is it might be the case that there are 1% of black fathers that are involved in their children's lives long distance, and that 1% are the best dads in the world. But her problem is that number shouldn't be 1%, it should be comparable to other races of like 60, 70, 80%. But because the study you're bringing up, you're saying that when black fathers are involved, she doesn't care about what happens past the when. She cares about how many black fathers are involved.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, like another like more data to pull from is like according to I think Pew Research Center, I think 44% of black fathers live apart from at least one of their children. And of course, it's much harder to be a constant presence in like a child's life if you don't live with them. I agree with you on that. But as I already mentioned, like black fathers who don't live with their children have been found to be more present in their kids' lives than parents of other races.
But it's just the ones
wait,
that...
Is that your argument?
No, you're retreading the same stat. Those are the ones that... Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay. And so like 44%, right, is definitely like a significant number. So it warrants discussion about like why this is the case. But it's still less than half. And it's not this like destructive plague in the way that she was talking about. So like this epidemic of like
wait a minute. Okay. So it's not this destructive what did you say? It's not this destructive what?
It's not this like destructive plague for the black community.
It's not as bad as I'm making it seem. That's what you're saying. But so if it, right, okay. So if
because
it's
you were
not
saying
as
that
bad,
that was the number one. That was like one of I mean, you conceded that like you think it's the number one issue for Black men and Black Americans.
you're not gonna like peg me or you're not gonna like put me into a corner and like
No, I didn't. You did it yourself.
No, I didn't, because you're wrong. And again, you haven't bolstered any argument to really disprove what I'm saying either. Fatherlessness is an issue. You're just saying, actually no, you said it's a stereotype, which means again you're dismissing the statistical reality, the social, political, and economic realities. So again, if it was a stereotype, like I'm like, what is your argument? You're saying it's an argument, but you're also you're saying it's a stereotype, but you're also saying that it's happening.
I have a couple questions. I have a couple questions.
I feel like they should hash out this data point. I think this is important.
I think that this data point is like fine to hash out, but I also have some questions because we know that
This girl said it's stereotype.
What do you think these? So it says that 70% of like Black children are born from unmarried parents.
What is it says?
Okay, just real quick, Erin says that she agrees with that.
Hello and welcome to this Intelligence Squared Plus online debate. Assisted dying should be legalized. As you can imagine, there is a lot of disagreement on this issue, which is why tonight Intelligence Squared has brought together 4 leading thinkers to debate the emotion, assisted dying should be legalized. Now, before we start, let me briefly explain how it's all going to work. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to make your first vote on the motion. Then, our 4 debaters are going to make their opening speeches, after which I'll be taking your questions and encouraging some debate between the speakers. At about 6:55 p.m., the speakers will end the debate with short closing statements, and then I will invite you again to make your final vote, which I will announce at 7 p.m. Now, some of you may already have questions, in which case, don't wait. Please start sending them in to our speakers now. How, you may ask? Well, if you look under the video screen, you'll see the Ask Question button. Click on it, and then you can type out your question, and if you want to direct it to a particular speaker, just please add their name at the beginning of your question. Then simply press send. And in addition, please make the conversation something that you take to social media. You can tweet by using the hashtag IQQ. So, this is the moment when I'm going to ask you to make your first vote. Please vote now for or against the motion, assisted dying should be legalized. And if you are unsure, vote undecided. Now, while we wait for those votes to come through, if you've been following the news at all, then you will know that there has been much debate in the UK in recent years over issues concerning the end of life. And there are many strongly held views on both sides of the debate on physician-assisted dying. Now, some helpful definitions are that assisted dying, or assisted suicide, as it's also referred to, is where a doctor helps a patient to kill themselves by prescribing a lethal drug for the patient to take. Now, of course, assisted dying by definition is not a private act and involves another person facilitating the death of another. So friends, relatives, healthcare staff, and society are obviously affected by the wider ramifications of this process. Hence tonight's debate. Now, as we're still waiting for those results of that vote to come through, let's just... Yes, here we are. So, your first vote has said in favor of the motion, 80%. Against the motion, 5%. And those undecided, 15%. So interesting statistics there. Now we're going to hear from our speakers and their opening speeches. Our first speaker for the motion is Anthony Grayling, one of the UK's best-known philosophers and founder and principal of New College of the Humanities at Northeastern University. He is the author of over 30 books of philosophy, biography, history of ideas, and essays. He is an honorary associate of the Secular Society and a patron of dignity in dying. His latest book is The Frontiers of Knowledge, What We Know About Science, History, and the Mind. Anthony.
So we're debating the proposition about assisted dying. And that phrase is important here. So a little bit of background is very interesting on this topic, and that is that back in 1962, suicide was decriminalized. I mean, it seems rather odd that prior to that time, suicide was a criminal act, but of course, only those people who failed in their attempt to commit suicide could get into trouble. But the decriminalization of suicide implicitly, perhaps even indeed inarticulately, recognized three important principles. One of them is autonomy, the fact that we own ourselves, we own our own lives. They don't belong to the public or the deity or something else. They are our own. The second principle is the principle of privacy, the fact that there are some decisions, some very, very important moments in life that are absolutely our own. And dying is one of those tremendously important and very central facts of life that belong to us and are our own to decide about. And the final thing is, it may seem paradoxical, this, because you will recognize that both autonomy and privacy are enshrined in human rights instruments of all kinds. And a very, very important human right, of course, is the right to life, which may seem a very odd one to invoke in this connection. But in fact, a right to life implicitly means a right to a minimum quality of life. It doesn't mean bare existence. It doesn't mean existing even in great pain or indignity or suffering. It means a minimum quality of life. And so the decriminalization of suicide implied that autonomy, privacy, and a right to a minimum quality of life are principles which are very important for human being and human flourishing, even at the very end of life. What that act in 1962 didn't do, however, was it didn't decriminalize anybody helping somebody to die. And there are two important considerations here as to why there should be a possibility of assistance to somebody who wishes to end his or her life. The first is that a suicide attempt might be botched and might leave a person in a much worse off condition than they were before. The second is there are people who cannot commit suicide because perhaps they are paralyzed, they are suffering some condition which makes it impossible for them to get access to means to end their life or to just be physically unable to do it, and they therefore need help. Now, medical science will make dying easy and peaceful and tranquil. And somebody who has a settled, clear-minded, rational desire to end life, perhaps because their physical or psychological suffering is intolerable to them, and their decision is a rational, clear-minded one and a settled one. It seems to be quite literally cruel to deny help to somebody who needs help in that situation, to force somebody to continue and prolong their suffering, their agony, their indignity, because we are not allowing people to help who have the power to help. Now, I've noticed that most of the opposition to assisted dying comes down fundamentally to two things. One is the anxiety about abuse, about people wanting to get rid of their elderly relatives so they can get their hands on the inheritance, or perhaps overstressed, pressed medical staff wanting to clear a bed. They know that somebody is likely to die, perhaps in a couple of weeks' time, and they want to help them move on. And this anxiety about abuse is a great barrier to allowing people who have chosen to end their lives or to get help to have their lives ended. It is a great barrier to that happening. But if you look at the empirical data in those jurisdictions where assisted dying is legal, you notice that scarcely anything in the way of discovered abuse occurs. And indeed, it's much more likely that families anxious not to lose a loved one are keeping people alive who would very much prefer to go early. The second consideration which arises in this connection is that there is a kind of hidden view, one not very often voiced, but very probably in the near background of those people who are opposed to assisted dying. And that is the idea that we don't have a right to choose about the end of our life, because our lives belong to something else. And in fact, there is a strong religious element to this, the idea that our lives belong to the deity. They're given by God and they're taken away by God, and therefore we have no right to usurp that divine privilege. I noticed that many people who take that particular view are also quite happy about capital punishment and war. So it's not a very consistent argument. But at any rate, it's one which in our now secular age perhaps has lost much of its force. That, Goody, is my opening statement.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Our first speaker against the motion is Dr. Catherine Sleeman, Lang Alaska Chair in Palliative Care at King's College London and an honorary consultant in palliative medicine at King's College Hospital NHS Trust. Her research focuses on understanding and improving care for people approaching the end of life, especially older people and those with dementia. She leads several large research programs, including the Marie Curie-funded Better End of Life project, which produces an annual State of the Nation report on dying, death and bereavement in the UK. Catherine.
Thank you. Well, it's a great honour to be here tonight in such distinguished company. I'm very aware that of all the panellists, I'm the one that no one's heard of. So why am I here? Well, I'm here because my career as a clinical academic is focused on improving life for people who are coming to the end of it. And I do that through research, but also through clinical care. So I bring to this debate decades of experience of talking to, sitting with, holding the hands of people during their final illness, exploring their symptoms and concerns, whether those are physical or existential, and then working to improve them. Now, the question we are here to debate isn't whether assisted dying is morally okay, and it's not whether assisted dying is compassionate. The question before us is, should it be licensed by law? Laws exist to make society safer. So to answer the question, we can't just focus on autonomy, privacy, or even quality of life. We have to consider the complex balance of safety. And actually, the fact is we just don't have the autonomous right to many things in medicine. I mean, I don't even have the autonomous right to antibiotics when I get a cough. Now, that's not because of the potential for harm to me. Actually, they might help me. It's because of the potential for harm to society. And I know from my clinical work that there are people in our society at risk of being harmed by a change in the law. And here's the thing. The people I'm worried about, they're by definition lacking in autonomy. They're without a voice. They can't tell us that they're vulnerable or that they're being coerced. We don't hear from them in this debate, and I can guarantee you that none of them are in the audience. The people I look after, many are old, frail, a bit confused. They struggle to navigate the healthcare system that they find themselves in. They're increasingly reliant on other people for everyday tasks, and they already feel much of the time that they are a burden. It's hard to think of a more vulnerable population. Because whatever anyone tells you, this law won't just affect a small number of individuals, people who've thought deeply, weighed up the pros and cons, and can articulate their views without external pressure. Legalization will affect everyone living with a terminal illness who will suddenly be faced with a new option, one that's endorsed by society and within medicine. The Meacher Bill currently going through Parliament has been spun as a modest change. It's not, because it fundamentally changes how we respond when patients tell us that they don't think they can go on living. Now, this fundamental change may be something that we, society, decide we want. But to know that, we have to air all of the complexities, not airbrush them. With appropriate safeguards is the reassuringly simple phrase we hear all the time. But which safeguards are appropriate? And, well, how safe is safe enough? Because no safeguards will be 100% safe. There will be people who slip through the net. So how safe is safe enough? Let's quantify it. Would we accept the death of one person who didn't want to die in order to allow the death of one who did? Or maybe that ratio is 1 to 10. Or is it 10 to 1? We have barely scratched the surface of understanding the complexity here. We certainly haven't found the answers. Of course, we're told, look at Oregon, there's no evidence of abuse or harm. But did you know that all of the information about safety in Oregon comes from a form filled out by the doctor who wrote the lethal prescription, after the person is dead, with no system for independent verification? In 2020, one Oregon doctor wrote 31 lethal prescriptions, and information on complications associated with ingesting lethal drugs was missing in 71% of official cases. Do we really want to base our law on this? Mental capacity, an essential safeguard, can be affected by illness, depression, medication, in ways that we are still learning about. Data from Oregon found that the individual values of the doctors making the capacity assessments determine the outcome of that assessment. Clinical reality doesn't always align with neat boundaries, and it's in the grey areas that harms will exist. One really big grey area is how legalization impacts on non-assisted suicides. There's some data that in jurisdictions where, There's some data that in jurisdictions where assisted dying is legal, the rate of non-assisted suicide has gone up, not down. Facts like this need to be scrutinized and understood, not swept under the carpet. So the question we are here to consider is not whether assisted dying is compassionate, whether it's morally okay, or whether we ourselves would want it. The question is, should assisted dying be legalized? Laws exist to make society safer. We have to be sure that the risk of harm of changing the law does not outweigh the risk of harm of leaving the law as it is. Now, this condition may be met at some point in the future, but right now, it has not been, and therefore I urge you to oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Our second speaker for the motion is Henry March, CBE. He's a neurosurgeon whose work has been the subject of 2 major BBC documentaries. His 2014 book, Do No Harm, was an international bestseller and has been translated into 34 languages. Although retired from the NHS, he continued to work in countries including the Ukraine, Nepal, Pakistan, and Albania until the start of the pandemic. In 2021, he announced that he has been diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer. Henry.
Well, surprise, surprise, I'm going to talk to second the motion. Now, I shall talk about this personally, even though Professor Sleeman has said that's irrelevant to the issue, but I'll try to persuade you otherwise to some extent. And I speak to you both as a doctor and, as you know, as a patient who is undergoing treatment for advanced prostate cancer. Now, neurosurgery is not just surgery to the brain, it's also surgery to the spine. And ironically enough, I must have operated on hundreds of old men like myself with prostate cancer because it typically spreads to the spine and causes paralysis. Surgery delays that, but usually doesn't actually ultimately stop it. So the end stage for many patients with prostate cancer, which may well apply to me, is paralysis and double incontinence in institutional care. And personally, that is a prospect that I view with dread, as I think most people would. Now, the point is that good palliative care does not invariably abolish suffering for people who are dying or suffering intractably from some degenerative disease. Because dying is not just a matter of pain, as many people seem to think it is, but even that sometimes is not very effectively dealt with. But of course, palliative care, the hospice movement originated in this country, is something we should all be proud of, and we need more of it, and there should be more funding for it. And the legalization of assisted dying would need not, despite what some people say, act against that. But the fact of the matter is dying can often involve great misery and a loss of dignity and autonomy, but is not addressed by good palliative care. In Oregon, interestingly enough, a survey of people who opted for assisted dying showed that 94% cited lack of enjoyment of life, 93% loss of autonomy, and 72% loss of dignity. And a survey published in Canada, covering last year, showed that 82% of people requesting assisted dying had received palliative care. And as far as I know, palliative care in Canada is pretty good, and nevertheless wanted assisted dying. And it was easily accessible to the remaining 18%. And again, the evidence from all these countries, and there are many of them now, where assisted dying is legalized, is the numbers of patients we're talking about are quite small. 1 in 1,000 deaths in Oregon. Holland is a bit of an outlier with 5 in 100 deaths. But that's Dutch culture. If you know Holland, as I do, it's rather different from the reticent English. The fact of the matter is, I don't want to end my life in a hospital or hospice bed, paralyzed and doubly incontinent. Like most people, I want to die at home, at a time of my own choice, with my family around me, which is what my family will want as well. But the English law requires that I suffer. And many of my poor patients suffer, even though suicide is not against the law. Now, Professor Sleeman, I'll quote, has written in the BMJ, and I quote, "None of us has the autonomous right to rob a bank, or even to receive antibiotics, as she does say now, when we have a cold. Not because of the potential harm to ourselves, but because of the potential harm to others." But where is the evidence, please, that saving people from suffering will harm others? Where is the evidence? Besides, autonomy in the context of assisted dying is not about the right to do anything I want, but about the right not to have to suffer. Anyway, it's illegal to rob a bank, and therefore illegal to help somebody do it. But suicide is not illegal, and antibiotics are simply the wrong treatment for a cold anyway, most of the time. So how can it be that it's against the law to help somebody to do something that is not against the law? Now, the opponents to assisted dying, as we've heard, say that vulnerable people will be coerced into killing themselves, and that palliative care will suffer if people are persuaded or coerced by greedy, uncaring relatives or cruel carers and health professionals into dying prematurely. They have a glib soundbite. Right to die will become duty to die, but fail to point out the corollary, which is no right to die means duty to suffer. But if I'm to suffer when I'm dying, possibly paralyzed and doubly incontinent, I want really cast iron evidence that my suffering and misery is in a good cause and will prevent suffering for other people. So where is this evidence? As a judge, Sir Stephen Sedley has recently argued, the current law in England recognizes no difference between helping somebody who is suffering greatly and who requests assisted dying and actually encouraging somebody to kill themselves. This is clearly absurd, especially as the law, as the Serious Crime Act of 2015, has no difficulty in recognizing coercive behavior. The whole point about assisted dying, and I can't emphasize this point enough, is that in all jurisdictions it comes with safeguards, essentially that the applicant has mental capacity and is not being coerced, as judged by an independent expert or experts. The exact details of safeguards vary from country to country. If you don't like the Oregon safeguards, we could have different safeguards in this country. And as a recent leader in The Economist 3 weeks ago, and I'll quote, "In places of the longest experience of assisted dying, charities that represent the elderly or disabled have not reported any abuse. In America, the Netherlands and Switzerland, the overwhelming majority of those who choose an assisted death are educated and middle class. In short, they are not vulnerable people at the bottom of the social ladder." What is the alternative for people in this country who don't have the minimum £10,000 or physical capacity to go to Switzerland? The answer is unassisted suicide. 300 people a year in the UK with terminal disease kill themselves. Violent and terrible for the family, solitary, in secret, even though perfectly legal, and effectively encouraged by the current law.
Thank you. And now our last speaker against the motion, Anne Atkins, author and journalist who has written 4 novels, a play, and several books of non-fiction, as well as contributing chapters and introductions to many more. She has contributed to all the major national newspapers and written regular columns in the Daily Telegraph and Daily Express. She is also working on a first folio edition of A Midsummer Night's Dream for children. She is a regular contributor to the Today programme and today's program thought for the day. Anne.
Thank you. As a Christian, I have no intrinsic fear of death. It heralds freedom to a far better future for me. So death isn't the problem to me that it is for others. I have sympathy for this motion. My opposition is not philosophical, far less theological, but practical, pragmatic, and above all personal. My parents came to live with us 12 years ago, and to our great sorrow, my mother died, from which moment my father ticked all the boxes for assisted death. He longed to be with her. For months, intermittently years, he railed against life. He certainly had full capacity and a horror of being a burden. And on the advice of doctors, I had him registered for end-of-life care, specifically for people approaching death. Definition, expected to die within 6 months, which therefore he was expected to. A few years later, in 2015, I was with him when his pulse was measured as 17. The first thing he asked the consultant, is there anything you can do for me? The man who wanted to die when my mother did. A few years after that, the GP gave him the option of being admitted to hospital, which he loathed and hated, or staying at home and dying. The person who in 2009 had raged against life, in 2019 chose life. When he turned 100, 70 former pupils celebrated with him in the school he used to run, and the composer Bob Chilcott wrote a song for him. 43 other pupils put on a lunch for him in the Cambridge College they all followed him to, and a different 100 friends came to a party in our garden, and we had nearly as big a celebration for his 102nd birthday. On the 12th of March 2020, he had a long interview for a program now available on Channel 5, The Secrets of World War II. And that evening, he and I resumed our studies of Aeneid 6, he having enabled my lifelong ambition to study Greek and Latin literature. The next day, Friday, he went to bed early, and by Saturday, he was complaining that dying was taking a very long time. He was always impatient. On Monday, he joined my mother 12 years after he first said he wanted to. In his last decade of life, he appeared on numerous television programs, on the Today program twice, on Radio 2 at Christmas and various local stations, and was interviewed for inclusion in a number of books. Every Remembrance Day, he addressed school children about his experiences as a conscientious objector. He taught almost every day, and he turned around the life of somebody crippled by depression who's now studying in South Korea on placement from SOAS. He gave the reading at our daughter's wedding in Greek, then in English, and sang a solo. And he swam in the North Sea until his pacemaker at the age of 98. The person who never wanted to become a burden. I can't see any protection for my father in this bill in the rawness of his grief. Compos mentis, expressing the will to die and deemed nearly dead anyway. I would have lost my best years with him, and our son-in-law and grandson wouldn't know him. Now, look, we object rightly to capital punishment on the grounds that, in case despite years of evidence and trials and judicial processes and appeal, there might be one wrong death. So go figure. Our daughter is in her 30s, one of the most gifted, talented and charismatic people I know, and last year for her birthday, she requested a trip to Dignitas. Her life is one of almost continuous, and she would say unbearable agony. Devastated by mental illness, she has expressed the wish to die frequently over the last 20 years. Can you imagine telling her this bill is not for her? That physical anguish qualifies, but not mental torment? That it's available for my father, whose pain would have been over soon anyway, but not for her, who might have 60 more years of it? And thank God it's not. Yet. Of course, she deserves an end to her pain. She needs mental health care to be researched, funded, understood, and taken seriously. Yes, we could give her a much quicker and easier answer and not bother, which she believes is why mental health care isn't funded, because it's cheaper to let sufferers kill themselves. Several people I love very dearly have been distressed enough to die, and endorsing such dreadful despair inevitably blunts the search for the real answer. In my last summer term at Oxford, I saw a tarpaulin heaped at the foot of the university church, police cordons, ambulance flashing, I couldn't understand how exams could be more important than life. Until age 10, our Aspergic son climbed up on the school roof to do the same. He couldn't do what teachers kept demanding of him. Fortunately, nor could he be sure he'd succeed, and being in a wheelchair would have compounded his pain. The next night, I quoted Lord Jacobowitz. Taking life is wrong, your own or anyone else's. Years later, he told me that statement changed him forever. Having ruled out that solution, he looked for others. School continued impossible. He failed his exams. He was thrown out of Cambridge. He had to start all over again behind all his peers. But he kept saying, it doesn't matter. I've kept the contract. I'm alive. He's now extremely successful, extremely happy, and still alive. And I want the same for my daughter.
So you've heard now from each of our speakers, powerful testimony from each of them. It's now your turn. What questions have their thoughts raised for you? Share them with us now. Click on the Ask a Question button under your video screen, and remember to add the name of the speaker if you want to direct your question to anyone in particular. And please don't forget to tweet us using the hashtag IQ2. Now, listening to each of our speakers has raised a number of issues for me, and as a clinician who admittedly works in pediatrics and doesn't generally have to deal with questions at the end of life in the same way as those who work with adult medicine do, it still raised a number of questions for me. And as we are waiting for some of these questions to come through, I wondered if I could actually kick things off by asking about some of the philosophical concepts that have come up today. We've heard about autonomy, this idea of justice to those who would like this to be offered to them. But I also wonder whether the call for assisted dying is actually a radical call to increase patient empowerment. The public have been in favor of assisted dying for a number of years now, and if anything, it's the medical profession that's lagging behind. And I guess my question to all speakers here would be, why is this? What is it about the medical profession that makes us hesitant to back such a bill? Is this paternalism in play? And is this a bid to hold on to medical power even at the end of life? I don't know if any of our speakers would like to chip in with an answer there.
It's very, very frightening. You might be wrong. I had to make hundreds of life and death decisions about whether to treat people with serious brain injuries or not. I was just talking about it this morning when I was teaching my trainees. And I said, if they ring me at night showing a brain scan over the internet of somebody with a potentially fatal hemorrhage, if I say operate, I get back to sleep. If I say no, don't, the chances are the patient will be left dreadfully disabled, as is often the case. I don't get back to sleep because I'm worried I might be wrong. And this is one of the reasons why there's so much over-treatment in modern medicine, particularly in neurosurgery, because we're so frightened about missing a savable life. But it comes at a cost. I was just saw a case this morning, which was, in my opinion, crazy, that my colleague had operated in the middle of the night. And the patient may survive, but there's no possibility at all of any sort of quality of life. These are incredibly difficult decisions. And most doctors, run for cover. It's always easier to treat than not to treat.
Catherine, yes, I wondered whether you would want to come in on that question.
Thank you. A couple of things. I just want to pick up on public opinion, and then I'll talk about doctors and how they feel. So it's true that in a lot of opinion polls, we hear this statistic, 80% of the public want this. But actually, if you provide the public with more information about what assisted dying actually is, you find that support drops. And there was one poll that found, initially 75% of the public said, yes, we should legalize assisted dying. about 40% of the same people subsequently changed their minds simply when some of the theoretical arguments against were presented to them. There was also a public opinion survey this year that asked people whether or not they supported assisted dying, and then said, oh, by the way, what do you understand by the term assisted dying? More than half of the people who responded to that survey incorrectly picked the definition of assisted dying out of a list of 3 things. The other 2 things were currently legal, good practice end-of-life care, like having the being able to say no to treatments that might extend your life. So although we hear a lot, oh, the public want this, actually, if you unpick those statistics, they're not quite as strong as we're led to believe. In terms of doctors, I think what I think is very interesting is the difference among doctors within different medical specialties. So the BMA, British Medical Association, did a survey in 2020 that basically said, are you in favour of assisted dying? And I think 37% of doctors across the board said yes. But if you split those doctors into different professional groups, there was a huge variation with at one end of the spectrum, ear, nose and throat surgeons who were most strongly in favour, and at the other end of the spectrum, palliative care doctors like me, followed by care of the elderly doctors who were most against. I mean, I would suggest that the reason that palliative care doctors and care of the elderly doctors are at that end of the spectrum is because we have first-hand experience every day of caring for people who are old, frail, deteriorating, and at an extremely vulnerable time of life. The bread and butter of my job is communication. It's talking to people about their wishes, values, hopes, their fears. And I think many doctors who look after people at this phase of life, which is essentially most doctors, have seen people with what at first glance seemed like insurmountable distress find meaning and comfort and peace through high quality care, whether that's palliative care or something else.
But that is an argument. That is an argument for a time delay. That's not an argument against assisted dying per se. In Canada, I think the latest legislation, if you ask for assisted dying on the grounds of intractable suffering, it's mandated you have palliative care, and it's mandated you have a 90-day delay.
Not. It is not.
That's my understanding.
No, it's mandated that is offered to you, quote, if it's available. So
what about the 90-day? What about the 90-day delay?
So there is a 90-day delay for people whose deaths are not reasonably foreseeable. For people whose deaths are reasonably foreseeable, and I would suggest that is an enormous number of people because of the such vague wording, you can have your lethal medication or your injection on the day that you request it. So that's not correct.
But are you saying there are no possible safeguards? I mean, you may criticize safeguards in the various countries. But why not then have different safeguards?
Thank you. Clearly, this is a very heated topic, and clearly, there's also what's being illustrated is actually there's a lack of information, isn't there, for the public and even for professionals who work in medicine. Anthony, you've had your hand up. Would you like to respond to what's just been said?
Yes, indeed. Well, I have the very greatest admiration for the kind of work that Professor Sleeman does and the hospice service does. It's wonderful. But I'm afraid, with great respect to Professor Sleeman, she really is confusing the issue here tremendously. Yes, indeed, there are many elderly, vulnerable, confused people, and there can be no question whatever that anybody can bring the life of such a person to an end because such a person has no clear, rational, settled intention to die. This is about people who really understand the issues, who can establish that they are rational and clear-minded about it, and that the intention in question is settled, because there has to be a delay of some weeks. This is what the current legislation is suggesting. And there have to be more than one doctors involved in saying that they are satisfied that the intention is clear and settled. So we're talking about, a very different group of people from the ones that Catherine Sleeman is talking about. And we're talking about people who wish to exercise their autonomy, their right. They own their lives, and they are the ones who are the best judges by far of the quality of their life.
Catherine, it looks like you want to respond.
Thank you. And if I may, so I'm not saying that there are not a small group of people, exactly as you describe, fully autonomous, have been thinking, weighed up the pros and cons. And for them, I'm actually not going to say that it is not the right thing. I think unless they're my patient or my close family member, who am I to judge that? What I'm saying is that there is a broader question here, and I would love to hear your views on the issue of how safe is safe enough. Do you agree with me that no safeguards will be 100% safe? And if so, please tell me how safe you think is safe enough for this law.
Well, look, the parallel here is current suggestions about voter ID, because there have been a couple of cases of fraud at election time among millions of those cards. And therefore, everybody has now to come under this prescription that you cannot vote unless you can produce a passport or whatever. In other words, it's, it's the reverse of shoot all the dogs because one dog has bitten somebody. And making public legislation turn on the fact that there is very, very small numbers of people, very, very small possibilities of abuse, is quite the wrong way to approach the question. This is really a question about our compassion towards people whose suffering is, from their point of view, intolerable. And as is often said, and it's a crude way of putting the point, but it's all too true, unfortunately, we're quite frankly kinder to our dogs than we are to our fellow human beings who are suffering.
I think Anne wanted to respond there. So Anne.
I'm a bit kind of flabbergasted, to be honest, that you can compare voter ID, having votes cast erroneously, with somebody's life being taken erroneously. I can't quite believe that.
I'm not going to. Please don't jump on that particular kind of bandwagon. I said it was a parallel of taking a very small number of cases and applying it to millions of cases.
Yes, I get that. I totally understood that. But the parallel between having people cast their vote erroneously and having somebody lose a life erroneously, the fact that you can make that a parallel, I find shocking. But anyway, what I was going to go on to say was that within 4 years of the law changing in Holland, it was deemed that around 3/4 of people who had had assisted dying were not in a position to have been able to choose. How can you reconcile that with some of the things you're saying? I'm stumped.
I think just to move the discussion on a bit, and actually to refer to some of the questions that we're getting, there are questions here about the evidence around this, and it sounds like both sides have evidence which falls in their favor, and so I'm really interested in digging down into this. People want to know what evidence is there in terms of where this has already been legalized, in terms of the extra pressure that people will be feeling to end their lives. And on the flip side, when we hear that actually in places where it has been legalized, there haven't been any abuses of the system, what evidence do we have for that? So that there are two things, and both sides, please feel free to respond.
Well, I'll just read the rest of the quotation from The Economist, where it says, "It is conceivable that some abuse has taken place unobserved, but scrutiny, The Economist says, has been intense. And in most countries, permission to help someone die is revoked if there is a hint of coercion." That is at least what The Economist says.
I think Catherine knows more about this than I do, but Catherine, could you tell us who is it who judges that there have been no abuses? Who puts forward the evidence?
I think it's different in different jurisdictions. I know most about Oregon. We all know most about Oregon because they've had their law for longest, almost 2 decades now. Their information about safety is, as I said earlier, collected on a form filled in by the physician who wrote the lethal prescription after the person's dead, and with no independent verification. So personally, I don't think that's good enough to tell us whether or not there has been tell us anything. And actually what it did tell us last year is that for 71% of people who had an assisted death, there was no information on the safety, the complications associated with ingesting the medication. I think there is a world of difference between stating straightforward conditions that sound very nice on paper and producing safeguards that really do stand up to the pressure of the real world. I mean, to rattle off some of the safeguards that are proposed in the Meacher legislation, first of all, the 6-month prognosis rule, which I suspect everyone agrees with me, it makes legislation more palatable, perhaps, but certainly it is completely flawed as a safeguard. It's arbitrary. There's nothing special about 6 months. It's impossible, and I know that from a decade of being asked frequently, how long have I got, doctor? And it's actually discriminatory, as Anne was suggesting. Why would we propose a law that discriminates against people with the most slowly progressive conditions? Capacity, as I suggested, comes down to the individual doctor there. And of course, you have to get capacity from two doctors. Yes, that sounds very good. But if one of them says, no, I don't think this person has capacity, the person is entirely able to go to the next doctor and the next doctor and the next doctor until one who says they do. And one doctor last year in Oregon wrote 31 prescriptions. It's impossible to mitigate against that.
Okay, look, we're having, you know, the argument being put here is that in case there are some abuses, nobody shall be helped if they are suffering intolerably. And I mean, this just seems to me to be quite literally a cruel argument, because it dismisses a whole range of considerations about people like myself. For example, I'm signed up with Dignitas. If I were to be in the position of somebody who is likely to be paralyzed or to suffer or to have an appalling last year of life, being doubly incontinent and so on, I should very, very much rather have a peaceful and tranquil way of leaving. And I would love to be able to do it in my own home with people I care about, instead of having to travel abroad or attempting to do it myself without really the proper facilities for it. So the tiny risk that there might be abuse, allowing you to say, I am not allowed to have that help, that at best I can try to do it myself because suicide itself is not illegal, seems to me to be, frankly, uncompassionate.
I'm not saying that.
Catherine,
I'm
and then
saying
Henry.
we need data. We don't have the data. We don't have that quantification. And isn't that essential before putting this law through? Because laws, after all, are there to make society safer. Don't we need to know how safe this law is?
No,
we don't currently know.
I'm afraid that argument cuts both ways, because you cannot produce evidence that there is sufficient abuse to make it a really serious anxiety that this isn't safe.
And actually,
give me longer.
And actually, thank you, Anthony. I just want to feed in another question from the audience who touch on that point, and it is for you, Catherine. Is how will we know when we have reached the point in the future when there would be no risk of harm by legalizing assisted suicide?
I don't think we will ever, that's the point we'll reach. There will never be no risk of harm, right? And we accept risks of harm in everyday life all the time.
Exactly.
So that's not what we're aiming for. What we need to know is how great is the risk of harm, and what risk of harm would society accept here? We put all this emphasis on 80% of the public supports it, but the public supports it assuming there is no harm. So let's have that societal conversation. Let's say really go into the murky area of what the harms might be and for whom, and ask the public again, you know, help us legislate in a way that suits you, rather than sweeping everything under the carpet in this sterilized, so it's all going to be perfectly safe.
But how can we how can we assess the risks without legalizing it, carefully collecting the data, reviewing what happens, and then adjusting the safeguards accordingly? Until then, it's a purely theoretical exercise. And the other point is, every time I operated, almost all the operations I did had a significant risk of the patient dying or being left with serious damage. But you justified that risk on the grounds a much greater number of people benefiting. And I just don't see why that utilitarian ethic should not apply. And medicine is all about experimentation. We know that. And in effect, your argument, I agree with. We need to experiment with assisted dying. We need to legalize it with strict safeguards and then see how it goes and adjust it as necessary. And that is the only way we can find out for certain whether, in fact, large numbers of people are being coerced or not.
Anne, I think you had your hand up.
Sure. I think we're all being a little bit sort of myopic on this and focusing on individual cases. We're focusing on either somebody wants to die and somebody doesn't want to die and the mistakes we make. What we're ignoring is the broad brushstroke of what it's going to do to our attitude to society if we endorse it. So at the moment, you know, if a friend of yours is hanging off Clifton Bridge, you run forward and say, don't do it, don't do it. Let's make your life worth living. Let me help you. Let me help you to live. Let me help you to solve your problems. This is, you know, the instinctive urge of all of us that life is worth living. We must help you make your life worth living. As soon as you stamp approval on giving up because your life isn't worth living, it changes society's attitude in a way that we're all ignoring. If I go back to my daughter, as I say, she at the moment is going through unbearable suffering. Now, if society says, instead of fixing your suffering, let's give up, then I'm terrified for her life, because I don't think, you know, I'm not at all convinced she would still be alive today. And we're all ignoring that. We're looking at these tiny little cases of everybody, you know, over 75 or with a terminal illness or whatever. We're ignoring what this says to suicidal teenagers, what this says to our friend who thinks he can't go on. There will be a seismic shift in the way we view suicide if we say we endorse it.
So let's pick up on that topic about what society thinks and the kind of debate that we might or might not be having at a national level. And I want to pick up on two things. Something that Henry just said, which was about the idea that we should experiment with assisted dying as a way of understanding whether this is the right thing for society, which is an interesting proposition. And also, Catherine, what you said, and you've said a number of times now, which is that at a national level, we haven't dealt with death. We don't talk about it, and we certainly are not talking about the complexities of this particular issue in any meaningful way, other than in this debate. So I want to talk about this issue. How do we have a debate that does open this to the public, not to the people who are here at the moment, but to the general public? And another thing that, and one of the questions that has been brought up by somebody, and I hasten to add in the audience, is the demographics here. It's a privileged class who are talking about this at the moment. And what is it about the way that we're having this discussion, which will actually only further exacerbate inequalities? So it's a big question that I'm asking, but how do we have this conversation in society, and how do we make sure that whatever happens as we go forward, it doesn't worsen inequalities that are already in existence in our health system? Catherine, it looks like you're ready to answer.
In order to be clear and focused about what's really at issue here, and thinking about the fact that pretty well every exercise of autonomy across the whole range of human activity carries its risks. We're aware of it, getting into a motor car, getting into an airplane, and so on. The public policy issues have to account for what's in the public interest, what kind of safeguards are proper to put in place for pretty well anything that people do in society and the impact that it has on other people. And at the same time, certain principles have to be honored. One very, very central principle is this principle of autonomy and of privacy, and the fact that life's quality is a much more important consideration than quantity. Now, a lot of what's been said by Anne in particular, but also Catherine, slippery slope fallacies that if you allow this, then there's going to be, some tremendous cascade of.
I don't think I've said that at all. I don't think I've referred to.
There certainly doesn't seem to be any evidence of that in all the other jurisdictions where that this has happened so far. Because, as Henry says, there has been a great deal of scrutiny about the application of these things. And again, it has to be remembered, we're talking about people who make the decision in a clear-minded and rational and settled way. It's not about other people who might be confused or vulnerable. And one final point that has to be remembered is that in just so long as helping someone to die remains illegal, then there'll be plenty of cases, maybe thousands of cases, every year all around our country where compassionate medical professionals do help people to die. But put themselves at risk when that happens.
Catherine.
Well, I mean, too much to pick up on. I'm going to come back to your questions, Goody. The societal aspect and how we have the conversation, I think, is really important. our society has become a lot less familiar with death. It's possible to reach well into adulthood without having really experienced deaths. My experience, having cared for hundreds, if not thousands, of dying people, is death is usually peaceful. But of course, none of us have gone through it, so who are we to know? And I do think a fear of dying drives a lot of this societal conversation. Your point about ethnicity, about inequality, is absolutely key. Yes, it's true, the people who avail themselves of an assisted death are usually quite sort of middle class, socio-economically not deprived. But actually, we know that there are huge gaps in terms of provision of palliative care. For example, people who are socio-economically deprived and in ethnic minority communities are less likely to get palliative care. And I think that, and there are about 100,000 people who die every year in this country who need palliative care but don't get it. Legalising assisted dying without ensuring that high-quality palliative care is available to everyone sends a really dangerous message, I think, to people who are terminally ill. Well, you can't have palliative care, but here you can have this.
I am going to have to draw this conversation to a close. But what I do want is for our speakers now to make up their summing up speeches. They each have a minute in order to convince you. And we're going to go in reverse order to the way that we started. So, to begin, Anne, could you start with your summing up speech?
Sure. As I said at the outset, I have considerable sympathy for those wanting to die. My faith teaches me compassion as well as that death isn't the end. And of course, living is always more painful than dying. I'll just let my clock finish striking. Yeah, living is always more painful than dying. Of course it is. But we all know that for those this bill purports to serve, the law is already compassionate. No one is prosecuted for genuine acts of love and mercy. So it's disingenuous at the best to pretend that this bill is for them or that the safeguards are there to stay. Its proponents openly admit they simply see it as a first step to make assisted dying more widely available, as has happened in every country so far that has introduced it. What it will do is approve suicide, society's ultimate failure towards the suffering. Our daughter's asked several friends to help her die, make despair acceptable, and one of them will. And why should she die? Because we can't be bothered to help her live. Because it's cheaper to enable death than life, because we'd rather end her life than her suffering. And that's something I will fight for till the end of mine.
Thank you. Henry.
Where assisted dying is now legal, it seems that abuse is pretty unlikely and unusual. Therefore, I feel very strongly the only way to answer these questions is by legalizing it in this country and carrying out an experiment. All medical progress is based on experimentation. It may sound rather brutal and callous, but I think it's very unlikely that legalizing assisted dying would lead to a great abuse. Therefore, it should be legalized, very careful, with careful safeguards, and you write into the legislation that it will be reviewed, and the legislation is not automatically reviewed. I don't really see how that could go very wrong.
Thank you. And for your final intervention, Catherine.
Please consider that this law won't just affect a small number of individuals. If we legalise assisted dying, then almost everyone in their lifetime would be presented with this new option of whether or not to end their lives. Now, yes, this includes people like us, strong-minded individuals thinking deeply about the issue. But it also includes people who are distraught and confused, people with profound misconceptions about dying, and people with conditions and treatments that affect their mental capacity in subtle ways. A vote against the motion is a vote for more evidence, better scrutiny of unintended harms, and quantification of the risks before any experimentation, without experimentation. So I'm just going to end with a question. What is worse, killing someone who really wants to live, or not killing someone who really wants to die. If you think that the former is worse, then I urge you to oppose the motion.
Thank you. And finally, Anthony.
Well, for me, it comes down to a question really of our respect for others and our compassion for those who suffer. I think the vast majority of us want to live, and the vast majority of us would continue to want to live even if we were suffering. But for people whose suffering is intolerable, and Henry is right, it's not just pain, it's indignity, it's being incontinent and very dependent on others and hating that dependence. And we're not talking about people here, the kind of people invoked all the time by Professor Sleeman, people who are confused and vulnerable. It's not about them. This is something which gives a respect for the choice that people make about their own lives, given that they're the ones who are living it and suffering it, and who've made up their minds about what they would like to do about it. In classical antiquity, it was regarded as honorable to take your life if you were quite sure that you didn't want to continue living. It was regarded as something that had a rather large degree of courage and nobility about it. And when that is the case, for those very, very few individuals, relatively speaking, because we're talking about very small numbers of people here who want that, then it seems to be the grossest form of paternalism to say, no, you're not allowed. We're not going to allow you to do that. There you are, you're suffering, you're in this intolerable situation for you, but we're not going to help you. And that ultimately seems to me to be unkind. So fundamentally, the issue here is one of compassion and respect for our fellows, if they are genuinely in a position to make that choice.
So there you are. You've heard from all of our speakers, and it's now time for you to make your final vote on the motion. Assisted dying should be legalized. Please vote for or against the motion, and if you still haven't made up your mind, vote undecided. Now, while all of that is happening and while you are making your final decisions, I'm reflecting on how emotive this topic is, on how exercised each of us became in that debate, how, for me, there are these different poles that we're dealing with here. We've got autonomy on the one side and the autonomy of the patient versus the patient safety question and what this means for us as a population. And it is very much the individual versus the population here. But there's also this idea of quantity of life versus quality of life. And these are questions that I don't think as a society we have grappled with yet, because we haven't had the kinds of debates that are required for this yet at a national level. And so it's really interesting to hear our speakers today battle it out in this way. So please put your votes under the video box, please, and hopefully we'll be getting with some results soon. It looks like we've got a result. So the final vote is in favor of the motion, 75%, no, 15%, and undecided, 10%. So there's been a little bit of a shift. It looks like those against the motion were able to persuade a few people onto their side. But we still have an overwhelming majority of people who motion. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each of our speakers. All four of them have delivered brilliant speeches tonight, and we're very, very grateful to them for their time.
Mizkif and Mitch Jones are two of the most popular Twitch streamers of all time. Extremely big audiences. Mizkif is way more popular than Mitch. I mean, he at certain points has had 30 or 40,000 viewers on average. Mitch at certain points has had, you know, not as many, but still around 10,000 viewers on average on his Twitch channel just from playing video games. Like, he is a pretty famous guy. And these guys were involved in a drama not that long ago regarding Adriana Lee, where Trainwrecks kind of exposed Mizkif's friend Crazy Slick for assaulting her, allegedly, in Minecraft, some may say, possibly. But now we've got a new drama from them, and it's kind of, honestly, Mizkif's biggest W in a long time. And he didn't have to do anything for it. In fact, all he had to do was seemingly defend himself from someone who was drunk and high on coke. I'll explain. All right, so this whole story starts with a video that Mitch put out today titled Nothing. There's just a period, but it's 5 minutes long.
I need to talk about something pretty serious. This situation has been me for months, and I still have lasting issues from this situation, physically, emotionally, mentally, whatever. Career-wise, it's affecting my entire life. Mizkif physically assaulted me to the point that I was told I might have to have surgery on one of my arteries, and I had to still have a concussion. First, I'd like to start by showing the damage that was done to me.
So first off, keep this in mind, allegation here right off the bat. Mizkif, extremely popular streamer, one of the most famous people on Twitch, huge connections to people like Pokimane, people like Moist Critical, people like Asmongold, XQC. Mizkif is being levied allegations of assault, just straight up assault, not sexual assault, not any kind of anything else, just straight up beating the out of someone, which is not an allegation we see often on YouTube. Normally, when you see an allegation on YouTube, it's like there's some kind of sexual deviant component, like with Crazy Slick. But in this case, it's straight up just Mizkif beat the out of this guy is what he's saying. And obviously, I mean, if you're a streamer, it doesn't look good to be beating random people up or other, you know, fellow coworkers up with no reason. And that's basically what Mitch is implying happened here. Not only that, he's also claiming it impacted his life in other ways because of connections and, you know, opportunity loss from friends who maybe heard it happened and decided to take Miz's side instead of Mitch's.
All right, so there's that. I guess I got socked here first. And I also have like swelling over here. Yeah, I don't know. I got f***ed up. My brain hurts hella bad.
All right, that is the damage that was done to me. Here's another video when I was getting a CT scan. I was at the hospital all day getting multiple scans.
At the doctor, getting my head checked, getting a CT scan. I have bruising from where Mizkif hit me. He definitely socked me here. Here's where I think I got knocked out. And then choking.
I mean, we can see here he's got some pretty brutal injuries. Looks like he actually got the beaten out of him. And if you know anything about Mizkif is actually kind of jacked. If you look at pictures of him, I mean, he goes to the gym, he takes it pretty seriously. He's kind of a big guy, as we can see here. And, you know, just because you're jacked doesn't mean you know how to fight. In fact, there's very little correlation. But if you're fighting somebody who looks like Mitch Jones, I mean, if we look this guy up here, I mean, he sort of is not giving a very strong sort of physique. He's basically a soy boy, right? He's basically a emo soy boy. Not that I wouldn't know anything about being that, but, you know, he is. And as a result, I think it's unlikely that this guy will be able to take anyone in a fight. And even beyond that, I think it's pretty obvious that there was something else going on here. And this video is only 5 minutes long, so we don't have much of an explanation here for what actually went down as far as what led up to this fight so far. We could by the end of the video, though, so we'll let Mitch finish.
Me, I have bruising everywhere on my face. Hopefully I don't have to concussion. Also, my tooth got I'll get that fixed though.
Ouchie. Ouchie. Jones get hurt. Did Miss Jones get beat up by the school bully? Name is Miss Cuff. Oh, you got beat up by the school bully. I feel so bad for you. Oh, poor baby.
I don't.
Okay, so that was the damage done to me. All right, so back to the story. I was at his house, we were arguing, and then I asked him for a ride home. I get in his car, we're still arguing, and that's when we drive past this part of the neighborhood where the camera caught the assault, and I have the evidence right here.
So here we see them driving. They're driving extremely fast to be in a neighborhood, by the way. I mean, obviously it's an R8, but I mean, you can't be driving this fast in a neighborhood. I mean, it looks like, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they're not, but it looks like they were going like 40, at least miles per hour. I feel like they were going 60 before they really came to a stop. Kind of a rough stop, no? Kind of abrupt. So it seems like there's something going on inside the car, maybe.
So that was right before
maybe some kind of conflict, scuffle.
The assault. This is directly after the assault.
So here we have Mitch sitting over here. Here we have Mizkif over here walking around.
You even listen to yourself. You're drunk and on cocaine. I tried to talk to you as a friend. You're treating me like shit. You made me try to kill myself. And all
You made me want to kill myself, dude. Miskiff's really going through it over here. Okay, Miskiff's having a rough time.
I can say, you treat me like shit. You said, come on. You pulled me out of the car. You said, let's go.
So here Miskiff says, you pulled me out of the car, you said, let's go. And that is, you know, not really elaborated on by Mitch at all here.
You can't say let's go.
So I got knocked out cold, and a major issue with this is that he continued to beat on my face so badly that my tooth became dislodged.
He also doesn't seem to be elaborating on this whole drunk and on cocaine thing that Miskiff said. Miskiff said, you're drunk and on cocaine, you're being a bad friend.
Want to do it again? Huh? You said you could take me 7 times. You even listen to yourself. You're drunk and on cocaine. I tried to talk to you as a friend. You're treating me like shit. You made me try to kill myself. And all you can say is you. And all you do is say you. Come on. You pulled me out of the car. You said let's go. You can't say let's go.
So I got knocked out cold, and a major issue with this is that he continued to beat on my face so badly that my tooth became dislodged, and then strangulated me to the point where I still have the scars on my neck now, and I was so majorly concussed that I still have symptoms to this day.
So my question would be that if this is real and this is like an unjust assault, why wouldn't he have pressed charges for this? I mean, this is, if he's claiming that there's no reason for Miz to beat his, if he's claiming that he didn't punch Miz first or assault him first, why is there not a police report? Why didn't he press charges? Why is Miskiff not arrested or in jail right now? You know, that's my biggest question. I mean, you can argue it's not, you know, quote unquote worth it, but if somebody mercilessly beat my ass with no justification, I would probably press charges. I mean, that seems like a worthy thing, especially if, like he says, it's affecting him to this day. But there seems to be a lot of context missing from this situation. We don't know why they were fighting in the first place. We don't know why Miz was driving, you know, it looks like relatively fast through that neighborhood. We don't know why Mitch Jones was apparently high on coke and drunk at, I mean, it looks like daytime there. It looks like it's 11 a.m. in the morning. Why is he, you know, extremely intoxicated in the middle of the day? That's one question to ask probably. Why are they arguing before they get into the car? And then further on in the clip itself, you can see that, you know, Miz is saying, you said you wanted to fight me 7 times, you said you could take me. Like, clearly there was some kind of argument where they were saying like, oh, you want to go, you know, like kind of macho guys do when they tend to get the testosterone pumping a little bit. They tend to be like, oh, you want to go, bro, you want to go, I'll beat your ass, bro, you don't think I'm gonna beat your ass, you don't think I'm gonna beat your ass, you don't think I'm gonna beat your ass. Like, this is what happens. And so clearly something went on here. Clearly there's some kind of bigger disagreement, but we don't have the context. We don't know why any of this went down.
I was so majorly concussed that I still have symptoms to this day. Yeah, I have all the evidence right here. This happened on September 26, 2023. I have the doctor's note right here when I went to the hospital and got multiple CT scans.
So as of me recording this video, which is, it's February 6th right now, it's been, I mean, 4 months since this happened. Why is this being brought up? Why is this being brought up now is another question I have. What motivation does Mitch Jones have to bring this up now? Why is this being turned into a big drama?
And I have post-concussion syndrome, and
also, why didn't he elaborate on anything? You know, that's the biggest question you should be asking in these situations. How come the information he's giving is so limited? How come he's not giving any context for what actually went on? Because obviously, like, the facts of a situation are important. We don't have the facts. We don't know exactly what went down. We don't have Miskiff's side. I imagine, honestly, my prediction is that if Miskiff explained why he punched him in the head and knocked his tooth out, it probably would be justified. Or at the very least, his position would be very sympathetic. And furthermore, you should also question why Mitch Jones is leaving so much out of the story, why he isn't giving any context. We don't know what they were arguing about. We don't know if he punched him first. It seems like the footage here does indicate that, but we don't know any further context around it. Now, it seems to me like this video was initially recorded on his stream and then it was posted as like a YouTube video later on. My impression of maybe the way he thought this was gonna go is he shows it on stream, his chat really likes it, and then later he puts it on YouTube to the wider audience, and the people who aren't in his echo chamber are going to see this and have a lot of questions and be like, well, what actually went on here? What actually is the situation going on at this point? But he doesn't really explain in this video. He doesn't really give any further context at all. All we know is there was an argument at the house. Mitch was high on coke and drunk. I mean, he at the very least doesn't deny that even in this video, so we can probably assume that's true. He says he was drunk for sure. He doesn't say high, but if he doesn't deny that specific thing, I probably would say that's probably true, right? And let's be honest, we know what these Twitch streamers get up to now and then. Late night. I just need a bump, man. 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 Oh. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. But we really don't have any greater context for this story. Unless Mizkif explains it, we may never get the context, but I assume he's going to respond in some way.
Sprain to my ligaments of my cervical spine. It's all right there in the paperwork. 2 days later, I tried to stream because at the time my stream was doing really well. This was during the hardcore era of my stream, right after my subathon, and I was getting record viewership, and I was actually just having a great time with friends in the guild. So I tried to stream 2 days later, and I covered this up. I just said that I got into a car accident, and I just didn't want to deal with the drama at the time. I didn't, this is a big thing, and I didn't really know how to handle it, nor was my brain was still completely tapped, and I remember streaming this day was very difficult for me. I might sound a little today.
So this is really a video where he's trying to get people to feel bad for him. He's telling a sob story. I got beat up. It was very sad. I couldn't stream World of Warcraft or whatever stupid game he's playing. He wants everybody to know that he's struggling. He's going through a hard time, guys. He got effed up. Mizkif destroyed him.
I got in a car accident yesterday, and my throat is completely, as you can see, the seatbelt kind of wrangled me.
Will there be
I have
new
a
season
black
intro song
eye.
with
I
Optimus?
got f***ed up. There's a lot of people around Mizkif that I have a lot of respect for, which was one of the reasons that I considered not going public with this, but considering the fact that he is...
Once again, the big question, why go public today? Why go public months later? Why did it take this much consideration? That's a big question that we should be asking, and you should be considering when people make allegations. Why wait so long?
Lying to multiple people behind the scenes and downplaying what happened here, I feel the need to defend myself. I've been isolated completely from everything, and that's fine. I don't really need to be in those friend groups. It's not about that really, but there are a lot of people that I have respect for, and I'm no stranger to...
Could being isolated have anything to do with the fact that he was high on a crazy substance at a completely abnormal hour? I mean, listen, I understand people go to parties, people do drugs, they engage in whatever. I get it, we've all been there from time to time. A little bit of, I understand. But why is he intoxicated in the middle of the day? Why is this happening? Why are they having some crazy argument? Why is he threatening to fight Mizkif, apparently? These are all questions we should be asking.
Contentious relationships, and I'm no saint. But when it comes to extreme violence and assault of this nature and life-threatening injuries, I feel like...
I mean, the thing is, sometimes violence is justified. If somebody tries to fight you, sometimes it's justified. Frankly, there are other circumstances you could probably make for a reason in which you could punch someone where they don't even have to, make any kind of physical advance towards you first. Because, sometimes that's just how it is. I don't know about legally speaking, but I can think of a few circumstances in which if somebody said something to someone and then they decided to punch them in the head, I wouldn't really feel bad for the person who got punched in the head, right? Like, this is not a crazy thing to think about because this is the real world, okay? And sometimes people get punched. Sometimes that happens.
Dude needs help. Here is the paperwork of the...
Why does he say dude needs help? The thing is, have we ever seen another incident where is Mizkif known to be a violent person? Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Mizkif known to be somebody who is a violent person who's just beating people up randomly? Is this the thing that... Is this a standard that's been set or anything like that? Have we seen him punch literally anybody else, especially unjustly? Have we seen that happen? Not that I know of, certainly. I mean, he's like a dorky gamer guy. I don't think he's out here punching people's lights out for no reason, You got to look at someone's track record, really. And in this case, it seems like there might have been some kind of reason. We don't really know. We don't have all the facts, and Mitch is not elaborating on it.
An assault of this nature and life-threatening injuries, I feel like dude needs help. Here is the paperwork of the damage done to me from the doctor. Loss of consciousness of 30 minutes or less, initial encounter. Sprain of ligaments of cervical spine, encounter. Strangulation. Yeah, I mean, all in all, I'm just gonna say, bro, I've known you a long time. We were friends. I lived with you. I know we've had our differences, but you don't beat someone unconscious, especially when you know they're that drunk and that inebriated and that intoxicated. The rate of fatality is way higher, and he knew that I was messed up.
So there's a somewhat decent point there. If somebody is really intoxicated and they don't really know what they're doing, is there really a point of beating the f out of them, especially if what he's saying is true and Miz beat him and then went back for seconds or something like that and was just trying to double tap him? I mean, maybe that could be unjust, that's very possible, but we just don't have details and we don't have context for this entire situation. And if you look at the comment section, literally all of the people in here are on Mitch. So let me get this straight. You showed the car stopping, none of what led to the fight or the fight itself, and just the aftermath. Miz indicates in the footage you did something to instigate it. He indicated you were drunk and on coke, which you don't deny. Clearly, there's a lot more to this story than what you were showing. No vascular injuries as per the doctor's note at 4:35, but Mitch claimed he almost needed to have surgery. Guy exaggerates everything. Chances are he chatted to Mizkif and Mizkif had enough. You might want to upload the full footage somewhere unedited so there's nothing left out and skepticism is removed. Very true. That's very true. If he is in the right, listen, I will make a video basically correcting myself and apologizing to Mitch Jones and saying, you know what, I feel bad for you, buddy, because obviously there are situations in which he could be right. There is a possibility that he is in the right, but he doesn't give very much context. We don't really know what happened. And if you're already going to come out and accuse your, streamer peer of basically assault, and show a video of it and talk about it and say that he unjustly beat the shit out of you, shouldn't there be some kind of explanation in here for like what led up to that or what happened after? Shouldn't there be some greater context if you're going to make this big of an allegation? I feel like there should be, especially if you're coming for the throat of one of the biggest guys on Twitch. You better be able to back it the up. Mizkif is annoying, but come on, Mitch, you know damn well you're not telling the whole story. The car stops right in front of the camera. I understand not wanting to show yourself getting beat, but you clearly skipped the part that led to the altercation. From an unbiased viewer, I do not watch Mitch or Mizkif. It seems like you cut out what you did that caused him to go after you. This is what I'm saying. Like, there's clearly something missing here, whatever it may be. I love Mitch's streams and stuff, but if he's off the rails in alcohol and other drugs and Mizkif comes over to straighten out whatever was going on, and Mitch supposedly pulled him out of the car and said, let's go, of course he's going to get punched. Yes, Bilbo Baggins over here understands it, dude. Oh my god. Mitch, I know it's tough to come out about trauma, but with the clip you showed, all the evidence points to you starting it. If you're going to try to make a case against Mizkif, you absolutely need to show all the context. Otherwise, it's going to look like you know you're wrong and don't want to show the footage of you instigating. And even if you don't have the footage, you should really talk about what happened in the car that night before you got beat. But the thing is, like, he has to have the footage. Like, okay, so presumably, because he got this part of the footage, it was cut. Like, there's a clear cut in the footage when we're watching it. When we're watching the video, there's a clear cut. So obviously, there's stuff in between. There's stuff around. We should be able to get the entire conversation from the moment the car stops until the moment the assault is done and they leave. Like, there should be some greater explanation for what's going on here, and he refuses to give it, probably because he's bullshit. Now, I could be wrong here. He's certainly not setting himself up here to seem like a truthful person, but yeah, that's basically the situation with these guys. Thanks for watching. Leave a like if you liked it. Leave a dislike if you disliked it. Leave a comment down below. Give me your thoughts, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
The motion is, this House believes social media corrupts human interactions. And I now look to Jack Simons, Standing Committee, Lady Margaret Hall, to open the case for a proposition.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for having me as one of your guest speakers this evening. I would like to start by saying that I am most certainly not against social media. Any one of my friends or followers will tell you that I'm certainly not averse to the semi-regular Instagram post, Facebook upload, or even Snapchat story. Perhaps even more importantly, as an Australian student, social media allows me to effortlessly stay in contact with my friends and family around the world. More importantly still, social media acts as a positive implication for many people living in developing countries. And some of the world's largest social media companies are at the heart of these positive changes. Facebook's internet.org, for example, has given internet access to over 25 million people around the world who have been able to reap the many benefits that the internet provides. These people live in countries ranging from Kenya to Colombia, and the program is only in its first 2 years. Social media gives a voice to the people. It allows us to fight for what we believe in. It keeps people safe, and it allows us to create a movement in the name of what we think is right. But the fact of the matter is that the motion put before the House tonight is not about the benefits of social media. It is not about whether or not the internet is good or bad. The motion put before us tonight is about the impact that social media can have on our interactions, on our relationships, and on each and every one of our lives on a deeply personal level. As a society, we are constantly feeling the need to be seen by massive amounts of people. We are growing more and more dependent on instant gratification. And in order to feel included, we are forced to post, gram, snap, tweet, upload, pin, check in, swipe, like, share, react, or message. Our real human connections are being replaced by virtual relationships. The simple truth is that for the most part, we are spending huge proportions of our lives living in the digital universe. And it is corrupting the way that we act with each other. But before I go into more detail about the ways in which social media is affecting our lives, it falls on me to introduce tonight's opposition. Speaking first for the opposition tonight is my friend, Lali Vadlamani. Now, in the spirit of tonight's debate, Facebook memes often tell us to find you someone who can do both. But as the Treasurer-elect of the Oxford Union, as President of the Oxford Majlis Asian Society, as an incoming summer intern in JP Morgan's Asset Management Division, and as a regular attendee at all of the finest nightclubs that Oxford has to offer, Lali Vadlamani can not only do both, she can do it all. Next up, we have Liam Hackett, founder and CEO of Ditch the Label. Liam and I were chuckling earlier because when I was researching him in the lead up to tonight's debate, I came across the first comment on his Wikipedia page, which simply read, Liam Hackett should not have a Wikipedia page. Liam, you'll be pleased to hear that I actually disagree. I have tremendous respect for you and the work that you're doing for victims of cyberbullying, and I look very much forward to hearing what you have to say tonight. Finally, closing the case for the opposition, we have Dr. Jessica Carbonneau, Tinder's sociologist. Now, in an attempt to sabotage my opposition and learn about their arguments for tonight's debate, I set my Tinder radius to the maximum 160 kilometers. However, it was obviously not far enough, because Jessica, we are yet to match, and I still have no idea what you're going to say against me tonight. Mr. President, these are your speakers, and they are most welcome. I'd now like to continue my argument by first discussing the impact that social media is having on us at an individual level. Because if we can agree that social media is affecting us as individuals and changing the way that we behave, it follows that social media is affecting the way we interact with each other. Research from the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine studied over 1,700 people between the ages of 19 and 32. It was found that on average, participants were spending 61 minutes per day on social media and visiting social media websites over 30 times per week. This research was conducted in 2014, and the numbers have been growing steadily since that time. Over 1/4 of the young people surveyed displayed indicators of high levels of depression, and the people who most frequently checked social media were found to be 2.7 times more likely to develop depression than the average. Now, the opposition would have you believe that this data is inaccurate, Perhaps it is people who are already depressed that are turning to social media as an outlet. While this may be true to some degree, the extent of the data simply does not lie. Social media is causing depression for a lot of people. And of course, that depression is affecting the way that we interact with each other in the physical world. Perhaps even more troubling than the relationship between social media and depression is the relationship between social media and eating disorders in young people. And I'm not just talking about young girls. Eating disorders today are affecting people of all genders, of all races, and from all socioeconomic backgrounds, and in some cases of all ages as well. The rise of pro-anorexia and pro-bulimia communities, coupled with advancements in social media algorithms, now means that these troubling communities have ways of reaching people who aren't even necessarily searching for them in the first instance. As someone whose immediate family has been directly affected by the ravages of an eating disorder, I can tell you that social media does have a part to play. Platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Tumblr are giving young people distorted images of how their bodies should look, and oftentimes the result is a serious mental illness that has far-reaching implications on loving families and loving friendships. The mere fact that Facebook and Instagram have simple methods for reporting self-harming and suicidal content is respectable, but it is also a chilling indictment of the extent of this problem. So if we take a step back and examine the questions that we have looked at so far, why is social media causing depression? Why is social media causing eating disorders? The answer is one that I think we all inherently know. By being constantly presented with highly idealized views of our peers, social media elicits feelings of envy and feelings of inadequacy by instilling us with the often false belief that other people are living more successful or more fulfilling lives. Social media is not evil, but it can very well be dishonest. It presents us with a standard that is unrealistic, a reality that is unreliable, and a world which has been filtered and altered for the benefit of another person or group, and that is the very essence of corruption. Not only is social media corrupting the way that we behave as individuals in our own lives, it is also changing the way that we act as a society and the ways that we interact with our political leaders. In the recent US election, Facebook's I Voted function generated 340,000 extra votes. While it hasn't yet been determined whether these were in favor of Republicans or in favor of Democrats, the implications on our freedom of thought are worryingly clear. To give you a perhaps more serious example, in Facebook's recent fake news scandal, Facebook employees were accused by Gizmodo and other journalists of choosing the articles that appear as trending on our news feeds, based on their own political beliefs. This alteration of information, this filtering of our realities, is once again at the very heart of what corruption really is. But the issue goes deeper than any one scandal. Social media is giving massive followings to people who are popular rather than people who are professional. Truth is quickly being replaced with speed and access, and journalistic integrity is something that is quickly becoming harder and harder to find. We are not having organic interactions with each other, with our friends, with our idols, with our families, or with our political leaders. And if you think we are, I would urge you to be more skeptical. In summary, my message is simple. We need not condemn social media, but to be aware of the fact that it is corrupting our interactions. So tonight, I say to you all, it's time to stop stalking and start talking. And sometimes you can learn more by looking someone in the eye than you can from looking at their social media profile. Proud to propose. Thank you.
And I now look to the Treasurer-elect, Lali Vadlamani, Trinity College, to open the case for the opposition.
To corrupt something is to do more than changing the mere essence or nature of that thing, but to strip it of its utility, its functions, and its pleasures. Much of what ails our modern life is the fact that we reduce the value of a human being to a number, a salary, or consumer power. And the first to be thrown overboard tend to be the elderly, the disabled, and anyone not tightly integrated into the global supply chain. Rather than a corruption, social media is, if anything, a counterweight to the ongoing devaluation of human lives. Rather than being separate virtual and real worlds, the fact that online and offline spheres are tightly integrated is exactly why people can attempt to break away from the constraints in their offline lives by hacking their connectivity through their online interactions. Can't be close to your family because your job took you to the other end of the planet. You can still share updates on Facebook. Can't find people who share your hobbies and interests. Surely there is a community online. Can't get your voice heard through conventional media outlets because your government is censoring news of your protest. You can tweet photos of it. With a few clicks, we're able to share in the life experiences of other people, whether they're old colleagues, friends from high school, or people we've not yet had the opportunity to meet offline, and might never have encountered if it wasn't for social media. Online communication can make face-to-face, offline relationships stronger. Parents are able to keep in close contact with their children who are traveling abroad or going away to university, and global friendships are still able to flourish. Amid all this controversy, let us not forget what the principal reason for Facebook having over 1 billion users is. It works. Social media has become an integral part of our daily lives. Over 1 billion active Facebook users visit the site each day. There are over 500 million tweets per day and around 80 million posts shared on Instagram. The idea of portraying an aesthetic lifestyle has increased Instagram's popularity immensely. More and more people play the like game, using themes and filters to aid them. They enjoy being able to share some of their most cherished moments with their families and friends. Let's take the example of user X. They have a black and white Instagram with the bio, "Making my life look fun so people think I'm cool." Photos include gym poses with the caption, "There's no place like home." And posts are littered with poses with celebs. You might think I'm referring to the Instagram of One Direction's Harry Styles, but no, I'm actually referring to tonight's first proposition speaker, Jack Simmons. Jack is a second-year economics and management student, just like myself, and is also a member of the Union Standing Committee. He's someone I actually met in my very first lecture here at Oxford. And around 1 year ago, he endorsed me on LinkedIn for public speaking, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what he makes of my speech tonight. It falls on me to introduce all of our proposition speakers this evening, not just our Australian Tinderella. Emma Gannon is the writer of award-winning millennial Bible, Girl Lost in the City, and author of Control, Alt, Delete, How I Grew Up Online. As former social media editor of British Glamour and a leading blogger, she's immensely well qualified to speak about the issues tonight's debate aims to discuss. Cherry Healey is a British television presenter who has taken on subjects such as feminism, body image, money, and parenting, having even given birth on screen. In addition to her TV work, she is also an incredibly successful journalist and author, having released her first book last year. Mr. President, these are your speakers, and they are certainly most welcome. Moving on to my first main argument this evening, social media empowers us to feel our interconnectivity and collective consciousness. On November the 8th, discouraged and upset by the outcome of the US election, retired lawyer Teresa Shook set up a Facebook event inviting women to stage a peaceful protest in Washington, the day after the presidential inauguration. The Hawaiian resident wanted the Trump administration to know on its very first day in office that women's rights are human rights. By the time she woke up on November the 9th, over 10,000 people had expressed their desire to attend the rally. Soon after, women across the country began setting up similar events. On January the 21st, a day after President Trump's inauguration, over 500,000 people, including many celebrities, arrived at the nation's capital to stage a peaceful but forceful protest. An additional 408 marches took place in cities across the United States and 168 more in 81 countries worldwide. According to some estimates, over 4.8 million women, men, and children took to the streets this Saturday. It's clear to see how social media can be used as a force for good and empower individuals and communities to instigate social change. Social media can help disarm social stigmas. For example, the Sticks and Stones campaign uses Twitter to reduce stigma surrounding mental health and learning disabilities. New apps and tools add to the strength of powerful change movements. Launched earlier this month, Mark Yourself Unsafe is a web app that allows Black Lives Matter organisers, modelled after Facebook Safety Check, to allow Black social media users to symbolically mark themselves as unsafe in locations throughout the United States. The tool serves to highlight the current threats the Black community faces across the nation, making it extremely and soberingly clear how racism threatens the safety of Black Americans. Social media also facilitates the breaking of glass ceilings and shattering of conventional socio-economic barriers. In a world where only 24 Fortune 500 company CEOs are women, social media is also a powerful tool in helping to empower businesswomen. Being able to connect on social networking sites gives businesswomen an opportunity not readily found offline, especially as social media sites are dominated by women. For example, the website one.org helps African women entrepreneurs connect on social media to help grow their businesses. In fact, it's clear to see how social media is a particularly powerful tool for minority groups in general, whether these groups are those defined by their identity or their interests. Social media equips us with the knowledge needed to become global citizens and communicators. No one can argue with the fact that social media is one of the best ways to stay informed. Social networking sites spread information faster than any other form of media. Twitter and YouTube users reported the 2012 Colorado theater shooting before news crews could arrive on the scene, and the Red Cross urged witnesses to tell family members that they were safe via social media outlets. Using social media allows people to follow organizations and causes that they believe in, and makes them feel that they are part of something, even if they are not fully integrated into society. In fact, the 74+ age group is the fastest growing demographic on social media sites. Seniors report feeling happier due to online contact with family and friends. And they also have access to information that has moved online and out of print. Let's take the example of my grandmother. After my grandfather passed away, she lives alone in her house in India. 3 of her children live in the USA, whilst the 4th, my mother, lives in the UK. Many of her friends have moved away to live with their children abroad too. It's easy to understand how isolated she sometimes feels. 10 years ago, this isolation would have been incredibly difficult to overcome. In today's world, however, she's managed to learn how to use her iPad and smartphone to keep in touch with her children and grandchildren around the globe. It also helps us to keep up to date with the things that are happening in her life, as well as to check that she's okay. And sometimes, human communication isn't about spending heaps of time in a conversation, and it isn't about fussing over how much time you spend with someone. It's about smiling knowingly at the status of your friend who was 600 miles away. It's about that moment of relief that you feel when your friend posts, "I'm all right, everything's fine," after a bomb scare next to their workplace. It's about your ability to express your appreciation and respect for someone who you would never talk to in real life via liking, wowing, or loving their statuses. It's about the solidarity that you foster through the fluid, complex, yet powerful interactions that you get online. Finally, social media makes it easier for us to love and be loved. The world really is getting smaller, and we're now connected to each other both digitally and physically. Social media is just one factor in modern life that can increase the connection in a world that is divided by the vagaries of capitalism, the disengagement of television, and the isolation of suburban sprawl. Tonight's proposition will try to convince you that social media corrupts human interactions by reducing face-to-face interactions and disrupting social networks. Data on the matter, however, simply proves them to be wrong. Social media does not, in fact, displace one type of conversation with another. It has instead allowed transition of interaction in social networks to a more effective form. The invention of Facebook does not make you stop speaking to your loved ones in real life. Although it has definitely changed the way that we interact, this change is most definitely not a corruption. No one is saying that social media should be, or is, our main form of communication and interaction, or even that it is a substitute for personal interaction. Above all, it's not up to the proposition, or any of us in fact, to impose a monistic, absolute definition of what makes human interactions valuable. Maybe someone finds communicating online less fulfilling and yet more expedient. We have no right to determine if expediency is a wrong metric to fulfillment. Each to their own. Social media certainly isn't perfect, but it's clear that it has the potential to be an incredibly pivotal vehicle for social change, and that it has the power to enhance existing interactions and relationships. I'd like to close by thinking again about last Saturday's Women's March. It goes without saying that the extraordinary manner in which it spread around the world would not have happened if social media did not remind us of our collective consciousness, and could not have happened without social media's role in organising for action. As I hope I've shown tonight, social media is of particular significance to marginalised communities around the globe, from the elderly to the structurally oppressed groups who led the Women's March. Through its connective power, millions of people came together to march on Saturday, and I really do hope that the networks and friendships formed amongst those who marched will persist in ways that could not have done before, thanks to social media. Sure, this constitutes change, but it's quite the opposite of corruption. I could not be more proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
I now invite Emma Gannon to continue the case for the proposition.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having me, and it's such an honour to be here at the Oxford Union today. So I guess I should start as well by saying that I'm not 100% anti-social media. After all, I would not be here. My whole career has been propelled forwards very quickly from a young age of learning how to code on MySpace when I was 13, to now sort of being found on my blog and through Twitter by a literary agent, and I guess cutting corners through the internet. So if this proposition was going to be about social media and careers, it would be a very different one, but I'm very against the social media actually kind of making sure that relationships are propelled forwards, because they're really not. So I wanted to start off by kind of looking at some smaller things that might harm relationships, because I think that coming out with a show-stopping statistics is normally what you do in these things, but I will save that till later. So I recently discovered a term called breadcrumbing, which is in the context of social media. In the New York Times, it was called the laziest, most non-committal communication possible. So in the context of my life, breadcrumbing would be someone saying, miss you, and we should hang out, and then 2 weeks later or a month later, you hear nothing. Literally the lowest form of communication on social media. There's also other terms as well. One is ghosting, benching, which is actually kind of like ghosting, which is when you completely disappear from real life, but you actually continue to text them and tweet them and Snapchat them, but you have no intention of meeting up with them in real life, and I think it's making us so much more lazy. So it's not just ruining our dating lives, it's also ruining our friendships, and we're treating people like they are t-shirts in a sale in Topshop, just swiping and swiping, and not really committing to anyone. The other problem, I think, with social media is the maybe button on Facebook events, because that is the devil of committing. You basically say maybe, and if something else comes up, you know that you'll be straight out of there and you will not be going to that event. So it's making us lazy, it's making us not commit, and it's making us cancel more than ever on our friends. I think one of the reasons for this is that the internet is actually in its infancy. Twitter is 10 years old, Facebook is 12 years old. We have no willpower because we don't quite know how to treat these things because they're still so new in our lives. And I guess we're kind of like children in a sweet shop. But the reason we're so addicted to our phones is actually because we get a hit of dopamine every time we use them. And we all know that this is a neurochemical which is the reward molecule. So it's every time we get a like or we get a tweet or we get anything to do with an online gratification, it stimulates the brain in a way that a hug does, or even having drugs, or even if you have sex. So this dopamine drug can actually make you fall into a loop, and it's making us get out of touch with reality, really, and not see our friends as much, and actually break down relationships. There's been a lot of research on psychology today, which says that this dopamine loop can basically get you lost in a void. And I know that my personal Google hole is watching Oscar speeches. I can quote any Oscar speech for the last 2 decades, basically. So this instant gratification is making us want to look up information straight away, see what an ex-colleague is doing on LinkedIn, and basically, in short, it's becoming harder and harder for us to not look at our phones. We are addicted to them, and no one really is saying how addicted we are, even though we'll happily say we're addicted to cigarettes or even anything else, alcohol. So in short, it makes us feel really good to get a like on social media. And this is why I really wanted to speak on the motion of tonight's debate, because I feel that it's ironic. It's so ironic that we treat social media as something social, because it is far from social. The interruptions that we get on our phone are inherently, they are social, but they're also so distracting. Pamela Rutledge, who's the director of the Media Psychology Research Center, says that we are hardwired by nature to respond to things that are socially really compelling, and any invitation will make us check our phones. But yet we see people in romantic restaurants on their phones not talking to each other. So the fact that we are interrupting real life social interactions because of our phones is actually very ironic. So there's a 2013 article and study that went viral by the Harris Interactive Group, and they actually came up with the fact that 20% of people aged 18 to 34 check their phones during sex. So that is quite a statistic that I just kind of wanted to throw out there, because I don't really know what human interaction is, but I'm pretty sure that is kind of up there with an interaction that you probably want to concentrate on. But nearly 75% of those respondents as well said that they wanted to be within 5 feet of their phone at all times, and it would actually get them quite anxious if they weren't. So there was also a study by one of the biggest dating sites called Badoo that said 39% of Americans spend more time socializing online than anyone else. 20% also said that they would rather text someone so that they have time to think about a response. And that actually kind of worried me, that statistic, because I think that having that ability to think about what you want to say to someone is actually a real luxury. And in the real life, you can't think about what you want to say. You actually have to go and say it. And I just think there's quite a romance, really, to meeting in face-to-face. And I think talking to someone is kind of a basic skill that we should all aim to have. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that you're probably all familiar with, says that the constant connection that we want to have to society via our phones is actually not one that we need to survive. It's not the thing that we need. We need intimate relationships. And also, a University of Oxford psychologist, Robin Dunbar, said that we only have room for 150 friends. So all of those friends that you got on Facebook, you don't need them. You need 150 at most. You would invite 50 maybe to a dinner party, but actually he says that 5 best friends is really all you need, and I agree. So I thought it was interesting as well that this debate was actually about corrupting human interaction, and I think the word corrupt is an interesting one. When you look it up, it says it causes the cause to act dishonestly in return for money or personal gain. And I think although social media obviously is brilliant for movements, it's good for getting lots of people together, it's good for identity politics, it's good for all sorts of things to do with business and grouping people together. But one thing it's not good for is actually the lies and the fake news and all of the things that come along with that, and people basically pulling the wool over your eyes. There was a blogger in 2015 called Asina O'Neill. She went viral in the media about kind of coming out of her Instagram shell and her internet fame because she was tired of living a fake life, and she came out because she wanted to get in touch with reality again, because it was just so removed from the real world, and she was so emotionally detached from that. There was also a study recently that went around. It was an Australian study by a sex expert that said that couples that are more mushy on Facebook are actually miserable. And they will probably break up. So if you ever see romantic selfies, they're in trouble. So So I think what I'm trying to say is that I think social media is not helping with our trust, and I think trust is one of the biggest human qualities that definitely should be. We should want to trust in one another because that's what makes humans a good relationship. So the rise of fake news, the demise of experts, how people are gurus now online is actually making us trust people less. The fact that post-truth was word of the year is quite scary. And in a world of Donald Trump, I think we need to have some trust, especially when he's let loose on Twitter. So I think that relationships need to be maintained in a sacred way. I think that they're not something that can just be returned, have likes in return. I think they should be something that is private and actually have a lot of work put into them. So I think that's it. The two main reasons that I think social media is corrupting human interaction is because of our addiction and because of our breakdown in trust. Thank you.
But now I look to Liam Hackett to continue the case for the opposition.
Well, firstly, thank you so much for having me here this evening to talk about something that I'm really passionate about. Now, before I go into my points of why I'm such a huge advocate of social media, it's worth me just giving you a bit of background on me and my story and how I got into the world of social. So here I am, aged 15. I'd been bullied for 10 years at school. I didn't really have any mates. I'd been hospitalized, had no social skills whatsoever, but I had a computer. And I turned to MySpace. I feel really old talking about MySpace right now. Hopefully some of you remember it. But I turned to MySpace and I posted this bulletin. And in this bulletin, I said, hey, look, I'm being bullied. And I talked a bit about my experience. And literally overnight, I had hundreds of people reach out to me. People were telling me about their own experiences of being bullied. People were giving me advice, and some people were even asking me for advice. And so here I am, this 15-year-old kid, very nervous, no confidence on the internet, and suddenly I'm talking about an issue of bullying. And I realized quite early on that this was far greater than I was, and it was something that affected so many people. And so this community of practice started to organically grow as young people started to come together, many of which had never met anybody before. People from across the world were coming together to give and share advice and to talk about the real-life issues that they were having. And that was the infancy of Ditch the Label, which today is one of the largest anti-bullying charities in the world. Now, to put that into perspective, in the next 12 months, we're forecasted to help 1.5 million young people to overcome bullying and related issues. And that leads me on nicely to my first point, the fact that social media is such a powerful tool for anybody who is considered vulnerable in our society. Now, think about this for a moment. We've got a 14-year-old kid who's growing up in a small town. In this town, they're the only black person, or the only person in a wheelchair, or the only gay person. 30 years ago, they had nobody who was similar to them to talk to. For example, when I came out as gay, I already had friends on the internet who were gay, who could give me advice and support. I didn't have that offline. And social media enables anybody who is considered vulnerable, who's being bullied or going through a difficult time, to instantly connect with people who are either going through that at that time or have been through it, to give and share advice. And that should never be overlooked. It is so powerful. Social media enables us to construct new friendships. Most of us in here will have friends who we've met on Twitter or Facebook before real-life situations. In fact, so many of my friends, my colleagues, my partners have been met through social media. Ditch the Label is an organization that has grown online. We help people through social media. We help them through games and through our website. We've grown our organization into an international organization, an international movement through the power of social media, which leads me on to my next point about the fact that social media significantly increases social mobility. Now, we've talked about the Women's March this evening and how millions of people internationally were engaging in that This was a community that was built through social media. But there's so many other cases that we can relate to. Think about the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. That raised millions of pounds for charity. It created huge awareness for such an important cause, and that was all through social media. Now, there's smaller examples. There's 2 mums in Essex right now who are campaigning for the Oxford Dictionary to redefine the prejudicative view of an Essex girl. Now, offline, they're not particularly influential. And we're talking about the internet as a tool for social capital. Social media enables people to come together to share ideas, to share a new vision for the world. You can talk to pretty much anybody on social media, whether they're your colleagues, world leaders, celebrities, activists. It is so, so important. And I think as well, you know, many of us in this room will have moved away for university. Some will have taken a gap year. We've all pretty much been on holiday. People move away, parents move away, friends move away. It's a fact of life. And when many of you graduate, you will move abroad and work somewhere else. And I think what is so important is the fact that social media enables us to maintain relationships that we have in our lives. 20 years ago, it was very rare that you would stay in contact with people that you went to school or college or university with. Now social media enables you to do that. And sometimes those interactions are passive, but that's okay. It was my birthday last week, and I had a birthday party, and I had 40 friends who came to this cocktail party, and some of them I hadn't seen in 6 to 12 months because, you know, when you're a professional, you're trying to manage your work-life balance. You just don't have the time. But we've been able to maintain those friendships and those relationships through the power of social media. And that's something that I think we can all relate to in here. But I think ultimately, when we look at relationships, regardless as to whether or not they're online or offline, they're tough. It is a case of give and take. People have fallouts, people break up, people backstab. It is a fact of human nature. And I don't think social media corrupts human interactions. I think the humans who are engaging in those interactions corrupt it. I think actually social media is such a powerful tool that has revolutionized relationships. It's revolutionized the world. It's given people who otherwise wouldn't have a platform, vulnerable people, a platform. It's enabled people to access support that they wouldn't otherwise get. For example, we know that half of young people who experience bullying don't tell anybody because they're scared, they're embarrassed, they have a lack of faith in support systems. What we found at Ditch the Label is overwhelmingly young people are far more likely to access and gain support online. That is so, so important. Everybody deserves to feel part of a community, regardless of what their demographic is. And social media breaks down those socioeconomic and the geographic barriers to entry. And I hugely support social media. And I think it's a very powerful thing. Thank you.
I now look to Cherry Healy to close the case for the proposition.
Sort myself out. So, hi everyone, thank you so much for having me. It really is a real honor to be here. So my name is Cherry Healy, and I'm 36, and I have 2 children. One is 3, he's called Bear, and one is 7, she's called Coco. Now, based on that, would you elbow your way through a busy drinks party to hang out with me? Probably not. I make the best lasagna in West London. Would you fight your way through a busy social occasion to have a word with me? Probably not. I've got 2 cats. One is called Party Time. I know. And one is called Ruby. I had nothing to do with that name. It's entirely my daughter's fault. Would you make an effort at a wedding to come and spend half an hour finding out about my life? Do you consider me seriously valuable to you? What if I told you I had over 600,000 followers on Instagram and over 1 million on Facebook? Check me out. You might reply to my WhatsApp, I reckon. I reckon you would. It's actually not true. I don't have that many followers at all. But I have to admit that I fall prey to being impressed by people's social media numbers. It's not something I'm proud of, but I really do get sucked into that, and it's vexing. It's deeply vexing. I wish I was stronger than that. I wish I was a better person than that, but I'm not at all. Now, in 2013, God, please let me get the date right. Is it? Oh God, no, it's 2009. I did get it wrong. I had my first child. Do you know what? Do you know what's awful? Is that I've got it tattooed there, so I don't forget it. So it's really hard to check it out when you're wearing a cat suit. It's just not appropriate. So 2013 was my second child. So my first child was 2009. I'm really happy. I'm really excited. She's like the dream. She's a dream. And it's like magical. It's magical. And I'm like trundling her down the Uxbridge Road. I've been to get my nappies. I've got my bugaboo. Breaking people's ankles, not really caring. And then, you know, lovely weekend, really fun. And then on Monday morning, I opened Facebook, and a group of friends have been to Berlin together. They're all wearing like Dayglow Ray-Bans. They're all really good looking. They're all like, yeah. And I feel so depressed. I feel so depressed. I feel really left out. I feel really isolated in my flat with my baby and my stupid fucking nappies. I feel old. I feel out of it. I just feel awful. And I did this again and again and again with my beautiful, amazing, easy baby right next to me, having had the most like beautiful weekend with her. And yet on Monday morning, I'd have the same experience of feeling so unvaluable and uncool and discontent. And I thought, this is ridiculous. I don't want to miss my daughter's life. So I came off Facebook, and it was such a terrifying moment. I don't know if any of you have come off social media, but when you press delete, you're like, come on! You're gonna have to make the other arm do it, come on! You feel like you're gonna fall off the edge of the world. And you don't. Everything's fine, and your best friends still call you and still go and have margaritas and nachos on a Friday night, and everything good still happens. But it was an interesting moment to separate from it, because it was really, really painful. And I think that says so much. I can't deny that I love the internet, and I love social networking. I am an Instagram nut. That's how me and Emma met. I love it. It's fantastic. You know, any mother who's breastfed at 4:48 in the morning knows how valuable it is. It's one of the loneliest places on earth. Night after night after night, you do 1 a.m., you do 2:30 a.m., your boobs are gigantic and red and angry, and you feel like 1,000 pins are going in them like daggers, but you're all alone, and you feel like you're the only person on the planet who's awake and maybe even alive. You know, in one of those Armageddon movies, when they walk through London, and they're like, I'm the only person, and it's horrible and creepy and awful. And at 4:48 in the morning, when you're breastfeeding your baby who's also a bit sleepy and it takes an hour, it is deathly quiet and lonely and painful and scary. And then you swipe your phone open and boom, the world is alive and it's there for you. And it's like, I have the same feelings and I get it and I know it, and you just feel connected, and you're thanking God for Instagram and Twitter and all of the social medias. Can't really cope with Snapchat, so I'm just gonna leave that. And pretend it doesn't happen. So yes, the internet really does enhance human interaction in the most profoundly beautiful way, but not all types of human interaction. So let's talk about being present with each other. That is so hard. You know, when someone's talking to you and actually you're not even really that interested in what they're saying, but to really be present. Now, it was hard before the internet. It's now almost impossible, because you expect a hit of interest and excitement, and it's the dopamine Emma was talking about.
You're like, come on, get to the point. Come on, 130 characters. What are you saying? Move it along, move it along. And you just want them to be faster. And I feel like I do that a lot. Come on. And I do it with my children a bit. What's the point? What's the point? They're 3 and 7. Come on. You know, and it is critically important that we are able to be present in the moment. I mean, I'm scared to be present right now because you're all here. And if I'm present in the moment, I have to be present with the fact that you're all watching me, and I feel a bit anxious and I'm a bit nervous and like my thing is a bit tight. And so yes, being present's hard because you have to face really scary things like I might be feeling sad about something. Holy moly. That's page 1. So being present is really, really difficult, but it's absolutely the glue that holds us together. It's the healthiest, most beautiful thing in the world. And it's also what children need. And I, again, just admitting all my awful things to you, my children learn from me, they watch me. How do I interact with them? How much time do I give them? And so often I sit next to them and they're watching Paw Patrol. I mean, you get me. So I'm on my phone, I'm scrolling, and they ask me a question, and I answer them something generic like, or, I know, that's so interesting. And I'm not interested in talk because I'm just scrolling, getting this delicious hit of dopamine. It's so addictive. They've just done a piece of research recently that says it's harder to break than alcohol and cigarettes. I mean, it's so, so powerful. I mean, there are 1,000 examples of why it's bad, but I'm running out of time, so I'm going to ignore them. Because you know them. You know, letting your children play on the iPad too much, putting your phone on the table when you're having dinner with friends. I mean, you're not a brain surgeon, although some of you probably are. But most of us are not. Like, you're fine, put it in your bag. And I think the very fact that we're having to so quickly catch up with creating boundaries, that in itself shows that it is corrupting human interaction because we are needing to police our own behavior, not very successfully in many cases. So I asked the internet what it thought, because I felt like that was fair, you know, right of reply and stuff. And the internet said, categorically, yes, it has corrupted human interaction. And some people wrote me really wonderful stories, but you can go on my Instagram if you're interested. So some people said, can I just ignore that? No. So some people said, it's made me impatient. I wish I could give my children back all the wasted scrolling hours. Isn't that sad? Doesn't that break your heart? It breaks my heart because I know that I'd do it. I wish it was easier to limit. No one speaks to each other anymore. I hate Facebook. It's a manufactured life parade. I personally love a good handwritten letter and postage stamp. Seriously. Busy mum of 2, that's like an act of war. The internet has ruined all those fabulous drunken arguments we used to have. These days it's solved with a quick Google search. I understand that too. It is a lifeline for many people, people who are bedridden through illness, people who've moved to a new community, mums at 4:30 in the morning, of course, but we absolutely need to grab it by the reins. We need to control it. We need to do something to make sure that our children are able to sit with themselves. They're able to have silence, not be entertained, to be able to listen to themselves. Because when you are quiet, you hear all the difficult things like the sadness, the anxiety, the worry. And if you can't learn to self-soothe, if you can't learn to work through that slowly, and it takes time, you can't do it fast, you start to look for different kind of medication. You start to medicate with different things. And I personally desperately want my daughter to be able to be with herself. I don't want her to constantly be running away from herself. And the only way that's going to happen is if I demonstrate that to her. And of course, it's very much easier said than done. I really want to check my phone now. Can I go?
I now look to Dr. Jessica Carbino to close the case for the opposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, before I begin, I would like to quickly Insta, tweet, post, and snap that I'm here with you all tonight. I'm very excited to be here. I hope that this will not corrupt our interactions and that afterwards you guys can come up and have a quick conversation with me. On a more serious note, I would like to say that it is an honor here tonight to be before you all discussing this very important issue in the company of such guest speakers. This esteemed institution puts forth the motion, argued very eloquently by members of the proposition that social media corrupts human interactions. I must disagree, however, and urge us first to consider that arguments related to the potentially corrupting effects of technology, not only on human interactions, but the human condition, have dated back to the introduction of paper. While paper cuts were certainly cause for concern back in the time of Socrates, he was more focused on individuals not relying on their own memories, but rather on the written word to construct their understanding of events. We see this trend in resistance towards and concerns about technology persist over time with the printing press, newspapers, the automobile, the telephone, and the television. The telephone is actually a very interesting and, dare I say, entertaining example of the extent to which people believed that technological innovation could corrupt human interaction. Following the introduction of the telephone, many speculated that people would be able to communicate with the dead. I would like to add, however, that this was before the introduction of the Psychic Friends Network in the United States. I understand that the telephone is obviously a quite extreme example, but it's illustrative of how technology can have such deleterious outcomes potentially in the minds of the public. The argument in this motion that social media corrupts human interactions, I believe, would have been made regarding all of the aforementioned innovations. However, no one, including myself, could reasonably argue that innovation doesn't lead to change and that there are not consequences to those changes. Rather than calling our parents, well, maybe not my parents, but other people's parents, we might now send a text or an email to communicate with one another. However, the degree of the consequences and the use of the word corrupt to describe the effects of social media on human interactions is too short-sighted and too far-reaching. Given the persistence and continued functioning of dominant social institutions in the face of technological innovation and change, I believe that this motion simply reflects an overreaction to changes in interaction and the continued indictment of technology on human interaction. Although it's interesting and compelling to think about the existence of resistance to innovation and change, I believe it's equally important and critical to try to understand the underlying causes. The resistance to technological change and innovation is primarily driven by two factors. First, innovations create change in day-to-day life. Resistance to new technologies for many is rooted in how innovation may disrupt their routines and thereby the status quo. Second, the perceived risks associated with the changes are what contribute to resistance to innovation. That is what has been argued here tonight by members of the proposition, suggesting that social media corrupts human interactions. While Mr. Simons makes a very interesting and compelling argument about how people's lives and worldview and body image can be changed by how they consume social media, I would like to bring us back to our idealization of the body, beginning with Francisco de Goya and the David, and how we think about fairy tales in our lives. This examination between the historically negative perceptions regarding technology and change, however, doesn't account for what I would like to argue regarding how social media, rather than corrupting, expands the scope of potential human interactions. Social media, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, of course, is defined as websites and applications that enable users to create and share content or to participate in social networking. Social media is broadly defined and provides us with the ability to do so much more than tweet, Insta, post, and snap that we are here this evening, as I mentioned prior. Today, social media applications allow us to participate in an open market whereby we can exchange organs with someone who may be a match for ourselves or for a loved one, and vice versa. We have the capacity to submit content to a website or to an app and have a dialogue with people just like ourselves or with celebrities and notable figures. Or we can stream live videos of national sporting events or sit-ins by members of Congress on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. These are limited examples, but illustrate the ability of social media to connect us to a world beyond our existing social contacts. Until the rise of social media, meeting an individual outside of one's existing social circle was incredibly challenging. In fact, one of the primary reasons individuals turn to online dating is the capacity to meet people whom they otherwise would have never had the opportunity to meet. In fact, in the United States, online dating has become the #1 way individuals meet their romantic partner. The ability to meet people outside of the existing social circle is important not only from a romantic perspective, but from an intellectual, cultural, and social perspective as well. The ability to understand those around us and not be tied to our own view and worldview allows for a robust exchange of ideas and furthers our understanding of those who may have a very different life experience from our own. The ability to understand the life and experiences of people who are different from us has a long been a function of technology, but especially has been seen in social media. Historically, Americans learned about the injustices and horrific acts of discrimination occurring in the American South in the 1950s and 1960s by watching television. Today, we see the realities of police brutality appearing on a variety of social media platforms as documented by our smartphones. Social media is truly a powerful tool, not only for documenting and shedding light on the most important social issues of our day, but providing access to information and a platform for individuals, particularly the marginalized. The media is largely controlled by elites, which are not typically in touch with the most marginalized communities, such as ethnic minorities and members of the LGBT community, particularly the transgender community. Through online forums, social networking sites, and apps, communities that have never had access to the microphone have the ability not to only connect with each other, but with the world. Social media has given a voice to the voiceless. This ability to have a microphone has been particularly critical in social movements. The Arab Spring has been cited as an important example on the influence of social media on providing information to mobilize protesters on the ground. Rather than solely a traditional news outlet documenting what was occurring on the ground, the world was able to watch protests in Tahrir Square via the videos that were produced on smartphones and subsequently posted on social media forums. We have therefore transformed from consumers to producers of knowledge. This has a profound impact in terms of how we think about content and the dissemination of information more broadly. To argue that social media is a corrupting force is tantamount to arguing against innovation. It runs contrary to our innate and human instinct to strive, to improve, to innovate, to change, and to grow. Innovation is what transformed us from an agrarian to an industrial to a technological society. While not only anathema to the human spirit, to argue against social media is frankly futile, given the overall difficulty and arguable inability to thwart innovation and change. The wheels of progress will continue to turn, and we must determine how to best harness progress to improve human interactions. There are obviously reasonable questions we can ask regarding social media use, such as when, where, and how much. As with everything in life, whether it be carbs, chocolate, or President Trump's tweets, I would recommend moderation. The effects of social media have implications for the future that are long-term, but not yet fully realized or understood. Social media, rather than corrupting human interactions, has the capacity to enhance our relationships to people whom we know, people whom we do not know, the world with which we are familiar, and areas or aspects of the world with which we are not familiar. I urge this House to consider the long-standing history of fear and scrutiny regarding technological innovation and the broad and compelling impacts of social media on enhancing human interaction and the human condition more broadly via social media when deliberating this motion. Thank you.
And I now look to Dr. Jessica Carbino to close the case for the opposition. The motion is, this House believes social media corrupts human interactions. And I now look to Jack Simons, Standing Committee, Lady Margaret Hall, to open the case for a proposition.
Social media is tied to virtually everything that we do. Is the ever-growing presence of social media hurting or helping human relationships? Matt, you have 1 minute.
I believe it's hurting human relationships. I think when you look at last night, for example, many of you were probably following along the debate on Twitter while watching it. And let's say Hillary Clinton posts one thing about one thing. It doesn't matter what it is. The vitriol that is spitted back at her or at others is truly remarkable. And it's not just in something as polarizing as a presidential debate in what's really been a interesting look at human interaction. When the Durham Bulls, earlier this week, my employer, we posted something about Thursday night football and a similarity between the Denver Broncos uniform and one of the uniforms we wear. I was called to be fired for a satire tweet by Denver Broncos fans. Someone actually called for someone to lose their job because of a tweet from a minor league baseball team regarding color combinations between an NFL team and a minor league baseball team. So I don't take kindly to that. I think it's hurting human relationships.
Dr. Mitch?
Hi, thanks for having me here. I just want to say I think this debate is rigged. I notice a social media bias. I do not accept the results of this debate. I'm happy to talk about social media. I study adolescent peer relationships, and my graduate student, Jackie Nisi, has introduced me to thinking about how social media might be playing a role in adolescents' lives. And I would be happy to play along. I feel mixed about social media in general, but when it comes to how it's helping or hurting human relationships, there's really interesting research that suggests that when we reach adolescence, our brains turn on a a desire for social rewards. In other words, a way in which we care about how many people like us, air quotes, like us, how much people are paying attention to us, looking at us, and approving of us. That creates a kind of status or popularity that really is not the same thing as having normal friendships. And social media is promoting it.
All right, so I've just been told by the powers to be to give you longer than 1 minute in the opening remark. That seems to be going quite quickly. So in the opening remark, I'll throw it back to Matt. Anything else that you would like to add in your opening statement?
I like my job. Social media is fun, but I think it hurts human relationships.
Dr. Mitch, anything to add to that?
Sure, I'd say what we find is that there's even research when you put adults in an fMRI machine and look at their brains, there's results that say that just having someone have their tweets liked or retweeted actually turns on that area of the brain in a way that people say have kind of made us almost physically addicted to social media. People are posting simply to see how many followers and likes they can get. That's probably fine among us adults that can balance that among other demands in our lives. But for adolescents, it's important because if you talk to a teen today about their life goals, their most noble aspirations, it's about the number of followers they have on Instagram. It's about how many comments they get within the first 15 minutes of posting a photo. And for that reason, I would say there is a way that social media might be changing human relationships, particularly among those that are young, in a way that's a little scary to think about if you project out what those adolescents will care about 10 years from now.
All right, we can move on to question number 2. And Dr. Mitch, we will start with you for this one. Much of our communication is now done in the form of a text, post, or image. Has the use of social media developed us into better communicators?
In 1980, if a kid came home from school and they had a fight with their friend or in disagreement with a potential partner, they might call up somebody to talk about it. And when they call, they might get a busy signal. I don't know how many of you know what a busy signal even is anymore. But when they got that busy signal, they needed to hang up the phone and figure out how to deal with those feelings by themselves. Or they had to develop a closer relationship with someone else in their home. Another friend, a sibling, God forbid one of their parents, and actually talk about their feelings in that moment. That skill is not needed anymore. Adolescents can get instantaneous feedback on anything and everything they're feeling and experiencing with the click of a button. It's interesting to think about what communication skills are different now compared to, just 30 years ago. My graduate student Jackie Nisi did a study where she looked at adolescents right at the transition where they learn romantic relationship skills. And she looked at those who had lots of social media interactions with romantic partners and those that had face-to-face interactions. What happened? A year later, those with the big social media interactions, they weren't so good at romantic relationships, especially the boys. Girls learn how to do that stuff from early on, but boys, they rely on their interactions with females to learn how to engage in intimate interactions. And those boys who had engaged in mostly social media interactions, they were far worse at romantic relationship skills than others. So I would say that this is hurting communication, particularly for our youth.
Matt, and just so you guys know, I think we're going to allot 2 minutes now for the opening remarks. So you're good. You're good. You had like 5 seconds left. Totally fine. Matt?
I would prefer just the one. But when... When you look at how people communicate nowadays, again, it's no question, it's text-based, it's Twitter-based, it's Instagram comments. And I think that depending how you look at it, we've become better communicators, but there's also grammar that's lacking. So I'm sure many of you are in hiring positions. You get cover letters, you get resumes, you get introductory emails from folks, and someone that doesn't use an apostrophe in the word that's simply derived from text messaging from someone who's grown up with that their entire life. But at the same time, we are able to share ideas like never before with the advent of Twitter and Facebook, and you get to see different ways of thinking every single time you log on to one of your social platforms. So I think folks are funnier now because they follow 7 comedians that they never would have seen before unless for a stand-up act. And their thinking changes with every single tweet, Facebook post, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever it is. Every single post that they see changes their way of thinking. And whether they know it or not, they're becoming more intelligent. Now, that's not to say that there's not a lot of dumb posts out there, because there are. There's a lot of people that get to show that they are not intelligent humans because they have social media. But when you get to see an actual discussion taking place, whether it's on a Facebook page that acts as a community forum, whether it's on a Twitter thread between a respected commentator and a lawyer about whatever the topic may or may not be, you're going through and you're ingesting information, and that in turn makes you a better communicator. You see how intelligent folks interact with each other, and then you in turn absorb that and can communicate in a one-on-one setting better. So the person who writes that cover letter may have 3 or 4 grammatical errors in the typed up form, but if you grant them an interview, you might see that that person is really coherent. They're just a factor of what they've grown up doing. Because again, they've texted that their entire life and no one's ever been there to call them on it. But when you actually see their way of thinking in person, you might be impressed based on what you saw on paper.
Dr. Mitch, any follow-up to that?
Wrong.
You're a puppet.
You're a nasty man. You're a nasty man.
Gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that this is...
So adolescents tell us that they feel incredibly pressured to communicate on social media. If someone posts a picture of themselves, a selfie, or a picture of them with some friends, they feel incredibly pressured to respond to their friends' posts immediately. 15 minutes is too long. It's a sanction to your friendship if you don't respond quickly enough. And that's not just adolescents. I have a friend in her 50s who has called me up on the phone and said, "Can you please like my Facebook post? Because it's been up there for a while, no one's liked it, and I'm very embarrassed." Communications become disingenuous. We post on there not because it's what we really feel, but because it's the right thing to do. It's the thing that we do to show our friendship with somebody is to like what they're saying. And if the way that we're communicating has become disingenuous and it's not really reflecting our real feelings, it's not only an odd way of expressing ourselves to everyone watching, but it actually changes the nature of the friendship with the person that you're interacting with on their post. So I'd argue that social communication is potentially deteriorating, at least in some ways, thanks to social media.
All right, so let's move on to question number 3. Unless, Matt, you had something that just burning desire to say something as a follow-up to that one.
It probably would have been wrong anyway.
Okay. Moving on to question number 3 then. Social media often, and Matt, this one we'll start with you. Social media often provides a voice to those that would not otherwise have a platform for sharing their opinions. Has this created a behavior shift or loss of social graces?
I think it absolutely has. You have a lot of people now that have a forum that they didn't have before. 15 years ago, a group of college kids sitting around in a dorm watching the debate last night, they're just talking to themselves. They may be texting a friend here or there, but it's not widespread. Now, you'll have 7 college kids sitting in a room, and all of them have 600 followers on Twitter. And all of a sudden, their thoughts become that much more prevalent and open to the world. And I think the problem is that you're seeing a dip in social graces because people get to do that in a safe place. They get to tweet at another person from their own living room in a place that they're comfortable. They're not sitting out on the campus green face to face with someone that opposes them when they might be less likely to say something of whatever it may be, an insult, disagreement. And I think what you're seeing as well is that that's somewhat changing the workplace dynamic. If you have a workplace dynamic that's half conservative, half liberal, and you're watching that debate last night and you see one of your coworkers supporting Trump or Clinton and you support the other, all of a sudden your judgment of that person is shifting just a little bit. Because you're saying, I never had a problem with Chris before, but now that he supports X, Y, and Z, I don't support any of that. So the next day you walk into work and you look at Chris a little bit differently and say like, yeah, I think you're sort of a tool, you know? And it's just like that, that's simple. And I think that changes not only your online behavior, but it also changes your in-person behavior. And so that relates back to the last topic, that it just carries over from one screen into real life.
Dr. Mitch, same question.
In the 90s and in the early 2000s, we really saw a movement towards political correctness. What's interesting about social media is that it's created the opportunity for us to anonymously be extremely politically incorrect. That's something very interesting about social media. You can post whatever you want without looking at them in the face and without being identified even. And what's happened is that we've bifurcated the conversation that we're having between extraordinary political correctness in the public eye and now an avenue to be extremely inappropriate in an anonymous way. This is probably why we've seen such a tremendous increase in cyberbullying. Cyberbullying obviously didn't exist before there was social media, but now that there is, the rates are increasing. It's something that's out of the school's jurisdiction. They can't control it. No one can control it. Parents who think that they're monitoring their kids' social media don't know their child has a secret second social media account that the parents can't access. And what's happening is that it's creating a forum where kids can say things that are extraordinarily harmful and inappropriate. And it's also leading to a number of suicides in psychopathology. We're also finding racism to occur over social media in a way that there was just no avenue for that. And that kind of dialogue, if anything, we've seen that recently, really can change the conversation that's happening, really both on and offline. So in a way, I think that giving a voice to people that didn't have a voice can be a really good thing. There are disenfranchised and marginalized groups that are able to get an access to prime time through social media, and that's terrific. But those internet trolls, as they were, are also out there. And unfortunately, that's kind of giving a voice, and a particularly ugly voice, into our national dialogue, not just for political season, but in ways that affect individuals in a pretty scary way.
All right, so for sake of time, I'm embarrassed to say as a moderator, we're going to move on to question 4. Social media provides immediate access to information and can create awareness for current events, brands, social causes, etc. Have we become dependent on this immediate need for information, and are there positives and negatives to this? Dr. Mitch, you first.
I think there are positives and negatives. I've been asked to speak about the negatives, but I'll briefly mention a positive. You know, in the wake of a tragedy right now, there's a way that on social media we can come together as a community and cope and grieve and experience things that we never did before. And that creates a sense of community, not just within our friends and neighborhoods, but globally. And I think after Princess Diana's death, it was the first time that really people talked about an international grieving community that was able to happen because of social media. I will say, though, that if I was speaking strictly against social media, you know, I would say that, you know, in addition, there is a potential problem. And maybe what we're seeing over these last couple weeks is a good symptom of it. It used to be that the news cycle was something that took a couple of days, because we were really relying on the 6 o'clock news in the newspaper. Then for a while, people talked about the 24-hour news cycle, and a lot of that had to do with CNN coming out in 1980. And suddenly stories had to be generated every single day, 24 hours a day, and the story was old after 24 hours. You could argue that social media has reduced the media cycle to just a few hours. Something that's hot on Twitter now, within the afternoon, it's no longer hot anymore. The topic is over. We've all been bombarded with the information. Stories and accusations and quotes and slights or that normally would have dominated, for instance, a presidential campaign or been the discussion of ongoing investigation, it's out of the news in less than a day. And I think in some ways social media has contributed to that kind of rapid news cycle. There's no longer a time to fact check. There's no longer a time to discuss each story through the entire experience of that story. It's a flashy headline, an immediate reaction, and we're on to the next story. And I think this season, if any, has really shown us what that rapid news cycle could look like.
Matt?
Yeah, I think, again, there are definitely pros and cons to this issue, and there's no question that we are now dependent on real-time updates. Now, it's a positive when you look at a sporting event, for example, or someone giving a speech, because these are fact-based things. If the Carolina Panthers are tweeting updates from their game, you know that, okay, a 15-yard pass, that was a 15-yard pass for a first down. If someone is tweeting quotes from a speech, yep, that is what the person said, or at least the very least the gist of it, and that's what that person is saying. What happens is in these national tragedies, these large tragedies, where you have 10, 15, 20 news organizations collapsing on one situation, and the guy from the AP is reporting something different from the guy from the Washington Post, who's reporting something different from the New York Times. And all of a sudden, you might hear that there are 10 people, or 10 fatalities, or you might hear that there's 50. And all of a sudden, you have no idea what to believe, because what's happened is that journalists being first is more important than ever. And they are so worried about being first that they'd rather just get the information out there. They might check once, they might check twice, and if they have that second confirmation, boom, it goes out there, whether it's right or not. And that's when people start freaking out. That's when people become overreactive to what a situation may or may not actually be, simply because they saw it on Twitter. And if it comes from the New York Post, or excuse me, the New York Times, all of a sudden that's got 1,000 retweets. And then the cycle just continues and continues and continues. And so I think, again, for a fact-based event, yeah, the real-time update is great. People love it. And you can follow along if you can't have your eyes on a TV. But in something that is fluid, something that the facts aren't already gathered, it can become a very dangerous situation.
So what you just said, I want to spin maybe kind of a rebuttal here as a question. Do you guys see more organizations, or the need for more organizations to apologize more for doing things like that? Oh, there's 10 people of, fatalities of 10 people. Oh, wait, that was wrong. There's only 5. Do you see the need for then that news source to come back out and say, we were wrong, or do they just keep trucking along? What do you think's right or wrong in that? And I'll let, Dr. Mitch, you can go first, and then I'll let Matt.
I think there's less of a need. Well, I don't know if there's less of a need for it, but there certainly seems to be less of a practice of doing it. It used to be with old-fashioned newspapers. We talked about what was above the fold and below the fold. But at this point, those stories are buried below the screen, the scroll, as it were, in a matter of minutes. And I don't think people need to go back and apologize. It's old news in a matter of literally minutes. And I think that we have a disposable approach to our information now. Information is good as long as it's good for 5 minutes. And if it doesn't stand the test of that length of time, that's okay. There's more information being pushed out immediately. I think your question's a really good one, and I think it's changed the way that we think about responsibility in journalism and the way that we talk about how to stand by what it is that we report, whether it's the media or whether it's just our own opinions. Opinions are as cheap and as quick as they scroll down below your feed. And that's unfortunate. It takes away the intellectualism of our discourse.
Matt?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some truth to that. If again, the New York Times posts something on Twitter that's incorrect, but again, this is a worldwide tragedy, a worldwide event, your feed is blowing up nonstop. So if I see that there's 10 fatalities, then I see 3 different organizations report that there's only 5, I'm not going to scroll back and say, hey, the New York Times got that one wrong, I want an apology. From an integrity standpoint, from a journalistic standpoint, absolutely, they should apologize. And they probably have a right to. But at the same time, me as a consumer, I'm not going to sit there and criticize the New York Times for getting something wrong, because I've already read 20 tweets since that one was posted that have actually told me what the real story is. And so all of a sudden, that's in the back of my mind, that's below the fold, and I'm already on to, okay, give me more information.
Gentlemen, that are the 4 questions that I have planned for this evening. We will now open it up. If Jacob wants to, there he is, I see him behind me. We will take one question. I would encourage that your question be something that they both can answer instead of just directed towards one, if possible. Any questions? Fantastic. All the way up. Either one. I'm going to let Jacob pick.
All right, so with social media, like this is very new, so it's maybe like on the top peak of an oscillation. I think a lot of things in life kind of oscillate to an equilibrium. And maybe one of the things that I've read about social media is it sparks a sense of narcissism in growing adolescents. So could you maybe speak on how you think that could be countered and pushed to a productive thing so that narcissism isn't the outcome of adolescence in social media?
Either one of you can go first.
Well, thank goodness for parents, because I think that most parents have grown up without social media, at least not in the way that we see it today. Parents can remind kids that while social media might be fun, while it might be something that gives them an opportunity to communicate rapidly, it's not the outcome that we should be shooting for. My kids are toddlers, and when I go to the grocery store, they want to pick up little magazines that are about like Frozen and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But when I pick up those magazines, I can't help but see the teen magazines right next to them. And when I saw a teen magazine with a cover story focused specifically on how to become social media famous, with an instruction guide explaining to adolescents how to hire a publicist and get as many followers as they can, because that was the way to cure their adolescent ails, it made me scared. It made me think that I hope there are parents out there giving a different message. I get that magazines want to sell magazines, no fault to them, but parents are still important and still can be in the role of explaining to adolescents that while there's some fun and there's some way that it gives us a little rush whenever we find we got a lot of activity on our feed or whatever, real human connection, real opportunity to form relationships has payoff in a way that goes far beyond the short-term narcissistic rush you get from some of that kind of more irresponsible use of social media. So please, if you are a parent or know a parent, this is a conversation worth sitting down and having with an adolescent. This is a new world and none of us lived through it. So it's a good opportunity to understand and appreciate. I know this feels important to you. I know everyone else is doing this. But here's what really matters, and I can tell you from experience.
Yeah, I think that, again, going back to what we were saying earlier, there is a gratification sense. I have 1,000 friends on Facebook. That tweet got 1,000 retweets because NC State Athletics retweeted me. And all of a sudden, it's becoming in someone's mind that this is really, really important that people like me, that I have 1,500 Facebook friends. No one in this room knows 1,500 people. So no one on the planet knows 1,500 people. Just bear with me. But you're certainly not friends with 1,500 people.
That got aggressive. It's fine.
Going into my freshman year of college, I got a lot of friend requests from people I had never met simply because I was in my college's incoming class. Why do I need to be friends with you? I might never speak to you in 4 years, so why am I going to be your Facebook friend? Well, but you know what? If I go into my freshman year and I have 800 friends instead of 700 friends, people are going to think I'm popular. And all of a sudden, you develop this social circle before you even get there. So one way a parent can look at it is, okay, you know what? You can have a Twitter account, but you don't get a Facebook account until you join 2 clubs in high school. Once you join 2 clubs in high school, you get that Facebook account, but you don't get an Instagram until you join 2 more clubs. And that way you're developing this human interaction, all of this human interaction that they're forced to have to get something that they want. And then they can build out that social network after laying the groundwork of one-on-one, large group, personal communication.
Well said. I like that idea. The join clubs or get Facebook once you join clubs, get Instagram. I like that. And it scares me that you had Facebook going into college. I had it as I was leaving college. They just opened it up. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We really appreciate all the answers and the friendly debate. So, Seth, we will start with you. If you want to take 30 seconds and tell us who you are.
Seth Holler here, and from NC State, my colleague Marshall Brain and I came up with the concept for autonomous vehicles to connect the 2 campuses at NC State together. And the main problem we were trying to address was kind of the the high cost, high infrastructure cost of putting down some element of public transit. There was always a master plan with a path connecting the two where they were envisioning some sort of monorail, but that never came to fruition, basically because of the high costs. And so what we've done is develop an autonomous network, vehicle network, that would connect the two at a much lower cost, where it could potentially be funded privately instead of through government subsidies. Thanks.
Mike from Go Triangle.
Okay, hi, my name is Mike Charbonneau. I'm the Director of Communications at Go Triangle. This is a very exciting time for transit in our region. Obviously, we've got a rapidly growing region. We've got a lot of exciting things happening. You've probably heard about the Wake County Transit Plan and a vote or referendum that's on the ballot in Wake County coming up in just a couple of weeks. We've got a major project going on in Durham and Orange counties with a light rail line. And so kind of bringing all these things together. I come from a journalism background and spent several years working at the Department of Transportation. So I'm excited to be on this side of transportation now.
All right, gentlemen, thank you both for being here. Question number 1. In a society that loves cars and loves our personal vehicles, particularly in our region, how do you change that mindset and shift people towards alternative modes of transportation? Seth, we'll start with you.
Well, today I got a flat tire, and then I drove here and got stuck in traffic. So there are definitely issues with our current transportation system. The whole idea that we buy a car that weighs 4,000 or 5,000 pounds and it stays idle essentially 95% of the time, and we only need it 5% of the time, and we have to have parking space both here at the Frontier, at the grocery store, at home, at work. That's a huge amount of wasted space, not to mention the societal costs associated with having a lot of traffic, both in wasted time and degradation in the environment, which affects, in addition, land use and pedestrian-oriented development. So, so in that regards, hey, what was the question again?
In a society that loves cars, so how do you shift the mindset of people towards alternative modes of transportation?
And so the whole idea is the whole idea is convenience. Everyone likes the fact that there is a low friction barrier to getting in their car, going somewhere, and they know how to do it. And it's difficult if you go outside of that standard process where you have to actually look something up. There is a lot of risk associated with, say, switching lines or taking the bus. And unless you can change that, people will still prefer kind of the dominant mode of transportation, even though in a growing region like RTP, traffic will get worse and reliability will actually drop. So with that, you will actually see some people move over to transit, but there's a lot of other ways that we can focus on what I would say the key element being convenience to move more towards sustainable transportation in the region.
Mike?
Coming from a journalism background, I'm a big believer in storytelling. And so over at Go Triangle, we actually launched a campaign last month aimed at exactly this, at trying to help change the mindset, let people know what the options are out there. And so we've done this by using a lot of different multimedia elements, a lot of video storytelling, a lot of social media. Our campaign is called Go Together, and it's aimed at urging people to go together instead of traveling alone in a car. So whether that's getting on a bus, looking at a carpool, vanpool option, riding your bike, or walking, we want to let people know the options that are out there. And what we find is a lot of people just don't know what is available in our region right now. And so we are working to share the stories of our actual riders and users so that people can see in a very real way how somebody either travels by themselves or with their kids to school, whether that's getting on a bike. We had a story of a father and son who ride their bikes together, make a drop off at kindergarten on the way, and then dad continues on to work. Or people of all ages taking the bus going to all different places. So I think it's important that we share those options and let people know how easy it can be. And so that's something we need to continue to do. As the region grows and the transit opportunities come, I think we really need to focus on helping people understand how easy it can be, how this can be a part of their life. We hear a lot of different stories. We hear people that take transit because they just want to get out from behind the wheel and not sit in traffic. They want to open their laptop, get some work done, read the news on their phone, take a nap on the way in, or they want to skip cancel the gym membership and skip the workout and bike or walk into work instead. And so sharing those stories, I think, helps connect our community with opportunities, and then we'll just continue as we grow in our transportation options to make sure we're sharing those out as well.
So question 2, in a region where the majority of the population opts to use their personal vehicles instead of public transit, what is the fairest way, in your opinion, to fund new transit offerings? And a follow-up with that is, why should people who don't use transit care if we invest in it? And Mike, I'll let you go first.
Sure. So obviously this is a rapidly growing region. Any of you who drive to work or school in the morning know how congested a lot of our roads already are, and they're only getting more so. If you look at an area like Wake County alone, they're seeing an extra 64 people moving here every day. So that's about 450 people a week moving to Wake County alone. And that's the reason why Wake has developed their transit plan, which would be funded by the half-cent sales tax that's on the ballot this fall. Durham and Orange counties had a similar vote, passed a referendum a few years ago to fund their community goal of creating more buses, building a light rail system. Wake County's plan has a commuter train that will start out in Garner, make stops in Raleigh, NC State, Cary, Morrisville, RTP, and then all the way out to Durham. They'll also have a bus rapid transit system, and will triple the existing amount of bus service. Transit does a couple of really important things. For some people, it's that choice, getting out from behind the wheel, finding a different way to go. For other people, it's their only way to get around. It's their vital connection to jobs, to doctor's appointments, to school, to other opportunities. And when companies are looking at deciding where they want to locate, all of this factors in: the quality of life, the connectivity, affordable housing. A strong transportation network, a strong public transportation network, helps us create more jobs. It helps us attract more companies. It gives more opportunities. It takes people who may not have had an opportunity to get from one area where they live to that opportunity to get to a class or get to a different kind of job. So when we look at investing in public transportation as a community, we look at it for all those reasons. It is about opportunity and job growth and connectivity. And for the person who may never get on it, and we know there are some people that will just never get out of their car and driving by themselves. We want to urge as many people as we can to do that. But if you plan to stay in your car for the rest of your life, but you live in Wake County and you have an extra 450 people that could potentially be joining you on the road every week, every opportunity to get somebody out of their car helps you a little bit on the road as well.
That was an accidental double hit. Wasn't like, nope, get off. Okay. Seth?
You know, how to reflect cost fairly amongst everyone who's travels. You know, I get it. Everyone, if you think yourself, will you, once the Wake County Transit Plan, how will you take advantage of that? Will you be able to take advantage of it? And the vast majority probably won't be. And most certainly, the people I'm sitting here today are probably a little more forward-thinking than others. But everyone wants the consolation that they can get in their car, drive somewhere relatively traffic-free, and then park. Well, the reality is that there should be a cost associated with that. It should be reflected in what kind of transportation network we want to have. So, I'm probably thinking a little bit farther down the line, but the reality is that we have traffic, and people can get on and off those roads as much as they want, and there's really no control for them to get on. For example, I think they're instituting some measures in terms of traffic lights to feed onto highways now, but the reality is that if you really want to have a good handle on movement, both in public and private automobiles, you can look at, say, charging fares on roads. It's not an uncommon thing. They've explored it in other countries, but if you want to take your single automobile, drive it down 40 alone and expect to have no traffic, maybe you should pay some money for that, as opposed to the way it is right now, where you can essentially pay a fixed fee every year and then drive as much as you want. And that money could help pay for additional infrastructure, both for the automobile and for transit, and then take into account the additional hidden costs for driving that involves the degradation of the environment that clearly is not covered in that now. Can you hear me? Oh. I'm not sure I'll repeat that, but
So basically, well, I think that answer was really good because it actually it makes me want to throw it back over to Mike and see what he thinks about this. So basically,
I'll
Seth,
do a 10-second
yeah,
video.
just do a quick little recap there.
So the whole idea is that the price isn't fairly distributed amongst everyone, and especially with the automobile. And we have a traffic situation where anyone can get on the road and drive anytime, but that creates a lot of traffic and inefficiencies, both for people wasting time and for other factors. So, you know, I'm a big proponent of charging people to use the roads. You know, if they're in a single automobile and they're using the road, they should probably pay an equivalent to, say, a bus of the equivalent size using the road. And there are a lot of hidden costs as well that involve degradation of the environment that should probably be reflected more in the transportation network. And by charging those prices, you create incentives to shift more towards a shared transportation system than what we have today, and it creates the funding to invest in transit. Not so sure the public would accept it today, but I'm sure as we get more traffic, we might move in that direction.
Mike, your thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, good points. And one thing, when you think about investing in the road infrastructure, I spent several years at the Department of Transportation. The state uses a funding formula now where they ask local municipalities to bring their needs to the table, and then they rank projects and use the available funds to build them. And based on the amount of need requests that came into the state in the first year of this new formula, the state of North Carolina is tens of billions of dollars short in being able to meet all of the road infrastructure needs that were brought to the department's attention. And so there's a big deficit there. We see what's happening with aging roads and bridges, and so there's a lot of things that need to be done and not a lot of money there. And so to your point, you know, aside from taxes that are collected, there's little additional ways to collect revenue. I think one other important note on the transit side is, you know, we are asked, so if I'm never going to use it, why should I pay the same as somebody who is going to use it? Well, the person who's actually paying to use transit, buying that ticket to get on the bus or the train, that money is also being used to operate the system and to build an extension. So everyone's investing in the community aspect of it, but those transit users are then investing a little bit more when they buy their ticket to make sure that their service is operated and maintained.
All right, question 3, and Seth, we will start back with you. Will autonomous vehicles become mainstream, or will they remain a niche market? Will the popularity of ride-sharing / Uber and the possible rise of autonomous vehicles replace public transit or supplement it?
The thought that we're separating autonomous vehicles and technology from public transit probably doesn't make sense, because as that technology evolves, the public transit sector will adopt it. Case in point is cost of operations for a bus. 75% of that is involved in paying the driver. You know, you add autonomy there, 75% of that goes away, and suddenly you have a system that could possibly run without any additional subsidies and survive on fares alone. There's kind of a prevailing thought regarding autonomous cars right now that will, I believe, gradually shift. Most people think of the Google car. You know, you buy a car, it's autonomous, you get in it, and you move around. But with the advent of Uber and others, you know, suddenly people are thinking more about, well, it's a shared vehicle, and it can move me around, but I don't have to own it, so it's more of a service. And that service could come in a variety of flavors, right? We could have the single vehicle service, or single passenger service, or multi-passenger service. And suddenly that thought of buying that new $30,000, $35,000 car might not stand muster if suddenly you can get a ride a half mile or a mile and a half away for like $1 or $2. And once that moves in that direction, then suddenly you're thinking, well, more people are taking these, are owning less vehicles, they're going to be more dependent on public transit and riding these autonomous vehicles, but not owning them. And so more available, basically, it's kind of like the telephone. The more you have of it, the more useful it is. And same way with transit here.
Mike?
And you're right, and Seth, there's a great partnership with a lot of those ride-sharing companies and public transit. Over at Go Triangle, just in the last year, we've partnered with Uber and through our Transloc app. So there's a company based right out here in RTP called Transloc that does the real-time information. So if you put it on your phone and you're riding the bus, you can see where your bus is in real time, where to catch the next one. And through a partnership now, if you get to the end of your line and you still have another mile or two to get to your office and there's not a transit connection, there's a place you can just push the button, connect to Uber, and call that Uber car to get you that last little bit. And I think that is important to have things working together like that, a menu of options for people when they travel. Autonomous vehicles are obviously something that are coming. It's a serious thing. The State Department of Transportation has been preparing for it. They're looking at the infrastructure that's needed in roadways to be able to support this kind of system. But we get asked a lot on the transit side if we think that autonomous vehicles and Uber and Lyft will replace the need for public transportation. And there's a great visual, as a visual storyteller, that I love to show people. And since we don't have it, I'm going to ask you to kind of imagine with me in the room and help paint the mental picture. But if you look at this, the room here tonight, and you kind of look at this group just sitting individually, now imagine the same group, everybody in their own car. So let's get the same number of cars to people in the room versus taking these same number of people and putting them on 2 or 3 buses or one long train car for a commuter rail or for a light rail system. And so when you think about that, some of these, the ride sharing is great because it gets people away from necessarily having to all own their own car. But if you looked at that just on its own and you tried to put that many more Uber cars or Lyft cars out on our congested roadways without having the public transportation option, it just won't work over time. The other thing is, as I said at the beginning, public transportation gives a choice to some, but for some, it's the only way to get around. And the people who need to get to jobs, to school, to doctor's appointments that can't afford a car and need public transportation, Lyft and Uber and autonomous cars doesn't support that for them.
Real quick, does it scare either one of you to death that we may have a bus that could completely run on its own? Serious question.
Is that an audience question or a Will question?
If it was a good question, it was my question. If it was a bad question, I got it from the audience.
I don't know. Are people afraid of driving an autonomous or riding in autonomous vehicles? I'm not.
Can we poll the audience?
Yeah.
Who would be
let's do
scared
that.
to ride in a bus that does not have a driver? Okay, who would not be scared to do so?
Who is more afraid of a car that is driven by people as opposed to an autonomous car?
People are crazy. People are crazy. All right, last question. And for sake of time, let's try to, we'll keep you to like a minute and a half for the remarks. So question 4, transit discussions seem to follow the age-old chicken or egg scenario. Does ridership have to increase for public transit offerings to expand, or does the service have to increase for ridership to increase? And I believe this one is Mike's first go.
Sure. Well, it takes time to invest in public transportation, especially when you start thinking about some of the bigger technologies. Building a commuter rail or a light rail system, that's an 8 to 10 year project. And so when we look at the growth rate, again, going back, look at those Wake County numbers alone, 450 people a week. If we wait until all of those people are out on the roads and the roads are so congested that nobody's moving, and then we say, okay, now let's get more people to start taking buses. Now we're seeing bus ridership come up, so now let's start investing in the longer term projects. We'll never get there. We'll be at the point where there is no more room to move before we're starting an 8 to 10 year project. And so it's really important for communities to work together to look at all pieces of growth. When you're looking at recruiting jobs, building affordable housing, making sure we're supporting, a lifestyle and a community that we all want to live in, public transportation plays an important role. Certainly we can't just wait. We can't just build the big technologies, build the light rail train and expect people to get on it. We have to work now to get people interested in public transportation, but we have to invest now.
I would probably ring a more cautionary note. With all the advent in technology these days, I don't think it makes sense to invest in a technology that might not be realized, or a system that might not be realizable, say, 20 years from now. And again, all of this speaks to the fact that we have road congestion. Well, geez, if you only charge to use the road, then you might have less congestion and you might have more money to fund it. So I would say not so much the chicken and the egg, but looking towards sensible policies to using the available guideway and roadways that we have now that are more efficient than kind of the smorgasbord, all-you-can-eat type of philosophy. I thinking ahead of time in terms of these autonomous technologies, and absolutely voting for the Wake County half-cent transit sales tax to move all of this forward. I'm not certainly, well, thanks.
If you have like a 10-second, you can finish that up.
Oh, and just one plug for EcoPRT. When we talk about autonomous vehicles, we're developing something that's much smaller and lighter and cheaper and uses its own smaller guideway, and I think that's the best of all.
So to keep it lighthearted, let's move to a audience question. Jacob will find somebody. I'll let Jacob pick the person. He's in the back of the room.
Why do we not have HOV lanes to incentivize multiple passengers?
Either one of you can go first.
Sure, I'll jump into this one. No, it's a great question, and it's actually something that the planners in the Triangle are looking at right now. When it comes to looking at things like toll projects and HOV lanes, it's a relatively new concept for North Carolina. People who are from other parts of the country, it is what it is. They exist in a lot of places. We obviously have one toll road here in the Triangle. There are others that are being built in other places in the state where there's been more controversy around them. But looking out 10, 15 years, the traffic planners are looking at some concepts of things like some HOV lanes, some toll lanes, some optional toll lanes, those hot lanes where people could choose to pay a toll to get in them if they were just by themselves, or if they had 2 or 3 people in the car, they could use them for free. And when we have those conversations with the state, we're always talking about transit vehicles and how those larger buses could use those types of lanes for free. So it is something that's being discussed, probably just a little bit slower coming to North Carolina than it has been some other places nearby.
So with HOV lanes, from what I understand, I'm no expert, is there are certain restrictions. You can't just co-op a lane and make it OHOV, I believe, for various reasons. So that would mean that you'd actually have to build an extra lane that was HOV. And current costs probably run anywhere from $10 to $20 million a mile.
She is a tech reporter, acclaimed storyteller, sought-after public speaker, and CEO of the award-winning digital media firm Reify Media. Across the globe, she has led keynotes and training sessions on cutting-edge tech trends and innovations, resonating with audiences of all backgrounds and experience levels. She's known for her rare ability to explain complex tech topics with humor and data-driven insights. Here's Dr. Sarah Glova.
Social media.
More recently, I did have a hate account on Instagram. They told me to kill myself and told me that I was ugly and that I looked like a clown. But then I realized they're only making fun of me because I'm giving them attention about it.
I'm pro social media because I like to send memes to my grandma, I like to keep connected with my friends, but most importantly, I think it's a useful platform and tool.
I didn't know what a trans guy was before I was on TikTok. I just thought I was a masculine girl.
I have social media, but I don't use them. I kind of just have enough posts that doesn't make me seem like a loser.
I find it really toxic because everything's based off numbers. I just want to see how pro-social media has helped their life because it hasn't really helped me as a person.
I'm a content creator on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat. I'd say that I would make $30,000 to $40,000 a month.
I'm anti-social media because of the present algorithms in place.
So do you think Instagram is the most detrimental social media?
No, I think TikTok is. Because it's manipulating their users and taking so much information from them, and they're showing that through the For You page, and people don't care.
Hi, I'm Alexa. I'm 18 years old and I'm pro social media. And I love social media just because of the culture it brings.
Hi, I'm Phillips, plural. I am on the pro side and I just like to spread awareness.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm 16. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, and a little bit of YouTube. And I am pro social media because it helped me meet a lot of other trans kids when I was struggling.
Hi, I'm Ella. I'm 15 and I'm anti-social media because I find it really toxic and competitive for myself.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm 18 and I am anti-social media and I'm the CEO of a movement that works to kind of promote a healthier existence on social media.
My name is Emmy. I'm 16. I'm anti-social media because of personal experience and like general anxiety.
I want the pro-social media people to go on the left, anti-social media people on the right. I'm going to read out the prompt. If you agree, step forward, and if you disagree, stay put. I spend more than 3 hours on social media daily.
I definitely find myself scrolling for hours when I'm bored, and I definitely get sucked in and I can't stop.
For me, a lot of my school stuff got pushed to social media, all the clubs and orgs. Another one that's more personal to me is that keeps you in touch with your family. All my family's in Vietnam, so yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of my friends are online, and I'm just like on their accounts, you know, like hyping them up or just like texting them on Instagram because I don't like to use regular text.
It's definitely my #1 source of entertainment. I don't watch as much YouTube or Netflix, and I kind of just go through TikTok, and like that's what brings me joy sometimes.
Yeah, TikTok is easy.
Yeah,
So,
short
like-
attention spans.
Oh yeah.
You get sucked in, like you go on for like 30 minutes and then you're just there forever, and that happens to me all the time.
But sometimes I spend more time comparing myself to others. Oh, I'm not getting that many likes, and it kind of brings me down.
But if I went on TikTok and I kind of just analyzed everyone and just was like trying to compare myself, then it would definitely bring me down. But just as a content creator, I just have the mindset of like, oh, this is what you make and maybe I can make it differently.
Prior to a movement I started called Log Off, I spent about 5 hours on social media a day, and it was to talk with my sister who was in college, but I also got really bad repercussions about my body. And I felt really terrible after scrolling. But you know, after I rethought about how I wanted to spend my time on there, it became much more productive. So I still spend time on like Instagram. It's just to like get a meme from my college sister or to like talk with friends that really bring me up.
I have an Instagram, I have a TikTok, but like I never open the app like ever. I'm clearly not the skinniest and like I have alopecia, so I'm losing my hair, and like I'll look on social media and like I'll see some like K-pop star and they're like a 00 with the longest hair on the planet, and they're like their skin is silk smooth. And when I take pictures, no matter what I do, you can see the whites of my scalp. So I don't take photos, and because I don't take photos, I don't have anything to post, and because I don't have anything to post, I don't see a point in opening the app. Plus, I'd rather spend my time reading.
I used to be more meek and mild. I was just like, oh no, they're gonna comment I'm ugly, they're gonna hate on me. But then when TikTok started blowing up, one of my videos blew up, and I was just like, hey, they don't hate me. And I was just like, oh, okay, the confidence, it's coming in.
And I get 100 notifications a day from my best friend saying, I found this new video you would love. And I'll click on it occasionally, and I love the video because it's funny, it's short, and it like matches my personality. But it makes me really upset when like I FaceTime with my friend and she's scrolling through TikTok. It's really scary to see my friends kind of disconnect with me and just connect with these people they've never met. That we're narcs and that we kind of hate social media like parents hate social media. I don't think they really know our stories and know why exactly we don't want to exist on the platforms in the way that they are.
I've had hurtful things posted about me, and the thing about the internet, it's there forever, and it's not like a word that was just said to me on the playground. It's something that's out there and other people can see.
Social media makes you antisocial.
There can be communities found within social media, but my personal experience with it, and from a lot of stories that I've heard through Log Off, is that a lot of kids have lost people because of social media. And I think that that constant mindless scrolling allows you to kind of go into this bubble and just hunker down and to not really talk with people.
I know a bunch of kids that like don't know how to communicate outside of like an emoji or like outside of like a picture, or like only have one picture face, and like will repeatedly take the same, like we'll stop everyone in the friend group to pick a wall and just sit there and pose and take 100 photos and stand there and wait. Be like, no, take one more.
I definitely like would base like entire friend groups to hang out and just take pictures. Like we wouldn't communicate, it would just be pictures just to post on Instagram. And then I would find myself that like we didn't even connect when we were hanging out. It wasn't quality time because I feel like, oh, I have to get that perfect photo of all of us looking like we're having fun. Even if we're not, I just need to get that so I can post it.
After a while, you feel the pressure and everything. People start being people and they're just empty profile pictures. People will come to me and they won't know my name. They'll go by my screen name. And then I'm just like, am I human?
I like to ask questions in comments and ask like, oh, where'd you get that? Or, you know, like, what hair dye did you use? Or something like that, because I think it's a lot more engaging. Or I like to, sometimes I'll make my posts, I'll make it a question, like the caption. I like to interact with like a lot of my followers through comments because I'm uncomfortable, you know, messaging them personally. It's good to like interact with the people that support you.
But what would you say to like bigger influencers like Kylie Jenner or like Kim Kardashian that can't have that interaction via the comments?
Yeah, and then Alex, some people just don't even reply to you. They'll just double tap, like the message.
Going off what you said about like making real human connection, have you ever like looked into like social media accounts that like promote that? Because I don't know if you guys know, we're not really strangers. If you guys know them, they have a card game. You don't know. Okay, so it's basically a card game where you have perception, analysis, and then reflection, and then you just have conversation like, or how are you really, or you know, if how like what would you name the chapter of this in your life, and then boom, we're in a 20-minute conversation that like she feels really low and she's trying to change, and then you know, and I would have never thought that if this social media account didn't push me or didn't encourage me to have deeper conversations.
I agree, but I think the issue is with the algorithm in place. Like that's not popping up on my feed. Like I don't know that those exist, and because it's so expansive, and because there's so much hollowness and mindless scrolling. Like I've never found that. If I found that, I would have loved that.
With the algorithm and the fact that you never see those things, like I always feel like we're on a whole different side of TikTok than you are, and all it takes is just to look up like deep conversations on the internet. There would have been a Vogue article about we're not really friends, and then you would have looked it up. You know, so in order to change your algorithm, you just have to change the things that you're looking for.
But don't you think maybe like the algorithm in place is what's making it so dangerous? Because it's like they're pumping out these really terrible kind of like content videos, but also you've got like the attention economy where they're like fighting to get your information to then give to people, to put ads in your feed that you won't notice.
Even if you're not on social media, you know it's going to do that anyway. Like if you're searching anything up, like if you're searching something up on Safari and you go onto your computer, onto Chrome, the ads will probably be the same. You know,
it's
just
the internet.
It's just technology, you know.
I sat down here saying that social media makes people antisocial, but hearing Alexa and Alex speak, it makes me remember that social media isn't just, you know, the whole TikTok scene. It's also schools. There's clubs and stuff. I've made a couple new friends from social media because they live in Ventura, I live in San Diego. So I don't think it's necessarily just the whole big fame thing. There's also the smaller groups. Yeah, I'd like to say social media changed my life. I'm more confident. I actually think about what I wear. I used to just roll out of bed, grab what's near. I do see how social media can be bad, but I like to think of it in a positive light.
I have been bullied on social media.
I know you guys remember like those Musical.ly days. I feel like that was my biggest bullying because it's like it's just like entering a whole different society. It's just like when you're going out, you're making videos. You don't really know what you want to post or what you want to do or what you want to look like. So it is going to be cringy at first, and it's not going to be great.
Musical.ly was definitely a dark time. More recently, I did have a hate account on Instagram. They like told me to kill myself and told me that like because I was upset about my pet dying that I should kill myself and that I like was ugly and I looked like a clown. And yeah, I really let it get to me for a long time. But then I realized, you know, like they're only making fun of me because I'm giving them attention about it. So I just had to like block them from all my accounts and block all the people they were following and block all the people that were following them. And then I just had to stop looking. And if I don't look at it, then I don't know what they're saying.
Right, and that's the thing. It's just like once you stop looking into it, you just stop feeding the fire and it will die eventually because you just don't even pay it no mind.
I don't have a big following, so it's mostly people I know. Usually it's TikToks, and it's not with my name in it, but you can tell that it's implied towards me. And I try not to comment, but like there's some points where they're coming out and saying like completely false things about me. Posting and hating on someone through the internet is completely different from in person because it's there forever. You don't have control over that because it's up to them to delete it.
So I have had rude comments been made about me, but I've never been like heavily cyberbullied because I don't really have a big following and because of the community that I'm in. I've just read hundreds of stories about kids who like felt like they wanted to kill themselves because of the rude comments they were getting. And I just remember like there were nights when I would cry and I'd be so upset because I couldn't really do anything about it.
My cyberbullying experience, the first like big one, I was in like this like dance team, right? And I was the shortest kid, the fattest kid, and like one of like 3 Asians. So I clearly stuck out no matter what I did. And you know, like after practice, like all the girls would like do that like 2014 like ass out like face and like the duck face thing pose. One day, like one of them like invited me to take the photo with them, and I thought like this was the only way you could pose on Instagram. So like I did it, and then they took the photo and they were all like laughing and they started uploading it. I didn't know why. Over like the next 2.5, 3 years, they would continuously like bring me into the photo. Like I would never just go up. They'd always ask me, hey, do you want to be in the photo? Do you want to be in the photo? So I felt like I was being included. But when I like got a phone and when I got an Instagram and when I started following like my fellow dance team members, I would look at their Instagrams and like from the beginning, it's photos of me. They'll zoom in on me and they'll be like, look at that fat thing, that fucking monster. Like, is it trying to pose? Like, what does that thing think it is? Like, do they think they're cute? I was in like fucking elementary school. Like, I don't know how to deal with myself. Like, I barely know how to open a peanut butter jar, and you expect me to know how to deal with people calling me it and like a monster, you know what I mean?
Social media can cause young people to hurt themselves.
Instagram, TikTok, everything is the highlight reel. My Instagram, I'm not gonna post the ugliest picture of me. When I scroll through my friends, in the back of my head, I should know that that's the same for them. Yet I'm like, they look so pretty. Why do I not look like that? And I think for younger generations, it's really scary that they're gonna have to deal with this.
I have this one photo that's so vivid in my memory, and like, I'm at like an aquarium and I'm leaning against like one of the fish tanks, and my dad and my brother are next to me, and I'm like half my brother's height, my face just sagging, my body, like my clothes don't fit on me, and I'm like, at that time I didn't realize how depressed I was and how much these dance photos were ruining me. That's kind of when I knew like social media is not something I like, I'm not safe here, you know? And so an excuse I can make for not pleasing people online is that I don't use it, and then I'll be okay.
The bad thing about social media is like if you have a bad friend in real life and your mom's like avoid them, don't be next to them and stuff, but on social media you almost can't avoid them. And I feel like that's where like a lot of kids can get hurt because they comment rude things on your things, or they don't share the same opinions, and those friends are horrible, you know?
I don't know how Tumblr is now because I don't go on it, but there are a lot of like self-harm pages and eating disorder pages with like ideas to make yourself lose weight. There's so much of that on Tumblr that I had to get off of Tumblr, and I think that definitely will hurt kids now and in the future.
I just couldn't imagine being like 10 or 11 or 12, just being so young and looking through this and taking all these suggestions in. I'm 18 now, like I go through it and I know better, but I feel like you could get seriously hurt when you're young because you really just don't know any better.
Yeah, I'll just play back on what you said about how little kids don't know better. I saw a hack where it was like scoop ice cream and it said microwave the spoon. Most children wouldn't know. And yeah, in cases like that, it does hurt me to be pro social media. But social media, I think it was always more intended for more discretion.
Like I have this friend named Jessie Page, and she is very, very like pro body positivity and like pro like mental health, you know, like really like I want to get better. That's why I keep all my posts up, because I want people to be able to go back and look. I wasn't on T for 3 years, you know, when I was out, you know, like I was fully out and like fighting for myself to start hormones. My friend Jessie too, she also puts before and after. She always puts like, this is the real me.
Do you think social media has changed your life?
100%. I don't think I would be the person I am if it wasn't for social media. I first came out on TikTok and my parents didn't even know. That's how they found out, actually.
Children under the age of 13 should not be allowed on social media.
Well, it's kind of funny because I talk to a lot of organizations with Log Off, and the main point that they try to get across is that they're trying to advocate for kids to get cell phones and technology and social media at an older age. And you know, years ago I would have said, that's really stupid. That's like the drug talk. Like, don't do drugs, don't be on social media. I'm not gonna listen to that. But then after years of kind of self-reflection, I wish someone would have said, you don't need Instagram to have a social life.
If I go back to like my 13-year-old self and like I didn't have all the experiences I had and I just kind of knew like, oh, it's a good place, I would be posting God knows what, right? Kids are dumb. And if you give kids a platform to do whatever they want, they're gonna be dumb.
There's no educational advocacy out there to actually allow for that to happen. And when they are there, it's this older teacher who like has a completely different outlook on social media because they never existed in an age where it was your life.
You know, I just feel like it's just unrealistic. When I was 13, I was fully on social media, making videos every single day. So I just feel like, if anything, it helped me more when I was 13. Like, it really allowed me to just know what things were and not be so, what is going on? Like, you know, not knowing a lot of things.
Because like I was on social media at like 11 years old. Like I was a child and on social media. And my dad told me, he was like, you know, but you're also trans and you're also like LGBT, you know, you need to be able to meet people because your bubble that you would know of trans people would be 0.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think we're underestimating children. They're relentless. We put an age limit on Instagram or an age limit on like an adult type website. They're still gonna get through.
I didn't have social media. I was probably like the last couple people out of my like friends because my mom knew the restrictions and how the things that are on the internet is you can't control what other people are posting and you can't control what your kids are seeing. But I believe that like other kids mature at different ages and we can't really restrict certain people from going on this platform when it's public.
It's difficult because I do think what you said is true, where if I was 13 and someone said, you have to be 13 to get on this app or like you have to be older, I would have lied about my age. And I know there are millions of kids like that that are like, break the system and would like put in a different age.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. With any problem, you can't just take the problem and move it over here.
Exactly.
It's all about the education. It should be a class, like how sex ed is. There should be like tech ed.
Like computer lab days exist. Like was that just my school? Like there were computer lab days or something.
Where we just practice typing.
Right, where you practice typing. Well, like instead of just practicing typing, practice how to not be an idiot online and like how to like learn, understand like the harm of it. Because like if I had that education, I know that like I would have like at least braced myself for it. Once COVID kind of hit, I realized like I need social media or else I can't like find anyone. I know some people that kind of think like when I say that I don't use social media a lot, they're like, oh, do you think you're cooler than us because you don't need like social media validation? But it's more like I'm afraid of if I search for that validation that I'm not gonna get it.
I know all schools, they don't talk about some deep topics that social media brings to light, and it teaches you how to get through it and how to do it without talking to your family if you are uncomfortable and without talking to the school because sometimes schools don't have that education in place.
My teacher told everyone that RuPaul's Drag Race was a good example of trans people. Of course, like I got in trouble for like correcting him or whatever, but it was like I could not let him spread fake information like that because those are not trans people, those are drag queens, and that is a totally different topic. I'm very far in my transition for 16, and social media definitely helped me a lot.
Yeah. And then the fact that you even got in trouble for that shows that school is at like, you know, they're lacking.
You know, personal experience is how you learn the most. You know, you go on social media and there's someone talking about this eating disorder, this depression that they went to. It's just someone actually talking to a camera, giving you real advice that a school really could never do.
I want to preface it with I am kind of like, I'm very lucky. The school that I go to, Altamont, is like a private school in Alabama, and they're very, very good with kind of integrating these conversations into the academic dialogue. I totally agree with everything y'all have said. I've learned how to rainbow loom, and I've done a bunch of different things on social media, but I've also looked up like election, and there's been misinformation after misinformation, and with COVID. So for y'all that answered, how do you kind of outweigh like the chance to learn a bunch of new things with also the chance of seeing a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily true?
I think you just have to look for credible websites. I mean, it's just like when you're doing an essay, you wouldn't believe, just feel like blogs, any of that kind of stuff. It is easy to get a lot of misinformation, but it's also easy to see that this information is fake.
But what about like a young kid that can't really discern that? Because I feel like that's the...
My dad actually put the Washington Post and the New York Times on my phone so that I would look at it more, so I would get the notifications. You know, all I had to do was put it on my phone.
There have been times when I've disagreed with what the teacher said, and that is true, but I also think that with social media, with the algorithm in place, it's harder to discern.
I disagree with you, just because I feel like as kids we look up to our teachers for the right answers, and if they are like providing like a biased answer, we're getting the wrong information.
If you've taken a political science class, there will be times where the teacher's own political beliefs might make the learning biased. So comparable to social media, it's about the same.
Yeah, but I think it's more dangerous on social media, because I agree it is very dangerous in the classroom, especially when you look up to teachers. With the algorithm, they don't have that humanity to actually discern like, oh, this is an article about how masks aren't important. So but I'm gonna pump that out.
But I would disagree with you for that exact reason, because it's just one human, one way of life, one perspective, one thought, you know. But at least when you go on social media and you put up Trump, it's gonna come up both sides of the story. You know, and it's up to you to differentiate and read it and see, okay, this comes from this credible website and this is coming from a blog on Wikipedia.
What if we're talking about like just a straightforward thing like math, science, or English? Sometimes you can get like a cruddy teacher and they won't really teach you that well. You just type that into social media, they'll ring it right up.
I've never actually been helped by a math teacher. I mean, photo math was the only thing that helped me. I mean, and it's not even like it only gave me the answers. I mean, you scrolled up and it literally showed you step by step what it does, and you look for the reasoning. Here's the reasoning.
And sometimes if I have a lot of trouble with like an assignment or something, I'll actually like post a picture of it and I'll be like, hey, like I am really bad in this subject. Every single time people do message me and help me out, or like will comment and be like, hey, like actually this is what you're doing wrong and this is how you do it right.
Society would thrive more without social media.
I don't know if I do.
For me, on a macro scale, I think there are some really troubling signs that social media is kind of unwinding society and humanity in the sense of like the democracy debate. Governments can use social media to then kind of undermine elections. And I think those are bigger issues when you look at the macro scale. But again, on the micro scale, there are so many different people in the world that would thrive with it.
I know other people that are like me. I think I would thrive more without social media, because I compare myself and I look for those likes and look for those comments on my posts. And I feel like if I didn't have that concern, my mental health and my self-love and self-image would be so much better if I didn't see all this stuff on the internet.
A part of me wants to ask for like a definition for like thrive, because like, are we talking about like us as like a human race, or like people individually? Instagram and things can like put like make you have poor body image and this that, but also like in the case of like Alex, you know, it helps him, you know, meet other trans people and understand that like he isn't alone, right? And so it's such a general question with so many variables that like you can't just like put one answer down.
Yeah, it's
so case by case.
You need to know if it's on the micro and macro scale.
And you know, like Alex is a following that is a lot of other trans kids that are looking for other trans kids, and if Alex just went MIA for a month, people would panic, you know, and like, you know, like I can totally like, sorry to like keep using you, but like this is like the easiest like analogy, right? I'm sorry, Alex. I love you, I promise. I was just like, this is just like the easiest example.
I have a question actually. So in the recent months especially, there have been a lot of protests and stuff that were, like a lot of them were created online, and I think that if we didn't have social media, a lot of them wouldn't have been possible because there wouldn't have been the word spread so fast.
I agree, yes. These protests got really big and it's really important, but the thing that I've kind of been looking at is the people that go and take a picture and they're like, oh my God, like I'm so supportive, and like they change their profile picture, they do the Blackout Tuesday, and then a week later it gets archived. When people go with like professional grade cameras and like bring a hair and makeup team to like sit there and like pose in the middle of the street, like it's less of the movement and more of the social media.
And yeah, and I think that's also a perspective thing, because I think there was maybe one or two major influencers who were dumb enough to take a production team out there to take a picture. And I think that was for people like you guys who are anti-social media to focus, be like, wow, look at all these influencers. It's the whole entire community is just like them. And I was in New York for a couple of days, and I was in like Washington Square or something. They were passing out flyers. They're like, hey, share this on your Snapchat if you know anyone in New York. And I wasn't only in New York for like 2 days, but I posted it, and I got like, I don't know, like 40,000 people on Snapchat to watch it, and if they were in New York, they could go.
By these like performative parts, I'm not talking only influencers. Like, yes, that is a big part, and it is very troublesome when influencers do like kind of go out and like pose for like the picture rather than for the protest. But when people are kind of seeing like, oh, this is trendy, and when people have that desire to like go viral, they'll go out and they'll do it.
But here's like a scenario. What if me, Alex and Alexa, we all just teamed up, we did like a charity stream and then donated to, let's just throw back to like early 2020 where there was like fires. Wouldn't California or Australia thrive from us donating?
I do agree that social media does like promote awareness and it helps change. And definitely in our society, because everyone's on social media. So if they see this and it gets spread, it's gonna make change.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I made like the log off movement, is because I saw that there was this multifaceted nature about social media, and I at least just wanted to discuss it with teens and to be like, let's figure out how to exist in a healthier way. And even though social media, we can talk about the good and the bad all day, it's just nice to be in one space and have one conversation.
I mean, yeah, technically social media did bring us here, so I guess that's a good thing. But hey, we don't have to talk about that.
Hi everyone, wish you a very happy new year and hope you enjoyed this episode. I personally struggle a lot with my social media usage. So recently I bought an alarm clock so that the phone is not the first thing I look at in the morning and I'm not tempted to go on social media. If you have any suggestions as to how you control your social media usage, feel free to leave in the comment section below. And thanks for watching.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Today I am joined by, not to use this word in an incendiary way, but a quite infamous streamer on the internet, Destiny. You've been doing this before we went live, you said, for 13 years, which is crazy to me. I'm at a 7, and sometimes I feel like I'm gonna have like a mental breakdown from it.
Yeah. I mean, infamous works, far leftist works, establishment show works. Like I take it all. So yeah.
Yeah. So the reason I reached out to do this because I felt as though the number of people on the internet, especially like commentators and people who do politics for a living, like you and I, that are interested in having productive conversations about the trans issue in particular, the number of people willing to do that is just going down and down and down. And I feel like things have reached such a fever pitch that I only really want to talk to people where I feel like the conversation is going to be at least oriented in the direction of solutions to problems rather than just scoring points. So maybe it won't go that way. Maybe it'll get heated and it won't be so productive, but I'm at least aiming for that.
Sure.
Yeah. So what's your mindset going into this? Do you think we're going to be like screaming, or what do you think?
Well, we've got lots of no, not really. I think we've like briefly crossed paths a few times in the past. We probably disagree on probably a lot of things politically, but obviously you're in an interesting spot being trans and conservative. Given that your identity has been at the forefront of conservative politics for like the past like 2 fucking years now, because it seems like nobody in the country wants to talk about anything else. It feels like there's two phenomena happening at the same time that are contradictory. One is that we're becoming more different than ever, and two is we're becoming more of the same. We have like these two political groups in the United States, and they are pulling apart at rapid pace. But as they pull apart, both groups become like more dogmatic in their beliefs. So as we stop having like conversations with each other, like the left is now saying that like my 4-year-olds can identify as trans, and people on the right are like trying to fight to take trans healthcare away from adults. And the conversations have just become absolutely insane now, and nobody seems to be wanting to work towards any type of middle ground solution.
Right. And I'm coming at it from the perspective of like having done politics with like a major focus on trans issues for the past 7 years. The way in which the entire discourse has like taken shape is like insane, because like you said, the fact that it's one of the, if not the like premier political football as of now, when it is such a tiny population, is really insane. I mean, it makes sense because there's so many different trickle-down effects from trans in general, because it affects really every area of life. It affects, bathrooms and school and medicine and all that. So it makes sense. But the overexposure, I feel like, has just made things so hostile. Let's add some structure to this, because I do have some topics kind of laid out that I want to go through, some of which I feel like we're going to have middle ground on, and some we're probably going to bat heads on, but that's fine.
Sure.
So I wanted to start with, first of all, why I even reached out to you was I saw you on one of these really super cringe red pill dating podcasts that I tend to lately have a habit of like getting high in bed and watching and just like losing my mind based on how insanely dumb so many people on them are.
Mhm.
But the trans bathroom debates started happening on one of those, which I was like, why is that even happening on a dating podcast? But okay.
But so, for instance, let's say that I'm a traditional father and I want to take my boy to the bathroom, okay? Let's say he's 6 years old, and then Blair White comes walking into the bathroom.
No.
Do you want Blair White walking into the bathroom with like a little boy?
Okay.
And you brought me up, and that led me to looking at some of your other positions on trans, some of your other content, because admittedly, no offense, I haven't watched a ton of your stuff, but I looked at some of your trans videos, and we actually have like some things in common, particularly with trans sports.
Sure.
So my audience, probably who might have a little bit of a predisposition to think that you're wrong on everything on this topic, probably would like to know that you actually are pretty moderate on like trans women competing in women's sports, which my position is I'm against it, and yours seems to be as well, right?
Yeah, I'll carve out the caveat that like there's probably a place for well, this gets into another very contentious issue, but if trans people are going to compete with sports for the gender or sex that they transition to, however you want to view that, I think that the transition has to happen pre-puberty. I think that the advantages that you gain during puberty, going through a male puberty, probably disqualifies you from fairly competing in any female sports, is what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at as well. You know, I'm wholly against like people who went through male puberty competing, but in my mind, I can't think of a reason necessarily, even though I disagree with children transitioning, which we're going to get to. I can't think of a reason why, if you haven't gone through that puberty, you're at such a disproportionate advantage that supersedes like the natural sort of like disadvantages and advantages that
Yeah.
people within that sex would actually have. Like there's Serena Williams, and then there's like, I don't know, like Lindsay Lohan. Think of a
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, I
But
think
yeah, so
also,
yeah.
I think a really good litmus test for a lot of trans issues too, and nobody seems to ever bring this up, but like think about trans men. So, for instance, if you think that trans women should be able to compete with cisgender women or normal women or whatever you want to call them, non-trans women, cis women, what about trans men? Because trans men will never be competitive with cis men. A person that's gone through a female puberty and then competes against men, except for like in trap shooting or whatever, that wasn't supposed to be in innuendo. Sorry, but like there's like there are some sports where you can compete. I think like guns, trap shooting, I think is one of them. I think distance running might be another one. But for the most part, trans men will never be competitive with cis men in any of those categories. So yeah, like if you try to think like, well, what if trans men did this? I think of the same thing for bathrooms as well. That's why I always go to when people are like, I don't want trans people in our bathrooms. It's bad for our daughters or whatever. It's like, okay, well, do you want Buck Angel going to the bathroom with your daughter, right? You'd probably lose your mind if you saw that, you know? So yeah, I think that the trans sports thing, I think people have kind of lost their head on a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that in general, there's just like levels to all of this, right? It's like sometimes I feel like valid concerns get bunched in with less than valid concerns. It's like, so, and even within those concerns, there's levels to it. So there's a difference between like the Walmart bathroom and like a high school bathroom. There's a difference between a high school bathroom and like a locker room. And there's a difference between like a spa, so all of these things have different layers. For example, it's like, I don't see as much of an issue with obviously trans people who have made a medical transition using public bathrooms. I see a much larger issue when it comes to locker rooms. Like I go to a spa here in my city, and I when I go, I'm aware that I look like a woman. I've made a medical transition, and to most people, they don't clock me when I'm out. However, I don't go in the like locker room area. I would never want to be, the source of discomfort for any woman. And I think that that's like different than like someone who would really look at me and be like, in Walmart, you should not go to, not that I shop at Walmart. You should not be
Yeah,
using the
only
bathroom,
Target, right?
right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, now we'll get into Target as well.
Yeah.
There's just
No,
so much.
The frustrating thing is like what you say
Yeah.
there, that is the majority opinion of like 99% of trans people, or every single trans person I've talked to in real life. I've never met a trans person like, no, even though I clearly don't pass, I want to go use the bathroom that I identify with, and I want to have a huge fucking fight over it. Like 99% of trans people that I know in real life, no, I'm sorry, everyone I know in real life, the internet, Twitter people get different, are just like, I want to go into the place that I look like. Most people aren't going to clock me. Most people don't give a fuck. Like, I just want to pass, do my thing, be invisible, and like live my life as a normal person. And these like weird esoteric fights over like, I am a 350-pound burly man who identifies as a woman and wants to go to the women's bathroom. It is like such an online issue. And by the way, I don't think that it's bad to talk about that, but like, one, the left needs to stop defending those people because there's no fucking point in doing it. It just makes you look crazy. And then two, the right needs to stop pretending that every single trans person is like that. I get so many trans people that email me who are so irritated when they watch these fights. Like, bro, like, I don't want to fight about when I go to the bathroom. If I look like a man, I know, and trans people know what they look like, probably more than most people do, because they obsess over how they appear and the dysphoria and everything too. They know what they look like. They know what bathroom they identify when they go into, and they don't want to have like a huge fucking public fight over their identity anytime they, have to take a piss in public. So yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I think that begs the question of self-ID, which is something that it seems as if most leftists either intentionally or unintentionally find themselves defending at all costs, which I have an issue with, because there's really no other area of life that I can think of where someone is able to just say, I am, therefore you have to take me on my word, other than that. And I think that is where women start to feel very uncomfortable, because I mean, we can talk about like the viral TikToks, and like I've reacted to them on my channel where it's like just like a dude with like a fucking beard and he's like in the women's bathroom like screaming, and it's like that shit is like on one level just a really bad look, but then also it becomes an even worse look when the entirety of the right obviously is going to attack that person and say you don't belong in that bathroom. And then I would say the overwhelming majority of the left is maybe not going to defend the fact that that person looks like a woman or whatever, but will defend like their ability to be in that bathroom. And as someone who, I often say this, I started my transition almost a decade ago. So not that I will ever claim to understand the biological woman experience. There are obviously some levels of socialization that I've experienced and that I continue to experience walking through society, being perceived as one. And I completely, as I get older, my empathy only grows for women who look at that kind of stuff and they're like, why would I ever think it's okay to be in an enclosed space with this person?
Sure.
So I think there's just like nuance, and I do wish, especially because people on the left purport to be the people that are fighting for me, maybe not specifically Blair White since I'm so hated in those circles, but trans women, trans men, I find that they do way more harm than good when they find themselves defending that kind of shit, because anyone of sound mind is going to look at it and be like, that's demented.
Yeah, this was a phenomenon that I spent a long time thinking about, because I'm trying to figure out like why are these hyper niche issues. So like a 4-year-old, a person saying my 4-year-old is trans, right? How do these blow up into such huge issues? And the immediate temptation is, first you want to blame the actual person who is doing it, because it's like, what the fuck? But then you realize like, okay, well, there's always going to be a few crazy people. So I can't blame the person because there's always some stupid idiot. So then I want to kind of blame conservatives, because like, okay, well, you guys are the ones blowing the story up so much. And then I'm thinking, well, why are conservatives able to blow it up so much? And then when I look at the left, it's like, okay, now I understand. The reason why conservatives can blow this story up so much It's because so many people on the left are willing to defend it, right?
Yeah.
If you're just willing to say that, like, listen, we probably, like, if conservatives are like, oh, you want to destroy women's spaces with trans people, it's like, okay, no, probably not. Trans women probably shouldn't compete with cis women in sports. If you can just say that and drop it, the other side looks insane to keep harping on it over and over and over again. But the reason why them harping on it works so well is because people on the left, even if they're the most fringiest minority positions ever, everybody on the left, at least online, seems very keen to defend it, which is ultimately the most damaging thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the conundrum I'm always in because, first of all, I forgot to correct you in the beginning. Like, I don't call myself a conservative. That's something that the internet definitely calls me, and definitely is always like in the crawl whenever I do like news stuff because I think
Sure.
I think that it maximizes to call me like a trans conservative. I think maximizes leftist ability to sort of be like, haha, hypocrisy. That makes no sense, and also the right's ability to be like, look, it's possible to be whatever. And I'm a Republican because I'm registered as that, and that's the way I vote. But conservative, I feel like, denotes like a sort of like religious background. But what I was trying to say from that is like, it's hard for me to look at conservatives as like a bigger threat to me when it was like 5 minutes ago that the entire culture, including conservatives, were so neutered on LGBT issues that they wouldn't even like whisper like a negative sentiment about trans people or gay people. And then all of a sudden, the entirety of the left seems to be giving them all this ammunition, all this insane, demented stuff. And it's like, I don't know how to get past that and look at like leftists as more of an ally than conservatives when leftists are just like, hi, let me just feed you all of these reasons to like, you know, garner hate against trans people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, basically what it feels like, and I guess this probably isn't unique to transition. It's probably true of everything. It feels like the T part of LGBT it's become like the staging ground for all of our social fights. So when people are arguing about trans people, they're not really arguing about trans people. Like when people on the left are arguing about trans people, they're not really arguing about trans people. They're arguing for some kind of like radical acceptance of like a paradigm shift for how we view like sexuality and gender in the United States. When people are arguing against LGBT stuff, they're what they're really arguing against is this kind of like newer progressive view of the United States, where they want to return to a little bit more traditional, like conservative religious values. They want to view more traditional things around marriage and society, and like all of these like kind of more nebulous, larger societal topics, they all get like poured into the trans stuff, such that when people are fighting for and against trans stuff, oftentimes they're not even really fighting for or against trans stuff. It's all this other stuff that they're fighting for. It's like if you talk about trans stuff, like people's minds go to like, well, Russians have like peer reviews of society, and this is why like the West is collapsing, because I was like, wait, what the fuck are we even talking about right now?
Yeah.
It's funny because you mentioned in the beginning, you saw my trans stuff because it came up on a fucking Red Pill podcast. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, but like every single fucking topic today is like roped into every single other fucking topic. Like if somebody goes into, and I admit I do this too, like if somebody's like, oh, did you get like a COVID vaccine? And they're like, no. And it's like, okay, well, if you did get the COVID vaccine, like I can already guess like 35 different political beliefs about you. If you didn't get the COVID vaccine, I can also guess like 35 different political beliefs about you. And it's all encompassing to areas of life. Like for a lot of pro-vaccine people, you probably think the Ukrainian war is bullshit. You might even side more with Russian values than us. You're probably like a Trump or maybe a DeSantis supporter. You probably are like pro Red Pill, pro Matrix. You probably support Andrew Tate. You probably think that there's too much censorship on the like. There's like 50, and then on the left, you can also say the same thing where it's like, oh, like you're super pro-vax. You probably wanted mask mandates. You probably wanted shutdowns to last longer. You probably don't even like Biden. You really supported Bernie or somebody or AOC. There's like, yeah, that over politicization of everything. You keep one of the things you mentioned earlier is that people don't seem to want to have like a nuanced conversation, or people don't want to seem to have any middle ground. It's because there is no middle ground when the little niche topic that you're fighting about is actually like a battleground for every single fucking issue in society, you know? Yeah.
But what's so crazy is like, at the risk of sounding like a fucking hypercentrist or something, for me, every time I reach like a rational conclusion about what should be done with the trans issue and how to find common ground, it's always like almost directly in the middle. So for example, let's move on to like children transitioning. So for me, the rational middle ground opinion that in my ideal Blair world would make everyone like happy is that let adults do what the fuck they want, and kids, it's not a space for kids, is the transitioning, medically at least. I mean, I'd have less of an issue with social transitioning, But medically transitioning, I think that once that became sort of like the trans conversation, that was when everything started to go downhill, because there's so many holes you fall in when you
Yeah.
start talking about how kids can consent to medical intervention when they say that they're trans. I think that maybe not now, honestly, because things have just gotten so like negative about even trans adults who aren't harming anyone. But there was a point where I think that there was an overwhelming majority amount of people in the country who were like, I don't care what adults do, just like leave kids out of it. And now it's become, you to support trans people, you have to support the idea that children can get these surgeries and these medications, otherwise you don't support them. And then on the other side, it's like, actually we're just going to rid the rights of all of these people because it's just going so overboard, which is funny because you see that with like the abortion thing too. I know a lot of people have these discussions who are like, I was like so down for early term abortion until you started realizing that these people actually want like abortions in the 9th month. And then it's like, why give them an inch when they take a mile? I
Yeah.
kind of feel like the same thing happened, especially considering like when I started my transition, like I said, almost a decade ago, the trans kid stuff was, you could point to like a few cases in Sweden and be like, oh, wow, that's some crazy shit. And now it's like a whole pipeline happening in the US.
Mhm.
And I think that's where most people have the issue, no?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like the abortion, I think is such a good carryover because like you can fight about abortion. Like, listen, we should probably only have like first trimester abortions. Okay, I think if we do that, I think most people can agree. And then conservatives will point out that like, well, some people on the left will defend third trimester abortions, and then it feels like there's so many people on the left that are willing to defend that. But then at the same time, we'll be like, third trimester abortions are incredibly rare. It's like less than 1% of all abortions are third trimester abortions. Like, why would you even die on this hill? And also, my understanding is the majority of third trimester abortions are medically necessary anyway. So, like, they're probably going to get them regardless. It's not like generally a doctor won't force you to carry a child to term if it's going to kill you. So, like, why stake out the most extreme position where now you've gotten rid of, now the whole abortion debate is like up for grabs in terms of like getting rid of abortion completely because you wanted to die on the hill of like the less than 1% people that want third trimester abortions.
Right.
Yeah, it's so dumb. I feel like so on here's where I fall on the kid thing. So one issue, here are a couple things that are I believe to be true, and if people want to fight on these grounds, I'm okay with it. They just have to be honest about fighting on these grounds. So one, I believe that trans people are real. When I say trans people are real, I mean that for whatever reason, I don't know if it's environmental, I don't know if it's biological, like all things, it's probably some mix of the two. By the time somebody starts going through puberty, they can get an idea in their head that their body, for some reason, the sex of their body is not matching the sex of their brain seems to have of their body. So things like the way they carry fat, how broad their shoulders get, the sound of their voice, like all of these things will cause an intense discomfort. If that is real, and I think it's real, or at least insofar as many trans people I've talked to, and the fact that you can't seem to talk people out of it or convert people out of it, it seems to be real. If that's true,
Well, I promise you it's real.
yeah, sure. No, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm being as charitable as possible. Yeah. If that is the case, here's another fact. Okay, trans men are generally okay, even if they transition as a woman, because being like a more kind of like effeminate man and then growing facial hair, you generally be okay. Most people aren't going to question you, from what I've seen. Like generally, you don't have as much of a problem passing. Trans women, depending on your male puberty, can have a really hard time passing. Some people will have very broad shoulders, very deep voice, lots of very masculine bone structure, very masculine features. If that's the case, man, it fucking sucks if you are 12, 13, 14, because especially by the time you start going through puberty, you're going to start to feel that dysphoria setting in. And if you're like, fuck me, I have to go through this whole puberty before I can even get any kind of medical intervention, I'm fucked. That's where I become a little bit empathetic, not a little bit, I'm very sympathetic, I should say, towards like trans women. So now the issue, so what I would say, obviously in an ideal world, puberty blockers would be available for people that are going through puberty and might have questions. But then the issue comes up as we have to have really difficult and honest conversations about what trans healthcare looks like and what those types of therapy or gender talks look like. Because it can't be relentless affirmation. It can't just be like, I think you have a problem, here are the drugs. There has to be an effective way of figuring out, because I think even you would agree, if you can know, so this is a really good litmus test for conservative people or people who disagree with me. If we could figure out 100% who is trans now and who will always be trans, then trans healthcare for children should be okay, right? If you knew 100%. The issue comes in identifying who those children are and not pushing children into it who wouldn't otherwise be trans, right? Or
I disagree somewhat, because I've often made like a similar argument that, well, if there was a way to do it other than like a fucking dice roll, then like whatever. But also I feel like there are so many issues when you transition young that people don't talk about. For example, you look at Jazz Jennings, sort of like the poster child for children transitioning, had the reality show, was in the mainstream media since she was like 4 or 5, as an example of a transgender child. So she underwent sexual reassignment surgery as a teenager and was on hormone blockers, puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy. Did like the step 1, 2, 3, like exactly by the book. And because of that, it actually made the surgery incredibly dangerous and a huge list of complications because she never developed a sizable penis to actually turn into a neovagina. So even if the idea is that these surgeries are, let's say the child is 100% guaranteed, like we went inside the brain and we see that shit, it's like it still poses problems.
Taking Jazz on as a patient for surgery, we knew it was going to be a one-of-a-kind surgery. She's one of the first to have undergone complete pubertal suppression and lack of growth of the skin and other tissues which we rely on as surgeons to do this operation. I was just not expecting her to have a complication as severe as what she did have.
I feel like I've already lost the aesthetics, Hopefully after this revision, it'll look good once it heals. But if I lose some of my sensation and nerve endings, I might never experience an orgasm.
And you can, improve the healthcare, I guess, or do the puberty blockers in a different way. But I think that gender dysphoria is something that is it's such a nuanced mental disorder, and you can't even call it that anymore, which is like also such a huge problem. And they're eroding the idea that that's even a prerequisite to being trans.
Yeah.
That I don't think I would just say that even if we knew, we would sign off. Because for me, as an example, my earliest memories in life are that of gender dysphoria, and this is where a lot of people on like leftist YouTube and leftist Twitter try to point some sort of hypocrisy on me. Like Blair was on Joe Rogan talking about how she experienced gender dysphoria at 5, but wants to hold the ladder up for other trans kids. I don't think that has anything to do with my ability to consent to lifelong medicalization, because once you're on these drugs, you are on them forever. You don't stop unless you're actually detransitioning, and then there's a whole other list of problems you have from that. To sterilization, to anything permanent that would alter the look of my body. And what you mentioned before about the passing, it's like I understand that that's a concern for most, I would say, real trans people, but I can't get past the idea of prioritizing passing or aesthetics or appearance over fertility. And also the fact that, for me, not to get super fucking graphic, and the reason I'm bringing up me is because I know this is like a very common thing, is that it took me until a couple years into my transition, for which I started as an adult, to even understand that like genital surgery was not something that I needed to be okay. Like I needed to sort of like figure that out.
Yeah.
And so the idea is like when you put that kid on the path starting at like age 11, 12, 13, it's like, I don't know, setting them on that path automatically, I think is very problematic.
Sure. So I won't necessarily disagree with you. So honest to God, most trans people I talk to, I don't know if I know anybody that's had sex reassignment surgery. I feel like most trans women I talk to are okay having the feminine dick, having like not having like the full on bottom surgery, just because that carries with it like so many other problems.
Yeah.
So I guess typically when I'm talking about things for children, usually the fullest extent to what I'm talking about would just be hormones. So maybe puberty blockers for some period of time, and then maybe starting HRT, or I don't know if it's called TRT if you're a trans man or whatever. But yeah, that would be the extent to what I would go for. I don't think there's ever a reason you don't need to do surgeries, top or bottom surgeries, or any type of surgery for somebody under the age of 18. I feel like having hormones there, if you're a trans woman going through a male puberty, depending on the type of body you have, is like it's irrevocable. Like you can never go back, depending on how broad you get doing that. But I mean, I would agree that like the surgeries are definitely too much for children. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that's like the issue for me, because it is the mainstream Democrat position that this is the right standard of care for these kids and this is the right thing to do, and that people shouldn't have any say in that, and that if the kid comes out as trans, that is the correct choice. And it's like there's so many issues with that. Like you said earlier, it's like affirmative care. In an ideal world, we wouldn't have these, therapies that are wholly affirmative, but that's the reality. Like in Canada, they passed a law against conversion therapy, which, as with most laws, on the surface is going to sound great, but what it actually bans is a therapist from telling a patient, whether they're a minor or an adult, going in, they're not allowed to push back on the idea that that patient is trans. And so when that includes these kids, it's like, once these kids start on this path, they have every force in their life telling them that that's the correct path, and it just might not be the case. And I think back to, I remember this very vividly. I remember when I first was considering transitioning, I was like, okay, so I probably should look at like who fucking regrets this. Like, does it go wrong? Is it always just this positive thing? And so I was looking up detransitioners and people who, went in and then went out. And it was almost impossible to find anyone beyond like one or two like strange underground stories about it. Like, and it wasn't even because it was being censored, it's because it wasn't really happening, because there were different standards of care even 10 years ago. And now you have an entire population of like detransitioners, and it's like, it's hard for me to see how people will see these positions as hateful, to just say leave it to just adults and not kids, or transphobic, when look at the harm that they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I understand, and that's why I'm uncomfortable with the way that, it's hard to talk about how we approach care now, because depending on where you look, you get totally different stories. I've spoken to a few detransitioners that will say things like, yeah, if I basically went into a clinic, I gave them 2 symptoms, they said you're trans, they gave me hormones the same day. And like, I've heard some detransitioners give that story. I've also seen people that are trans that are adults. So like people in the UK, for instance, were like, yeah, I've got my diagnosis, I went through my 12 different therapists, they all said this, and now I'm on a 3-year wait list for hormones. I don't know like what the average time is right now in the United States, or what the average like even standard of care is in the United States. Like, are therapists allowed to be as critical as they need to be? Is there too much affirmation? It's hard to know, just because there's so many different stories that come out like all over the place. But yeah, I mean, I would say that in an environment, hopefully if we have an environment where especially young people under the age of 18 are going to a therapist, like if they are trans, it has to be something that needs to be like critically evaluated, and there needs to be some challenging conversations that are figured out that's what's actually going on with the kid, especially in the case of like puberty blockers or anything else being prescribed. But
it sucks though, because we so don't have that. And it's like the amount of horror stories coming out. Like, have you heard of the whistleblower coming out? I believe it was St. Louis. There's a woman who like was working at gender health clinic that was transitioning kids, and they were literally transitioning kids who come in and have like cat pronouns.
Washington University's transgender clinic at Children's Hospital is at the center of a whistleblower investigation. This woman claims children are being harmed.
One of the challenges for me, ethically and morally, in working in this center, is it kept feeling like we would almost set a red line, like there's no way they could go past this, right? There's like no way we're going to do this next case. And then the next thing you know, we're giving that next patient hormones too. It just kept feeling like the extremeness just could not, there was no end in sight.
They were literally giving these kids drugs when they couldn't even like articulate a valid gender identity. And it's because, like I mentioned, in Canada, they have like actual laws against pushing back on kids who claim that they are anything and everything. But in the States, I think it's more of like a social thing. Like, there is a huge stigma against pushing back on it because it has to be validated. You see it in the school system as well. And so it's like, I just see the States going full steam ahead. But then you have, I think it was just yesterday,
about whether or not there is like the fact of the matter if a person is trans or not, but a lot of the conversation has kind of shifted over to this self-ID thing, which is, it is, I was going to say in my opinion, but it's not about it. It's a totally incoherent and ridiculous position that you can like ID as a thing and then you are that thing. Like, that wouldn't work for any other category ever in the history of anything ever. You can't just ID as a thing and be a thing. The example that people always give as a counter to this is always like, what about your name? Your name can be whatever you want it to be. It's like, yeah, but that's your name. The name is supposed to be whatever you want it to be, but no other category of thing works that way. I think that when you've pushed self-ID a lot, then what happens is of course you can't like challenge somebody on whether or not they are trans, because the qualifications for them being trans are them saying that they're trans, even though really that's not the case. Like, if I ID right now as trans, that doesn't make me trans. Like the underlying fact of the matter is I'm not, or at least I don't think I am. So yeah, I think yeah, to give the argument on the other side though, because I am sympathetic towards it, is it probably feels like for a long time, if you are trans, that a lot of the people that are putting up those roadblocks in front of you to be like, we just got to be sure, they're not really trying to put up roadblocks to make sure you are trans. They just don't believe in it at all. And they're trying to make the process as confusing or difficult or as impossible as they can in order to prevent anybody from taking that treatment. So I can understand where the push from the left comes from to make it more accepting as well. Kind of like when you go to like some like abortion clinics, I think some states try to say that like they have to show you like a picture of like the fetus before you have an abortion, which whether or not you're pro or anti-abortion, like obviously the goal is to try to like make it as difficult as possible for you to actually go through with it, you know?
I remember this was sort of my first hint that the trans shit had in many ways become a cult. Was right before I started my medical transition, I sought out like a support group or whatever. It was like the one in my city, and it was I think it was like corporatized as well. Like it was like one of these bigger like Stonewall like something. There's like 20 other trans people in there, and they're all sitting at a round table, and they start talking about how we really shouldn't be using terms like trans woman or trans man anymore, that it should be trans masculine and trans feminine. And you had all these people who had no intention of ever like medically triggers with like any mental health condition, any health condition in general. But for whatever reason, the fakers are like defended within the trans shit and by like leftists. I don't really understand that. You know, I did like a whole segment, and I've been getting like fucking eaten alive on Twitter. Well, not eaten alive because I'm still here. On Twitter about it. I was talking about how trans trenders have like destroyed the credibility of trans people, which is this concept of like, you know, objective self-ID, and like trans masculine is as valid as a trans man. And it's like, that to me is some fake shit. That to me is you trying to gain like the social capital of saying I'm trans, but you're not actually transitioning. And so the issue arises when like no one can say that. And then people just feel like they have to just like throw everything out with it. So then it's like, okay, then fuck all trans people. Like I so get the fuck all trans people perspective, and that can sound like messed up or whatever, but I genuinely think if I wasn't trans, I'd be like, fuck all trans people. I'm so done with this because it doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah. I had a big trans arc, I guess, on my stream like a year and a half ago, where I was doing a lot of trans debates, a lot of trans discourse. And I, you know, every now and then, if depending on what I'm talking about, I'll solicit from my audience, like, listen, if you're trans, if you're black, if you're a woman, whatever, like email me, like if I'm trying to get experiences, because I don't have these experiences, so I can't know. So yeah, at one point I was like, listen, if you're trans, email me, tell me what it's like, what, you know, what's going on, what am I missing, what am I not missing? And that experience that you just gave, it seems to be really common today, where when you get, I'll call them actual trans people that they have dysphoria, they're trying to transition, especially on college campuses, when they join support groups to try to figure out like, okay, well, you know, where do I go for medication? What do I want to do? Like 95% of the people are like non-binary women that like go by Z's or pronouns. They've got septum piercings, they've got dyed hair, and maybe they wear binders, maybe. But that's all they ever want to do. That's the extent of the transition ever. And then all the conversations are just about like communism and like social issues. And it's like, if you're an actual trans person with dysphoria and you're trying to transition and you're looking to do that, those places, I don't know if they exist for you anymore. Like, as funny as much as people complain about like trans people destroying women's spaces, like the new trans trenders, it feels like have like legitimately destroyed trans spaces. Because holy fuck, even if you are trans, there's no possible way that you could open like a trans space, be like, okay guys, this is for trans people, no non-binaries and no people that aren't like you would get eviscerated by doing that. And then like you said, it's become really hard then for those people, because now, and this happens to me a lot too, because I think my positions on trans stuff are pretty reasonable, even if I disagree with some people, even if we have some disagreement, I think they're pretty reasonable. But every time I go to argue, I almost feel like I'm being disingenuous, because anytime I give trans arguments, I know that the person I'm talking to has never heard these before. If you argue against me and I'm saying things like, I think some people are trans, they probably need healthcare, we need to figure it out. What they're used to hearing is self-ID is real, any impairment whatsoever to trans healthcare is bigoted, and you have to accept all of these people as their identities. Even in private, you got to do blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, you're a huge bigot. And this is the argument they've heard 99% of the time. So when I come and I wheel out my arguments, like, I know I can be persuasive, but at the end of the day, the other person probably doesn't feel like I'm being genuine. And I don't even blame them, because it's like, I'm probably one of like 12 people that would even say these things. Everybody else wants relentless affirmation, relentless care, relentless transition for children. And it's like, fuck yeah. And then kind of what you said, there's like this broader problem where, I've said this a lot, and I will continue to say this. Kids being radical in school is a good thing. everybody is radical in school. Everybody who's 18 to 20, all the Vietnam protesters, I'm sure you were, every motherfucker when they're 18, 19, 20 has some crazy shit that they believe. You
I
go
was a
through school.
purple-haired vegan in high school.
Okay, cool. I supported fucking Ron Paul. I was a ride or die Ron Paul fan in college, right?
Were you
Everybody's
really?
ready. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
love
Hell
that.
yeah. Abolish the Fed 2008. We watched him on TV when he won like one state and we were like, this is it. He's going to do it. But yeah, so everybody's radical in school. That's nothing to be alarmed about, that kids are being radical. Kids are always radical. The problem now, though, is the aesthetic and the radicalness of kids. It used to be something where it's like, okay, we get it. You're goth, you're seen, you're a libertarian, whatever. You'll grow out of it, you're whatever. But you can't say that anymore because now it's all about trans. And
Yeah.
like the identity is unassailable. You can't say anything bad about it. You can't say, okay, you'll probably grow out of this or you'll figure this or whatever, because now it's like, okay, hold on. Whoa. Like you might have said that kid was goth and he'll grow out of it. I'm not goth now. I'm trans. I'm an NB mask presenting lesbian femme with a huge dick or whatever. And it's like, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm really, yeah. Oh God, everything
No,
is
it's
like so
true.
redundant,
And
it's so annoying. Yeah.
And here's the thing, it's like there are studies that show, and this is whenever you get into studies about trans shit, this is also like a huge source of fucking frustration for me because it is so hard to find valid numbers on trans shit. And then like on a personal level, that sucks because like I would like to know more about like my life and my health and all this shit. But every study that comes out is always so ideologically driven. But there have been a handful of studies on like long-term follow-up on children who have gender dysphoria, and the numbers are all over the place, but it ranges somewhere between 60 and 90% growing out of it after they go through like the main stages of puberty. So that to me informs my opinion that children should not be transitioning, because I can't imagine anything worse than literally like in some cases having your genitals removed, you know, over something that would have dissipated on its own, right?
Or even having like top surgery as a woman, like getting your breast removed. That's
Yeah,
pretty traumatic
like-
if you end up, yeah.
Then you can't feed your fucking child, or you can't have a child in general, like for real. And then like to me, that also, this is why, you know, I do have like leftists in my audience and they want me so hard to drop my stance on anti-children transitioning. But it's like, for me, that stance also secures the rights of trans adults, because the idea that if your gender dysphoria is so persistent that it goes into adulthood and it beats the odds and it is still with you despite the likelihood that it will dissipate after puberty, that's a reason why you should be allowed to transition. You should be allowed to do what you want with your body. So for me, it's like they shoot themselves in the foot at every time. This is what I think. I think I can break it down to a few simple things that would like not only improve like sentiments towards trans people, which in my opinion are at like, not in my opinion, statistically it's true as well, such an all-time low that like even I, if I could just get a little fucking vulnerable here for a second, get like some anxiety like going out now, like being out in the world. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck's clocking me as trans. I don't know who knows me from the internet and is gonna be like associate me with like a pedophile or a predator or whatever the fuck. Like I feel that now. So if I'm feeling it, I know like the average trans person is really feeling it, because in a lot of ways I get like a fucking huge pass from like right wingers that people see as hypocritical, and I get it. I think that if we dropped the kid transitioning thing, which they would never do, but I think if they did, that would be a huge win for us. I also think that dropping the trans women in sports thing, huge win. The idea that not dating trans people makes you like bigoted, like just stop fucking saying that. And so many people that I have like respect for in the trans community say that, and I'm like, are you retarded?
I like those. At least things were simpler back then, because like back then the worst was like, if you won't date a trans person, you're bigoted, and those were like all the conversations. But it was such a minority topic and nobody cared. But now it's like, yeah, like little Timmy is 7 years old and we need to, you know, do surgery. And I was like, Jesus, things have moved so extreme. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I feel like those would just be such simple. And if you're going to use the women's bathroom, you better have transition, and you better just be able to just do it without people clocking you. And that sounds harsh, but like life also isn't fair, and you have to be able to put in the work to get what you want.
I feel like that's the thing. Like 95% of trans people would agree with that, right? And again, I think most trans people know, like if they pass or they don't, they're not going to go into a bathroom and like cause a whole bunch of fucking trouble.
Well, that's the problem. I always say, like, do you identify as a liberal in general, right?
Liberal / progressive, I guess. It depends on who I'm arguing with, but yeah.
And you're white.
Yeah.
But I always
have
say
Cuban,
like,
you know, but no, go ahead.
yeah. Oh, okay. I can see it now, actually.
You're fine.
I always say like white liberals are really like destroying trans people, because if you look at 90% of the time when you come across whether it's in the news or just organically on Twitter or whatever, you come across like the most insane trans takes that you and I have listed out here throughout this entire like 45 minutes. It is overwhelmingly being spouted by fucking white liberals with no real skin in the game, who have never met a fucking trans person, that like we can sit here and we can try to assure people, hey, 95% of trans people don't agree with that. But when like all of their advocates are saying that they do, and all of those advocates actually sway the needle, it's like, people need to start looking at that. And granted, there are tons of insane trans people that agree with all those things as well, but white liberals really are the devil, in my opinion, when it comes to this issue. It's like,
A little, yeah.
I'm so sick of these people like pushing for this. Very good example. It's like years ago, this was like one of the main things a lot of people even found out about me from, is like I debated this pedophile in Canada named Jessica Yaniv. And the way in which the LGBT media, which is filled with people who aren't even LGBT working at them, at these publications, it's like they defended the pedophile over me.
Okay.
And that was so indicative of, I think, of like what's going on. It's like these people who are like, no, actually, we're going to take who you are and your medical condition and your movement, and we're going to take it in whatever direction we want. And you better just go with it, because conservatives are mean and they won't accept you. And it's
Yeah.
like, wow, like that's fucked.
I think one of the big issues when you talk about like the white liberal, that's like just, it reminds me of some of the BLM footage where you've got like a bunch of black people on camera and they're like begging like white Antifa kids in masks to stop like blowing shit up
Yeah.
and like burning shit down. Like, please
Yeah.
fucking leave our neighborhood. One interesting perspective I got that several people emailed me on is they said, for some of the older trans people that emailed me, they said, listen, if you're young and you're trans, oftentimes you spent a lot of your life like either very confused, very bullied, very shit on, sometimes lack of acceptance from family. When you get to college, that might be the first time in your life that you've got a group of like-minded people that are willing to support you. So obviously, you're 18, 19, you finally found a group, you start to go a little bit crazy on it, you start to go a little bit overboard. But as you get older as a trans person and you kind of see how it goes and you kind of like age out of it, a lot of those older people that might be good trans advocates, they just don't want anything to do with it anymore.
Yeah.
They've transitioned, they live a decent life. Some of them are even, or a lot of them are even like passing or stealth. Like the last thing that they want to do is now be the spokesperson for like, hey, I'm 32, I've been transitioned for 12 years. I just want to say that not all college, they just don't want that, you know? And for them to not really want to be the spokespeople versus 18 and 22-year-olds that want to be the spokesperson for fucking everything. And then now today, when we have social media where every potential 15-year-old is now like a worldwide, you know, the next Greta Thunberg or the next, you know, whatever worldwide celebrity, kids just have such a huge amount of power. And you're getting this group of people that probably for a lot of reasons have felt like legitimately shit on. And now they're connected with a whole bunch of other kids who might have anxiety for a ton of other reasons. And now you've got like a really good label where it's like, I'm kind of depressed. I feel kind of shitty. I don't know why. Oh, trans stuff. Okay. Especially if you're white, because if you're white, you don't really have much else to complain about sometimes related to identity. There's just like all of these like really negative things that kind of come together that now they're like exacerbated and exploded on social media. And it's made this like perfect storm. Yeah. For, I guess like I've been saying for the whole time, is that like just the trans stuff has just become the perfect battleground where all of these horrible things come together. And then like you said, yeah, there's like so many like normal trans people. I get so many emails. They're like, bro, I don't want to talk about Leah Thomas. I don't care about trans. Like, how many trans people are part of NCAA athletes? Like, how many trans people give a fuck? Like, they don't care. They want to fight about bathrooms. They don't want to fight about transitioning children or SRS for fucking 15-year-olds. Like, they just want to live their life past, like, be chill. And those people are like completely lost, you know? And then, like you said, now we've got like people like Michael Knowles, I think, are like fighting the ideological war against transgenderism. And it's like, bro, most transgender people don't give a fuck about this. You know? Yeah. Even you mentioned the stats thing earlier. Even when you talk about like the explosion in transgender people, it's like so much of that is like fucking like high school and college girls like are non-binary. Like people see these numbers and they're like, oh my god, like 20% of girls are chopping off their tits. Like, no, they're wearing binaries, they're dyeing their hair, and they'll grow out of it in 5 fucking years, you know?
Right. And the issue is those, you know, like you said, a lot of it is like the kids, a lot of these teenagers, it's like they're in environments, especially in the public school system, that fosters that. So the problem is really the ones that really do fall into like the medicalization aspect of it.
Mhm.
That's the issue for me.
Yeah.
It's like there was like a viral tweet yesterday, and a lot of conservatives were picking it up. And it was of Megan Fox with like her 3 sons, and they were all wearing girls' clothing. Did you see that?
Yeah. To be fair, I think one was definitely, the second one was ambiguous. The third one was whatever. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and granted, I don't love that because I think that, you know, if I were a parent, I would do everything I probably could to foster that child being like the best version of their gender and being comfortable, whatever. Don't love it because it's like it's parent driven in some ways. However, a lot of people were like, "Oh, look at, Megan Fox transing all her kids." It's like we need to be careful about what we're saying because there is no evidence that she's like medicalizing these kids, and there are really kids that are falling victim to that. And it's like you also can't have it both ways, right? So a problem I have with a lot of conservatives is like they will shit on kids and adults who are maybe dressing in a gender nonconforming way or expressing themselves in that way, but then also shitting on the ones that transition. And it's like, maybe allow them to have that alternative and to be like, the clothing is fine. And, the often ugly outfits are fine. Like you don't have to throw it all out.
There was like, I noticed this happened in, do you ever say your age? I'm 34. I don't know if you're around. Anyway, you don't have to say.
29,
you're
29.
Okay, gotcha. You don't look a day over 24. Okay.
Thank you.
So the growing up, especially in the 90s and the early 2000s, I feel like something, I would say, obviously, because I'm a progressive cuck, I think something really cool was happening, and that there was a huge explosion in terms of acceptable expression for women and acceptable expression for men. Women, we all remember like Megan Fox and Transformers, and like tomboys were cool, and Girl Next Door look was becoming cool, and blah, blah. It's like, okay, cool, women could do all that. There was also the whole, in the 2000s, there's the metrosexual movement, where men could groom themselves and wear fucking earrings and shit, and even rappers wear jewelry and blah, blah, blah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I know. That was supposed to be the destruction of the country. Conservatives say that every 5 years about every new thing, right? But it was like, okay, cool. Gender roles are blowing up a lot. The amount of expression is increasing. That's cool. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's fine. But then something happened where, I don't know if it was around 2015, 2016. I think people say like 2012 or 2013 was like the great awakening when everything started to become woke and change or whatever. But something happened where the amount of gender expression actually, it seems like it started to decrease quite a bit, where now you're not actually widening the gender expression, you're a different gender. And something that I wonder, Lauren Southern, I think you're friends with her. She has brought this up a few times, and I really wonder if you grow up now as like a tomboy, is there going to be a lot of social factors pushing you instead to be a trans man? Well, if you grow up as kind of like an effeminate guy, are there going to be people pushing you to be a trans woman? Like, like you said, demonizing people for wearing like effeminate clothes if they're a man or manly clothes if they're a woman, like that's like you're going exactly in the opposite horrible stupid direction. Like there might be some guys that like to wear some fruity outfits. Like, who the fuck cares? There might be some women that like to dress up as fucking not dress up as guys, because I guess you wouldn't say this, but they wear like more masculine clothing or whatever. They don't want to wear skirts, they want to wear jeans or overall, whatever the fuck. But like when we start to lock down on those types of gender expression, now I think you truly are in a way, because people on the left have done this thing where it's like, well, if you wear those clothes, maybe you're actually trans. And now you've got people on the right who are like, well, if you wear those clothes, I think you are trans. It's like, wait, well, hold on. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, everybody's actually like the most insane on the topic. Like, let people wear what they want if they want to. That's why something that you said before for kids that I probably agree with is, I think socially transitioning in some ways is okay. Like, I'm in favor of like, okay, if you want to try different clothes and stuff, that's fine. But then in other ways, I'm like, well, hold on. Why does it have to be seen as a transition? Like, I remember I made this argument like 6 or 7 years ago. In some ways, trans people actually reinforce like the gender normativity, the hetero gender normativity more than any other thing, because it's like, in order to be a woman, you have to look this way and present this way and do these things. And it's like, maybe a kid just wants to try wearing other clothes. They want to present in a different way. Like, that doesn't mean they have to change their gender. It could just be like an effeminate guy or a tomboyish girl. But yeah, oh, Jesus.
100%. I couldn't even tell you. And it's like, I feel like there's very limited space and like room for me to even say this, because it's like, the internet is what the internet is. But like, what I've noticed in my relationships is like romantic relationships with men is that I have more traditional and like heteronormative, like strict gender roles in my shit than like all the straight people I have in my life as friends. I'm like, so there is something to that it really does reinforce that. But that's also why I have the issue with like grouping, like I don't consider non-binary to be trans. Like I find that to be in most ways completely opposite, and the idea that should fall under the same or be an umbrella term, I think is harmful to actual trans people, and probably even to non-binary people. I don't spend a lot of time, if I'm honest, concerned with like advocating for them, because I'm concerned with transsexuals, but I imagine it limits their ability to have real conversations about their shit as well. I think they're completely separate, and you're right. I think the left and the right have both like been so reductionist when it comes to gender roles. It's like, I saw a TikTok yesterday of this mom, and she's like getting all emotional in the camera, and she's, talking about how her 4-year-old is trans and they're going to start going to whatever. And she's listing out all these reasons why and all these behaviors that lead her to believe her son that he is trans. And I'm waiting for one substantive reason beyond clothing, aesthetic, colors, hobbies. And she's like, he wore a headband and, you know, I saw him light up and his eyes just lit up and he always plays with the girls. And I'm like, you're describing every gay male I've ever known.
Sure.
So you're right. It reduces it to, but that's like the issue. It's like, it's so hard for me not to side with conservatives when they say that this is really like destroying so many kids, because they are right in many ways. And it's like, I look at these, you know, state bans on what they say as gender affirming care. I feel like I don't like that phrase. I think that it kind of like waters it down. I don't necessarily love the phrase the conservatives use either, which is like mutilation. But
Yeah.
what do you think about the amount of states that are banning it for minors? And then what do you think about the states that are kind of pushing for adult bans as well?
The adult bans are completely and totally indefensible, especially from a conservative point of view. I don't know how you can ever say that like the government should be involved with cutting off this type of care from adults. But the issue from the conservative perspective is the conservative arguments have now changed because a lot of conservatives are completely not bought into any trans stuff now, or maybe they never were, and now this is like their mask off one. I don't know. I like to take people where they're at. I like to assume people are generally being honest. But the issue now is conservatives see it as the same thing as like, would you allow a person to go into a hospital and get their arm cut off? Right? Well, we wouldn't allow that. So why would we allow an adult trans person who's obviously deluded to go in and get any kind of surgery? So I think kind of what I was referencing earlier is conservatives don't really see it. They don't really care about trans issues when they are trying to ban trans adult care. They see it as kind of like this ideological battleground for, you know, what does it mean to be mentally healthy? What is a woman? What is a man? And that allowing kind of trans people to exist and to access care in this manner challenges kind of those underlying pinnings for how they kind of build their foundation of reality, right? That those people can exist. So, I mean, obviously, if somebody believes trans people are real, obviously I'm opposed to restricting trans healthcare for adults. Like I said, for kids, like if the therapeutic environment I feel like was more critical or more challenging, and I felt like there was good research being published there, I would probably be, just because of the political optics and where we're at in the research now, I'd probably be okay with moving trans healthcare for minors in the same direction as like the NHS or in Sweden, where they've said, listen, for any type of drug therapy, we're going to do this, we're going to continue to explore it, but it's going to be in a research setting so that we can continue to collect data on it, because holy fuck, the research is just not there yet. And anybody on either side, if a conservative tells you that they know for a fact it doesn't work, they're fucking lying. If a progressive tells you that we know for a fact it does work, they're fucking lying. The research, this is all very new stuff, and the research is not quite there yet to tell us what the correct direction is. So I'd probably be okay with it in that sense. And then, you know, you socially transition. If you want to wear a binder, if you want to wear makeup, if you want to whatever, you can do that. But yeah, but again, also to go back to the beginning, this is such like a minority of a minority of a minority of the population. It's insane how much of the overall political discourse trans issues are taking up now.
Yeah, for sure. I really thought we would disagree more on like the kids transitioning thing. I mean, I'm actually pleasantly surprised because I feel like it would just be such a net positive for everyone just to say, yeah, we're throwing that out, with the exception of, you know, research, because I think that would benefit everyone. But the extent for which it's defended on the left, I think, does so much fucking harm. Like when I look at like Target, we mentioned that earlier. When I look at Bud Light, when I look at how radioactive it is now becoming to be publicly supportive of LGBT people, and I see that blame is placed solely on like conservatives, I just don't see that. Like I don't see that that's a rational observation of what's happening. I see it more like a fucking chihuahua that's like biting at a pit bull for years and years and years, and the pit bull finally bites, and everyone's like, see, this confirms everything we always thought about conservatives. You know, not to say, obviously, people often accuse me of like, you know, being friends with people who secretly hate me. Oh, Alex Jones hates you, Joe Rogan hates you, all these conservatives hate you. I'm fully aware tons of conservatives fucking hate me. Not the ones I just listed, but you know, do you see it as like, which side right now in 2023 is doing more harm, do you think, in trans acceptance, LGBT acceptance? Because I see things getting very fucking hateful, genuinely.
Well, first, I have to stake my position here. To be clear, if we had good research and if we could, like, with a certain percentage confidence, identify trans kids, I'm okay with trans kids being on puberty blockers. I wouldn't say sex reassignment surgery for people under the age of 18, but I am okay with like people going through puberty, taking puberty blockers if we could identify with high reliability who they were. Let me just take that out clearly. In terms of who is more to blame, In my opinion, politics feels like a game of reactionary versus reactionary, in that what happens is somebody will take a side, and because they don't like it, they go as far to the other side as possible, and then the other side will go as far to the other side as possible. And what happens is people continue to provide further justifications for each other down the line. So, right now, when trans people initially were like, I don't think conservatives don't think trans people are real. We need to fight for this as much as possible for adults to get healthcare. A lot of conservatives fought against that. A lot. They didn't want to give trans people any healthcare, and now trans people got their stuff. And now, as trans people have gotten their stuff, as they've moved further left and they're fighting over like kids, now conservatives are coming back like, if conservatives would just come back and they would say, hold on, sure, trans people are real. We don't like it, whatever. Adults are fine. Leave the kids alone. Then okay, that would, whatever, fine. We can fight on that battleground, but that's not where conservatives are. Now conservatives are like, transgenderism is an ideology that is rotting society and we need to destroy all of it. Well, with a lot of conservatives pushing that, now people on the left are, understandably, they're going to say like, well, look, we told you the whole time. It's not about the kids. It's about trans issues altogether. Conservatives really do want to get rid of all trans issues. So we need to fight even harder than before for everything. And then now conservatives are like, oh, well, look, they are defending the 4-year-old shit. We told you they wanted to come for your kid's dick. Now we need to get rid of all this LGBT shit. And that's like, it's both sides. Like, and it's like I had a little sister. It's like two siblings fighting, where, I don't know if you had any siblings, but the goal is to always like trigger your sibling, like right up to the point where they go and tattle to mom and dad. And then you're like, no, don't do this. You can hit me too. It's okay. But like, that's what it feels like. It's like two siblings fighting back and forth, trying to trigger each other into the fucking, into the abyss on both sides. And yeah, so like, it's always hard to say like, who do I blame? A lot of those emails, like I said, from those older people, I understand more, where they're like, listen, you go on Twitter and you see these insane fucking trans people say the craziest thing. Well, what were you like in 2010 when you were on Reddit talking about atheism? I don't know if you were part of that group of people. I was. And back then, we all tipped our fedoras, as much as we could. Fuck religious people. They're the bane of society and blah, 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 blah. Because why? Because we grew up in Christian families being forced to go to church every Sunday with families that weren't even that religious, and fucking we don't care about it. So, of course, when you get to your college years, you're like, fuck religious people. I'm going to tell them how much I hate them. And for trans people, a lot of that is the same. But we've lost the ability to just say, kids are being crazy. Let's have a reasonable conversation about this. And now both sides of the political aisle are just defined by the most reactionary position they can take against the other side that's just triggering the ever-living fuck out of them. So if I had to blame a side, I would say the problem is the fucking internet right now, because social media has just blown everything out of control. And all the conversations are being held on fucking TikTok and Twitter by people that haven't even had fucking real jobs yet. That's the issue right now, I think. But
Agreed about the fucking internet. To me, it's like the vegan effect, right? It's like, you look at like veganism as a movement, and if anyone is being honest or actually looking at like the people within the movement and the ideology behind it, it's like, you can find, even if you are not vegan, even if you're one of these fucking I love meat people, you can look at some of their shit and be like, they had a fucking point. It's like, wow, the pigs really are fucking treated badly. Wow, it might be better for the environment if people ate 10% less meat. But it's like the methods in which they go about it push everyone away. And that's what I see happening with the trans shit too. And I'm not sure how like reversible that is, because to me, the trajectory with like the vegan shit, even though perhaps it's not like a perfect comparison or analogy, it's like people were really, if you also remember, speaking of like the atheism era, there was also like a really strong like anti-veganism like era like on social media. And it's like, once
the shirts where it's like, for every one steak you don't eat, I'll eat 3 or whatever, like shit like that. Yeah.
But then like once that was over, people just didn't care anymore. But then like veganism as a movement was just left destroyed. And it's like, that's what I see now. It's like, they're just going to like destroy the fucking trans movement. And it's like, but the difference is like veganism is a choice, and like being an actual transsexual isn't. And it's like, these are real people. It's just fucking, it's fucked. I mean, for me, it's like, I see corporations like a huge problem too. It's like, in a better climate, maybe putting Dylan Mulvaney with the Bud Light shit wouldn't have done anything, but like, maybe pick your people better. Like I agree with libs when they say like representation matters, and so I have a hard time understanding why they pick the worst fucking representatives at every turn. I'm like,
but
why
are you saying building
that?
statues of George Floyd to represent the entire BLM movement wasn't a good idea? No, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's really, really dumb. Yeah, but then on their mind, like optics doesn't matter as long as, and this is an issue that I feel with progressives a lot, is like the optics, the argumentation, none of that matters because we have the moral authority, so we'll conduct ourselves in whatever way we see fit. And if you disagree, it's because you're a bigot. And it's like, okay, well, if that's your ideology, if that's your methodology, then of course you're not going to try to justify yourself or care about anything beyond being right,
Do you think any extent of like the groomer discourse is valid, like from the rights perspective? Like, do you think any amount of that sort of like crusade that's happening is justified?
Georgia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A.1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows.
Recognized.
Yeah, but the black parents
Okay,
are.
no. Okay, let me ask my fucking question, Steven. Shut the fuck
Sorry, who's
up.
talking? I want to make sure I address the appropriate.
I am talking. I'm Lav.
Okay, hi, Lav.
Hi. So what do you think?
Aaron's already addressed this.
Well,
Oh,
go
that
ahead.
was beautiful.
So
I was about to wrap.
Funding for this fire.
William F. Buckley Jr., founder of Firing Line, host of Firing Line, founder and president of the National Review magazine. If Mr. Buckley had his way, there would be capital punishment for blocking his limousine in traffic.
Execution. America must be most fearfully frustrated. We have had 238 executions since their constitutional revalidation in 1976, which is to say, an average of less than 15 executions per year. During the 18 years since Greg, we have had about 350,000 murders. If you want the ratio, that makes for about 1,400 murders per execution. Mathematicians in the company can check that. And finally, there are 2,800 men and women on death row. If our enthusiasm was so great to execute them, one would think there'd be 200 of them left alive tomorrow and none the next day. America has no shortage of electricity. But our lust to execute has generated the longest judicial foreplay in history, some of it, Mr. Chairman, the handiwork of the captain of the negative team, whose idea of the ultimate civil liberty boils down to the right to get yourself killed without any consequences to the killer. Last week, John Wayne Getty was executed for crimes committed in 1980. It's widely alleged that the people who get executed have lousy lawyers. Well, who was the lousy lawyer who kept Mr. Getty alive for 14 years? Gacy, okay. Against the cosmic drive, we don't want to offend his memory. Against the cosmic drive of American enthusiasm to execute and the scarcity of legal talent. What is going on in America is that the abolitionists are hoisted by their own petard. They struggled for years and continue to do so to make effective justice impossible. Along comes Mr. William Rehnquist, Chief Justice, who petitions the legal community to cut down on the number of applications of a condemned prisoner pleading habeas corpus, the number they can make to the federal courts. These have been unlimited and have the effect of keeping high the population of the death houses. Mr. Rehnquist has been saying for years, in effect, look, if the legislatures want capital punishment for certain kinds of crimes for which the Supreme Court has authorized capital punishment, let them get on with it. If they don't want it, let them repeal those laws. But don't try at one and the same time to live according to the law and to frustrate the law. All that happens when you do that is a waste of judicial time and the frustration of the democratic process. 30 years ago, over 50% of the U.S. opposed capital punishment. Now, 80% approve of it. How come? Have we as a nation drifted towards necrophilia? There is another explanation, namely that societies tend to mobilize their resources as provoked. The latest drive to exterminate capital punishment by introducing phony objections to it issues appropriately from Senator Teddy Kennedy. His current civil rights bill says something along the lines of, unless the number of people sentenced to death exactly represents the ethnic percentage of the population, no executions. That would mean, forget murders by black Americans who kill mostly other black Americans. Consider Japanese Americans. They kill practically nobody. Don't ask why. That's another inquiry. They just plain don't. That means that if, to use round figures, there are 1 million Japanese, 20 million blacks, 200 million whites, then unless on execution day we have in mind 1 Japanese convicted to death, 20 blacks, and 200 whites, you can't execute anybody. Proponents of capital punishment are going to end up having to bribe Japanese to kill more people, to say nothing of whites. We contend, finally, that capital punishment is consistent with regnant ideals of justice and morality. Samuel Johnson once said that if from a longboat cast adrift he espied the profile of an island and could detect the outline of a gallows, he would know that he was approaching a place civilized enough to attach the highest importance to human life.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser, open the case for the opposing team.
The poverty of Mr. Buckley's arguments are best reflected by the fact that he offered none. Instead, he mischaracterized ours. The only justification, the argument we're having today, is whether the death penalty is a suitable and justifiable alternative to life in prison. That is what the argument is about. There are only two possible justifications for the position that the death penalty is justifiable. One is that it deters people, that it lowers the homicide rate and makes us safer. The second is that even if it doesn't deter people, it's morally justified. You take a life, you give your own, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Both reasons sound plausible. Neither is supported by the factual evidence. The fact is that there is no credible evidence, none, that having the death penalty deters homicide, lowers the homicide rates, or makes any of us safer. In states that have it, the homicide rate is just about the same as states that do not. In contiguous states like Michigan and Indiana, which are pretty much the same demographically, one doesn't have it, one does, the homicide rates are pretty much the same. Canada abolished the death penalty a while ago and instituted strict gun control laws. The homicide rate has gone down every year since. In states that have reinstituted the death penalty or abolished it, no discernible change was seen. The moral argument is equally bankrupt. The fact is that nobody believes in killing everybody who kills. Of all the people who are convicted of homicide, only about 2% get sentenced to death. Only 2%. If we were serious about the moral argument, it would have to be more than that. Then the question is, who are these unlucky 2%? Which 98% get long prison sentences? Which 2% get chosen in this lottery of death? Is it because of the viciousness of their crime? No. Richard Speck sits in jail with a life sentence. So does Jeffrey Dahmer. So does Sirhan Sirhan. So does Charlie Manson. It has very little to do with the viciousness of the crime. All the studies show that the major determinant of who are those 2% who are sentenced to death have to do with the race of the victim and the class of the perpetrator. If the race of the victim is white, there is an overwhelming likelihood that the person convicted of the murder will be sentenced to death. And if the person is poor, they will almost always be sentenced to death. Think of whether or not you can ever remember an affluent murderer getting the death sentence. I can't think of one. The fact is that if you don't have the capital, you get the punishment. If we cannot administer the death penalty fairly, and if it does not make us safer, how can we in justice continue to use it at all? Why isn't life in prison well enough?
Thank you. Mayor Koch and President Botstein. Leon, Ed, Mr. Koch, Mr. Botstein, ascend to the podium. Mr. Koch has 1.5 minutes to make an opening argument.
Mike Kingsley set forth the issues. I'm going to take them on very quickly and we'll develop them later on. Is the death penalty constitutional? 2 Supreme Court decisions in 72 and 76 said, you bet. Is retribution acceptable? Retribution is the noun and punishment is the verb. Is it a deterrent? Evidence is inconclusive. Has anyone innocent in this country been executed? There is no study which indicates that anyone has. Maybe someone has. And if that were the case, I would tell you we fight wars. We are fighting a war against crime, and I'm willing to take on that obligation, even though someone innocent might be executed, but that has not happened based on the evidence acceptable to law enforcement and to other independent observers. They generally talk about Ethel Rosenberg or Sacco and Vanzetti, and I believe that they were guilty. In addition to that, with respect to race, it's ridiculous. 55% of the murders in this country are by blacks, and only 40% of blacks are executed. And if anybody's being discriminated against, it's the whites who commit proportionately fewer murders. Nevertheless, you must distinguish between the different murderers based on the facts in those cases. But if you just simply want to wax statistical, blacks have a better chance of escaping the death penalty than whites.
I think that's the land speed record for arguments for the death penalty in a minute and a half. Thank you very much, Mr. Koch. Mr. Botstein, a minute and a half of opening arguments.
My argument is unfortunately not pragmatic. I believe that death by the hand of another is never justified, and law, constituted by human beings, is the ultimate justification of any action. It seems to me that the limitation of government should be absolutely firm on the inability to legally take someone else's life. This country was founded, if you take the Declaration of Independence, on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Liberty would assume, or despite the fact that there was slavery at the time, that ultimately people realized slavery was inconsistent with liberty. One could make an argument that slavery is practical, that it's efficient, that people live better under a condition of slavery. But it's ultimately, principally wrong. So too is that one cannot take life away through any act of procedure and government which is legitimate. In a world that is filled with violence, this is not about being soft on crime. The issue is simply this, in my view, that it is an ethical deterrent to prevent the legal death penalty. That is to say, the best case for the death penalty would have been Adolf Eichmann, in which he was executed. I, as a child of survivors of the war and of the Holocaust, am against that death penalty for even Nazi war crimes. The truth is that to stand on a higher plane, a real deterrent to the pervasive violence in this country, we require ourselves to stand on the principle of the death penalty. The final point is that we complain about our justice system. It's inefficient. There is obviously the chance for error, and the chance for error cannot be combined with an irreversible punishment, which is the punishment of death.
Thank you, Mr. Botstein.
Doctor, you said that death is never justified. Did you oppose our entry into World War II? Or do you
It's a necessary evil. It's a necessary evil.
So it is justified on some occasions.
Justified in being, I think the killing that any soldier is forced to do is necessary, a lesser of evils. It's not a positive right.
But isn't that in conflict with your direct statement, death is never justified?
I would believe it's never justified.
Okay.
And in a period of law.
Nevertheless, you would accept the deaths that occur in a war because you would enter a war if it was a just war. Am I correct?
Yes, in the case of
Okay, enough.
war.
Now, do you know how many people have actually been executed since 1976 when it was restored?
You said about 236.
It's actually 227, but that's okay.
We're close.
That's the NAACP figure, at least, that was given to me. Do you know how many lives of fetuses have been extinguished in that period of time? Millions.
May I answer? May I answer?
Yes, of course you may answer.
We disagree, obviously, on what constitutes life. Therefore, I don't consider the fetus equivalent to a born human being.
No, I didn't say it was equivalent. It has a life. I happen to support abortion. But your interest in saving 227 people who were participants in the murders in just 1 year of 24,000 innocent Americans and blithely saying that millions, it's actually millions a year, millions in the course of the year since '73 when abortion was reinstituted. That doesn't bother you.
No, your skill is fabulous. The fact is, we're not talking about abortion. We're not talking about abortion here. It does not bother me quite in the same sense because we are not talking about. It bothers me that, in fact, the country cannot find a way to solve the question of birth control without abortion. Okay. But the fact is, abortion is also not a good and necessary evil also.
Now, I told you that in just 1 year, the past year, 24,000 innocent individuals were murdered. Are you concerned about them? And if you are, do you think that if the death penalty were a deterrent, if it were, assume it for the purposes of this discussion, would you nevertheless come to the same conclusion that even though it would mean the saving of innocent lives, the state should not take the life of a single person who committed a murder?
I probably will surprise you. First of all, it's very clever. If it were a deterrent.
Yeah, assume the facts.
If it were a deterrent, if that were the fact. I doubt it is, but if it were, I would say it is not justified.
Okay, I made my case.
You don't even want your extra 2 minutes?
Well, yes, sure, I'll go a little further. What you're saying is that under no circumstances, no matter how it protects society, if it were a deterrent, and the evidence is inconclusive, you would still allow those people to be murdered who are innocent if it meant taking the lives of murderers. Isn't that what you're saying, basically?
Look, this is a hypothetical. You're making the argument that if it is a deterrent, I don't believe there's any conclusive evidence that it is a deterrent, number one. Number two is that you're equating the idea that if one had the death penalty, right, one would implicitly save a lot of innocent victims. Well, we've just heard that all civilized nations, apart from ourselves, with a much less of a crime and murder rate, do not have a death penalty.
Let me ask you a final question. A final question. You prefer life imprisonment, am I correct?
I prefer life.
Now, how do you deal with someone in prison who kills another inmate or a corrections guard? How, in fact, do you serve 2 lives imprisonment?
Well, clearly you're raising a question which is an important question. The criminal justice system isn't good. The prison system isn't good. I happen to think that life imprisonment, in some sense, is a much more cruel punishment.
That's not my question.
So the point is,
how do
if
you
something
punish
goes...
someone who commits the next murder in the prison and is already serving a life imprisonment sentence?
I don't think one should legislate laws on the rare exception that you're describing.
It's not so rare.
How many times has it happened?
Many times. And
how many?
Yes, many times. And
how many?
And in the state of New York. And what do you think of Mr. Shawcross, who was given 8 to 25 years, let out on parole, having killed 2 innocent children, and then went out, and after he's let out on parole, which most of them are ultimately are, and killed 11 women before he was caught again. Do you feel some responsibility?
No, the
Answer
trouble,
that question
yes,
and then go on the aggressive.
The trouble with
offensive.
Offensive, it's going to be hard to do. The trouble with the argument, in a way, is that you're painting me, and by implication my colleagues, as if we are not sympathetic to the victims of murder. In point of fact, I am in favor of mandatory life sentences for the crimes you suggest. If, in fact, the judicial system breaks down and people are let on a parole or murderers of this kind of nature, it is not itself an argument. It's not itself an argument against, for the death penalty. Because I don't think, ultimately, that the problem we face in our society is one where we have devalued life. And laws can be changed. You know, it's interesting that in the Nazi period, this was a popular government. There are governments who pass laws legitimately, in democratic ways. That's why we have a Bill of Rights. That's why we have limitations on the process of democracy, so you can't make laws. The case of slavery I brought up is a good one, it seems to me. There are economists who have argued it's in fact very efficient, very good system. People live very well under it. It wasn't such a terrible thing, but that's not an argument for it. There's some notion of the dignity and the principle from when we as beings have so-called natural rights. I'm surprised Mr. Buckley's not in favor of this, because it's the ultimate limitation of the hand of government. That people who form society in law actually hold on to something that the government can't take away from them.
Let's call that a question.
Why don't you agree with me?
Let me just say this to you, Doctor. I was the mayor of the city of New York. The single most important issue is public safety. I want you to know that people can't use the streets, the subways throughout the country.
I grew up in the city. I grew up in the city.
And they believe that government is not responding to their needs. Now, the United States Supreme Court took this issue up and said, yes, in cases, in particular cases, the death penalty is appropriate based on the crime. You cannot be artificial in your application. It has to have rhyme, reason, and must take into consideration not just murder, but aggravating circumstances, as well as mitigating circumstances. At the end of the road, when you consider how many murders take place, tens of thousands over the course of the years, and how few people are actually executed, I think you come to the conclusion that if we don't do something about crime, you're going to encourage vigilanteism.
Okay, may I ask a question of you?
Sure.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
We are united in our concern about crime.
Yeah.
We are as disturbed, you and I are as disturbed about the city and the lack of safety and all of this. And we actually also have the visceral desire to have revenge. to take our pound of flesh from these people who are destroying the society. So my question to you is, if in fact the real issue is crime and violence, why is it, do you think, that countries outside of the United States manage to have less crime, less personal violence, and have no death penalty?
Not most countries. It happens to be Western Europe that takes that position. And if you went and you took a poll amongst the people of Western Europe, you would find a large plurality that would like it restored.
But Mr.
Now, let me just finish. What I'm simply saying to you is we also have a far more lawless society than does Western Europe. The thousands of people who are murdered by firearms, that doesn't take place in Western Europe. And what I'm saying to you is we've got to respond. You don't like the word revenge. You know, revenge is permissible under the law. It merely means not that you're going to charge him the same amount of money that he stole. Otherwise, let him give the money back and don't put him in jail. You're exacting revenge when you put someone in jail without executing them. I am saying that there are certain crimes that are so heinous, so egregious, so vile, that your soul calls out for punishment of death. And I think for you to simply say that's uncivilized when the United States Supreme Court said, no, it is civilized, so long as it's done in a fair way, I believe you're, in effect, without wanting to, you are helping the criminals in this country by not permitting appropriate penalties.
I know why you're a politician, I'm not. Because you're winning the argument by trying to associate me with the criminal. In fact, it seems to me that one of your arguments is the authority of the Supreme Court and the popularity of how many people want the death penalty. Don't you believe that there are some limits, principled limits, on what government can and cannot do?
Absolutely, and the United States Supreme Court decides those limitations. And there were people like you who said to the Supreme Court, make the death penalty unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court said, no, it's appropriate in particular cases.
And they were wrong.
Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen.
Thank you.
Susan Boleen. By the way, point of information, the figure I have for the number of executions since the Supreme Court reauthorized them is 237. 239, well, anyway. 237, all right. We've got an agreement on that at least. Susan Boleen, make an opening statement, please.
I come here today on the side of this proposition, not as an academician, not as a statistician, not as a politician, but simply as an attorney practitioner who specialized in the area of criminal law and particularly capital litigation for 18 years. As far as I'm concerned, the United States Supreme Court in McCleskey versus Zant was correct when it said that we already have a societal consensus in favor of the death penalty. Over 2/3 of our states have a capital punishment statute, and over 80% of our citizens believe that capital punishment is appropriate under appropriate circumstances, which have been narrowly drawn under our Constitution. So as far as I'm concerned, the debate today should be over whether the death penalty that we have is appropriately administered and whether it can be applied in a fair and non-arbitrary manner. And the question of the philosophical bases underlying the death penalty, in my opinion, is a misstatement of the question to decide whether capital punishment deters. Instead, I think we should be talking about accountability for vicious crimes. And I'm surprised that Mr. Glasser does not support me in saying that human rights also includes victims' rights. And the victim has been forgotten in the legal process, and capital punishment recognizes the sacred rights of individuals and their right to life as much as defense attorneys recognize the right to the person who's been charged with a capital crime. Additionally, I believe that there is a presumption, at least in southern states, that Georgia prosecutors, juries, and district attorneys cannot fairly and impartially administer the death penalty. And I'd like to tell you that it's not 1950 anymore. We can fairly and impartially administer the laws as narrowly drawn. We have a narrow class of persons to whom the death penalty applies. It is only to the most egregious murders and therefore is appropriate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevenson, do you have a question?
Well, let me start with the last thing that you said. It's not the 1950s, but it seems to me that if the state of Georgia and the statistics coming out of the Balda study and the McCluskey case support or establish that you're 11 times more likely to get the death penalty in the state of Georgia if the victim is white than if the victim is black. If the defendant is black and the victim is white, you're 22 times more likely to get the death penalty in Georgia. There are still no elected district attorneys who are black in the state of Georgia. The African Americans are not well represented on the bench in that state. What has changed between 1950 and 1994 that allows you to support or assert that the death penalty is being fairly applied now in ways that it wasn't being applied in 1950?
First of all, as I'm sure you know, Mr. Stevenson, we have more white persons incarcerated on death row for murders than we do for black people. So
how does that disprove that race is not a factor? The bottom line is that only 27% of the population of Georgia is black. Yet 75% of the people that have been executed in that state are African American. That's 25% more than the people who committed murders, and it's 50% more than the people who exist in that state.
So do you want an answer to your question, or do you want to tell me your
I
statistics?
want an answer to a question, but I want an honest answer.
The honest answer to your question is that, first of all, as you well know, your statistics are wrong. The Balda study was found to be nonsense, and as in the words of the district court that reviewed that study extensively, was found to be garbage in, garbage out. And even Dr. Baldus, who conducted the study, said on the egregious end of cases, there was no question that the death penalty was authorized regardless of race. It's only in the mid-range cases in which there's even any question that race entered the factors. So what hasn't changed from your point of view is that no person who is a black person in Georgia can get a fair trial according to you. You can throw the statistics out the window. The question is that person responsible for their actions, be they white, black, purple, green, or pink? You want to go into generalized statistics because you cannot face the fact as an attorney that there are people who should be held accountable of their actions regardless of their race.
Mr. Glasser.
Congress commissioned the Government Accounting Office recently to review every study that had ever been done on this subject.
Yes.
And their conclusion was that 82% of all the studies showed that the race of the victim was the single most important factor in determining who got the death penalty. It was not the seriousness of the crime. It was not the viciousness of the crime. It was not the egregiousness of the crime. The race of the victim, if you were white and you were killed, the perpetrator was likely to be executed. 237, 8, 9 executions, only one since '76, only one has been of a white person who killed a black person. Now, I would like you to talk your way out of those numbers and out of the GAO study of all the studies, never mind this particular study.
I don't need to talk my way out of the numbers. I can face the numbers squarely, and it still remains. The United States Supreme Court has said that the decision on whether to impose death is not a decision that can be quantified by your mathematics or your statistics. It cannot be. There are too many variables. Each case is a unique set of circumstances. Each case has different factors. Each case has different aggravating circumstances.
And what do you think the likelihood is that all of that happened by chance over nearly 20 years?
And what do you think the likelihood is that race overcasts all of those other factors? Is that because we're a southern state, so therefore we're presumed to be racist? Is that what it is?
Well,
when we manipulate it?
It lends a little weight to things. It lends a little weight to things. When you have a congressional study reviewing every study, and you stand up there and tell me what the Supreme Court said, the Supreme Court only said that they did not regard those statistical studies
as valid.
No. What they said was that they did not regard them as legally valid.
They said they did not prove intentional discrimination. That's what they said they did not prove. I am
according
so
to
tired
the law, according to the legal standard of intentional.
Rhetoric and is not proof. Rhetoric and assuming
Is it your
position
position that all of those government reviews of all of those studies is invalid? Are you going to stand up there and say that without a single citation?
If you're going to stand there and say, or sit there, excuse me, and say that your studies show that the death penalty is discriminatorily applied in Georgia, I will tell you to your face that is incorrect.
Tell Congress to its
Very
face.
brief question for Mr. Bright.
Susan, you know that these arguments that there are too many variables is just like arguing that there's no correlation between smoking and cancer because there are too many variables. It could be You know, wait, now let me finish my question. You know that you can argue that it's diet, it's heredity, it's exercise, it's all those things. But the fact of the matter is, you know that of the executions we've had in Georgia, even though 65% of the victims of crime are African Americans, 16 of the 18 executions, I'm talking about people who've been buried, 16 of the 18 executions have been cases with white victims.
But that does
And
not
you
show
know-
discrimination, Steve. That does not show discrimination. The fact
It doesn't?
of the
Is it a
race-
coincidence?
No. The fact is us calling people accountable for the crimes that they commit.
Why are
in the
only
particular
black people held
circumstances.
accountable when they kill white people and black on black
And of course,
is not
Steve, you
held
know that
accountable?
you have to compare those to people who are charged with the different crimes. You can't take the people that are convicted and compare that to the people who are executed and say that shows that more black people are unfairly executed.
Well, do
You're
you think we
manipulating
can-
statistics
Do you
as
think
well.
we can take into account that prosecutors in Georgia strike all the African Americans from juries? You had the case with Joe Briley,
According
where
to
we
you, they
showed
do.
that he. No,
According
you
to
proved
you,
that. That was proven in the United
no, you
States.
did not prove that. You did not
Have
prove
you
that
read
in the
Horton
United States
versus
Supreme
Zant
Court.
out of the 11th
Yes, I
Circuit,
have.
where they showed the numbers that Joe Briley has used 94% of his jury strikes against black people?
Mr. Bright, it's going to be your turn next. Thank you very much, Ms. Boleen. Mr. Bright, it's your turn to ascend the podium and make an opening. It's your turn to ascend the podium and make an opening remark. Thank you. And then she gets to ask you questions.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I do think that the issue before us is how the death penalty works in practice. And the fact of the matter is the death penalty, and I practice in the death belt states of the South, those states with about 16% of our nation's population that are responsible for about 90% of all the people who've been executed. in this country. And the evidence is undeniable that the death penalty is a result of race, poverty, politics, and the passions of the moment. And I can't talk about all those, but I want to talk about poverty very quickly. Poverty and the way in which that is seen in our death penalty cases is the lawyer that's appointed to represent the accused. We impose the death penalty not for committing the worst crime, you know that, Susan. We impose the death penalty for having the worst lawyer appointed to your case. Lawyers that nobody up here, nobody on your side would have represent them in a minor traffic matter. Lawyers that Mr. Buckley and Mr. Koch wouldn't have drive their limousines. And I'll tell you why. Because one of those lawyers on his way to court in a death penalty trial was arrested for drunk driving, and although he had too much alcohol in his blood to drive a car, he was allowed to try a capital case when he got to the courthouse. And Judy Haney, who was sentenced to death in Alabama's lawyer, was so drunk that he had to be sent to jail in the middle of the trial and then brought back with his client the next day from jail in a capital trial and was sentenced to death a few days later. And you know, Susan, as well as I do, that there's case after case after case like that in which people have been sentenced to death being represented by lawyers who are underpaid, who are incompetent, and who are doing this work because there's nothing else they can do.
Okay, Mr. Burns.
Mr. Bright, do you defend capital cases?
Yes.
You've never been drunk, I take it, in defending them.
No, I never have been.
Would you...
Although sometimes after they're over, Mr. Burns, and you see what prosecutors and judges do, elected judges and elected prosecutors, and you see how these trials in the South are like legal lynchings. And when you see the way that the Bill of Rights is ignored, and you see the way in which all the African Americans are eliminated from jury service by the prosecutors and often by the judges, and when you see how the history of race discrimination comes back to haunt these cases, and I'll give you a perfect example. When we pick the juries, the prosecutors will ask the potential jurors if they're opposed to the death penalty. And many of the African Americans will say yes. In fact, the last case I tried, of 15 people excluded because of their views about the death penalty, 11 of the 15 were African American. Now, of course, the reason they were opposed to the death penalty was because it's used in a discriminatory manner against African Americans. So the very fact that there has been race discrimination comes right back to limit the numbers of African Americans in the jury pool, and then to the prosecutor strikes the few that are left, so we end up having these all-white juries trying an African American on trial for a crime against a prominent white person.
If I might, I asked you a simple question. And
well, I'm going to say that sort of thing will drive you to drink if you're not careful, but so far I've held up fairly well.
It drove you to something else, Mr. Bright. But your answer indicates that you exempt yourself from the charge you leveled against these lawyers who were defending in capital cases. I have another point I want to make. Much has been made by you and your colleagues here with respect to all these studies, unanimous studies, the General Accounting Office studies and so forth with respect to deterrence. Are you aware of the recent RAND Corporation study?
I don't think deterrence is really the issue at all. And let me say, my views are not
come
based...
on, Mr. Bright. I mean, you made a point here of all these studies that show there is no deterrence.
I'm not really looking at studies, Mr. Burns. My experience has
when
been
you were sitting
from
down
practicing law in the South and seeing African Americans tried by all-white juries and seeing prosecutors giving lynch mob appeals to the juries and seeing one-day capital trials. It has nothing to do with studies about deterrence. I think as your team, as Mr. Koch admitted, those studies are in conflict.
I'm going to give Mr. Burns 15 seconds to summarize this RAND study so that the audience knows what we're talking about here.
Well, that point will come up. I don't have to take my 15 seconds now.
Fine, we'll give it to you later then. Mr. Buckley.
Do I understand, Professor Bright, that what you're saying is that the better your lawyer, the better chance you have of getting the guilty guy out?
No.
If that's correct, shouldn't this be a campaign, therefore, to reduce the manipulations that lawyers can work?
No, the problem, Mr. Buckley, is this. These are very complicated cases. When you needed somebody to help you on a tax case, which I'm sure you do from time to time, you get a tax lawyer to help you. When you're facing the death penalty, The people that get charged with the death penalty don't get to choose their lawyers. They don't get to call up Skadden Arps or the best law firm and get a lawyer. And often,
well, that's sometimes true, sometimes not.
Often,
the Menendez brothers had no problem.
Well, but that is again one of these rare, extraordinary cases.
What I'm saying is that
case,
there has
Mr.
been
Buckley.
no focus by you or by colleagues on whether or not these people were guilty.
But that's
now, what matters to me is were these people guilty as charged? If they were guilty as charged, I don't care about the composition of the jury. But you evade that. You just say, there were too many white people on one side, too many black people. The question is, were they guilty? If they were guilty, they should be convicted, or the law should change. But you can't mobilize the power unless you recruit people in this room to change the law. So you want to find all kinds of odd reasons to challenge its working.
No, Mr. Buckley, you misunderstand. There's something to be said for the integrity of the system and the process. You know, down south, we used to lynch people. We used to just take them out as late as the 30s and 40s and just lynch them. Now, the question then is not, were they guilty and is it okay to have lynched them? The question is, how was that decision to lynch them made? And I think we all would agree that we don't want to go back to that. What I see in the courtroom are legal lynchings. I've seen capital trials that took only a day or 2 days to try, in which the accused was given a court-appointed lawyer that you literally wouldn't have represent you in a traffic matter, and then have a death penalty imposed.
Why don't you worry about the law schools? You are a professor of law. Raise hell about bad lawyers.
That's exactly what I do, Mr. Buckley,
otherwise,
every day.
say this guy who was only on trial for 1 day, in fact, was innocent. But you're very careful not to say that.
It's not only a question, though, Mr. Buckley. You missed this point.
It wouldn't take me more than a day to find out that the guy in the Long Island Railroad was guilty of killing 6 people.
But that's not the only question. See, there's your problem. The death penalty, first of all, you make a decision whether somebody's guilty. As your team has pointed out, and as both teams have pointed out, not everyone who's guilty of murder is sentenced to death, only about 1%. And then you get into questions about the person, their life, and background. For example, the woman who had the drunk lawyer, she had been battered and abused by her husband for 15 years, and her children had been battered and abused.
Why not repeal the laws against burglary?
None of that evidence was presented to the jury. And I think surely you would agree to me that a battered woman who's been abused by her husband is less deserving of the death penalty than somebody who goes out and commits a cold-blooded murder. But none of that evidence was presented because the lawyer was intoxicated, and she's waiting to be executed on Alabama's death row right now. This is not a study. This is not a hypothetical case.
Right.
This is the reality of the death penalty in this country.
Mr. Buckley, you're about to get your turn. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bright. This is the opposition team's opportunity to question the captain of the affirmative team, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser.
Yeah, you had said what you care about most.
What?
You said a moment ago what matters to you is, are they guilty?
Yeah.
That matters to me too. It ought to matter to everybody. So my question to you is, how do you tell when somebody's accused? I mean, I know you can tell about Colin Ferguson because we all saw it on television. You can tell that Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald too, but most murders don't occur on television. So, I mean, how do you tell?
I tell by the application of my intelligence.
If you were a member of the jury, is that how you would tell?
Well, I don't have to be a member of the jury to make certain conclusions about Colin Ferguson, for instance.
We're not talking about Colin Ferguson, for instance. We're
Why'd you
talking
bring him
about
up?
we're talking about all of these tens of thousands, because you brought him up.
Well, okay, give me an ambiguous case, and we'll focus on it.
Any case. That's the
How about-
typical
how about
case.
Gacy?
That's the typical case.
There are 4 people
No,
who
no, no, no. What I want to ask you is how
Give me
in
any
this
one of
country,
those, and let's
how
discuss whether
in
he was
this
guilty.
country do you tell whether somebody is guilty? By reading the newspapers and applying your intelligence?
You have to rescue yourself from the coils of that epistemological chaos in which you dwell, in which it's impossible for you to reach simple conclusions.
If you were accused of murder, how should I tell if you were guilty? You would want to plunge me into those epistemological coils with the best and most expensive lawyer you could find.
You begin by
wouldn't you?
certain presumptions, depending on who the dead man was.
Okay, Mr. Botstein.
I'm so astonished that you're in favor of the death penalty.
No, you're not really.
I am.
This is a rhetorical ploy.
It's not rhetorical. Let me say why. Because I'm the one person in this panel that is not talking about studies and to talk about. Let's accept that the person is guilty. Let's even accept that it's guilty by a legitimate process of law. No question about the jury. No drunk lawyers. Right? No drunk lawyers. The crime has been identified. It's a legitimate trial. The person is found guilty. Why do you think the death penalty is appropriate?
Well, the death penalty is appropriate as the supreme sanction that validates the concern that we hold for human life. We are saying such is our devotion to the idea of human life that anybody who violates that forfeits his own. If you need a little historical validation for that, try the Bible.
Let me suggest, and I want to say.
Now, don't provoke me.
No, don't provoke.
The murderer shall surely be put to death. Numbers 3:5.
I'll defend your right to free speech,
and I will.
no matter
Yes,
how dumb it is.
yes,
I'll defend your right to free speech, no matter how dumb it is.
And I asked all the audience that this is the purpose of university, to hear even hard arguments argued. Why? What does mystify me, genuinely mystifies me, is that if in fact, I mean, Samuel Johnson's quote that you used, that if you see a gallows on the islands of civilized land, that's exactly where we fundamentally disagree. If your concern is in fact to uphold the sanctity of life, to show that in fact this is the most heinous crime, it seems to me, wouldn't you accept that there could be, for example, such as in treason? Didn't we execute people because of treason?
The difference between us is that when I occasionally disagree with Sam Johnson, when I do, I'm very apologetic about it.
I never am.
I know you're not. That's the difference between us.
Right.
Mr. Stevenson.
I'd like to return to this question about your concern about guilt. I mean, I'm not understanding this. Do you genuinely believe that something other than an adversarial trial where both sides have adequate representation is not the best way to determine who is convicted and then who is sentenced to death? Are you proposing some other mechanism other than a trial?
That's an interesting question. The answer is, by all means, there are other avenues to the search of truth. The adversarial method is by no means necessarily the best.
No, I guess I'm raising the question is, are you proposing something other than a trial?
I'm not. No, I'm
okay,
not.
so then doesn't it matter if the defendant is represented by a lawyer?
No. What matters is, does the law give so many advantages to the defendant as, in effect, to create a situation where you have 350,000 murders and 2,800 people on the death row, even though there are capital sentences in virtually every state.
But that doesn't respond to the question about those people who are being tried for capital murders who are in fact found guilty, nonetheless get punished. The law doesn't change their status vis-a-vis punishment. Do you believe that everybody who commits a murder should be sentenced to death?
The law, at your hands and at the hands of Mr. Glass and Professor Bright, is manipulated in such a way as to cause these anomalies. There's a guy who shot at President Roosevelt after he was elected, before he was inaugurated. He killed the mayor of Chicago, who was sitting next to him. He was electrocuted before Roosevelt was inaugurated. Now, nobody says he didn't do it, but it took 8 weeks to try him and convict him and send him to death. Now, that's justice, so far as I can see. Infinitely preferred to taking 14 years to get that sodomist with those 27 boy victims into the gallows.
Why do you believe?
Hold on. Let Mr. Bright ask a quick question.
Well, I'd like to go back very quickly because we didn't get a moment when you were questioning me to talk about innocence. Last year, we had 4 people released from death row. One, Mr. Stevenson represented, who had been on there 8 years. Another had been on 11 years. That's 4 people in 1 year. And
but you're assuming they're innocent. I don't necessarily assume they're innocent.
Well, they were proven to be innocent. Brian's client, for example, was at a fish fry somewhere else when the murder took place in another county, Mr. Buckley. That's as innocent as you can get.
The number of guilty people who get sprung.
I'm talking about innocent people.
Square Garden.
I'm talking about like Bloodsworth in Maryland when they proved the DNA, which if there had not been DNA technology, he would have been executed. It was somebody else's semen committed to rape and murder, not him.
If you're saying they're miscarriages of justice, I agree. It began in the Garden of Eden, and there will be for all time. This doesn't mean that you repeal basic laws.
But do you put some limits as a conservative? Do you put some limits on the power of the courts, given particularly you don't think the government can deliver the mail or deliver health care or anything else? How does it decide who should live and who should die?
There are limits on the power of the court, Mr. Bright. There are limits.
Excuse me?
Who is disputing that there are limits on the power? Look, I can't answer a question while you're talking. So you go ahead and ask the question, and I'll talk.
Well, my question is, if there's not some limits on the power of the court and the power to extinguish human life, because you can't correct a mistake once the person is dead. I can't ask a question when you interrupt me.
Quiet. Maybe under the aspect of the heavens, but not under the Constitution of the United States, which I consent to be governed by. Do you?
All right.
Do you?
I'm thinking about it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Mr. Glasser, it's your chance to be interrogated by the affirmative team. You can, certainly.
The affirmative team. I know. Mr. Buckley frames the questions, right?
He got to be on the affirmative. Mr. Bassett, blacks are 12% of the country's population. In 1992, according to the United States Department of Justice figures, blacks were responsible for 55% of the murders in this country. But only 40% of those who have been executed have been black. Would you say that if you want to carry out statistical averaging, that you have to bring them up to 55? Or reduce it down to 13?
Excuse me. You didn't come to my class, and therefore you don't understand about statistics. Either that or you're willfully misusing them. The fact is that the 55% resulted from a particular year, and the 40% resulted from many years, and the 55% had to do with people all over the country, and the 40% had to do only in those states that have death penalties. If you examine those particular states, you will find that blacks commit about 55% of the murders, and in many of those states get 75% of the death penalties. You're comparing apples and oranges, and you don't even know it.
You did not dispute the 55%. Blacks commit 55% of the murders.
I
only gave you
you're comparing two things which are not comparable.
Are you disputing? You just said that blacks commit 55% of the murders. I limited myself to 1992.
That's correct. Right.
So you're using the whole period, which makes the case even better.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it does make it, because you said now that 55% of the murders in this country are committed by blacks, who are 13%, actually 12% of the population.
What did the population have to do with it?
I'm going to get to that.
I knew you would.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yet, only 40%. Remember, we're using the 55, which you just gave us, which goes for the entire period, and 40% goes for the entire period. Only 40% of the executions are of blacks. So isn't there a 15% problem for you?
No.
Tell me why.
No, and I did tell you why.
Well, perhaps I didn't understand it.
It's
Maybe
true.
I'm too
That's
thick.
true. That's the first thing we agree on.
Okay.
Let me.
That
it's
is
because
you see, that is rude.
No, it's not true. It is because of the fact that what percentage of blacks are sentenced to death can only occur in those states that have a death penalty, right? I mean, you can't have blacks sentenced to death or anyone else in states that don't have the death penalty.
Nor whites.
Right, or anyone.
Right.
That's what I meant by anyone else.
Of whites.
That's what I meant by anyone else, Ed. That's what I meant by anyone else.
A higher percentage of whites are
You don't
executed.
listen very well.
Let him answer.
I think I listen pretty good.
I know it's a bad habit you picked up in New York,
He's
but
going to let you answer now. You're going to answer, okay?
The 40% of blacks who are sentenced to death and executed occur in those states which have the death penalty. In those states, many of them in the Deep South, 75% of the executions are of blacks, even though only about 50 to 55% commit murders. When you get that, and then the question really is reversed to you. It is disproportionate, but not in the direction you think, because you've included states like New York, where there's a high percentage of black homicides, but there is no death penalty. So you've got to eliminate all those states. There are about 13 states.
You're not going to answer that. It's Susan Boleyn's turn.
Let me ask you, since you're interested in numbers, let me give you a number that I'm familiar with, which is the fastest that anyone has ever utilized all of their appeals in the state of Georgia who's been found guilty and sentenced to death is 5.5 years, but the average is 9 3/4 years. Do you not think...
What is that?
9 3/4 years.
Yeah.
Do you not think that that is an adequate period of time in which procedural safeguards can be observed, and which, if Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Bright can find out that the person should not be on death row, that they can convince someone on the state or federal system that that is the case?
Well, I, like you, would be more inclined to be respectful of the amount of time it might take to get fairness in a system if I was the defendant, and so would you. The issue has not got to do with the average length of time it takes to get fairness. When you have a system in which at every stage of the process, from the charging by the prosecutor or the grand jury, to the picking of the jury, to the sentencing of death in a differential way based on race and class, to incompetent and barely competent lawyers, when you have a system like that, you end up with a lot of people who seek fairness after trial, and that's what creates the time delay. Now, we haven't made any progress in getting a system that's fair at trial, and until we do, We ought not to be putting people to death, some of whom are put to death incorrectly.
But my real question is, wouldn't you agree that there's been no rush to execution as envisioned by the courts at the time that the death penalty was validated? That's the purpose for using that.
Your associate, Mr. Bright, Professor Bright, conveyed that in the South, juries, white juries, are finding death penalties for blacks. Now, am I correct that the Supreme Court has ruled, and also he indicated that the attorneys are striking blacks from the juries? Am I not correct that several years ago the United States Supreme Court ruled that you may not eliminate in a peremptory challenge blacks simply because they're blacks? Am I correct?
You are correct, but that is perspective. Most of the people on death row were convicted by juries before that decision.
He was talking about current cases. Did you hear him?
He was not talking about current cases. Most of the people on death row were convicted by juries
Then let me
prior
ask you
to
this.
that decision.
Is that argument gone for the future?
The argument is gone for the future if it is observed, yes. But as you know, Supreme Court decisions don't make it so. The Supreme Court decided in 1954 that schools that segregated schools were unconstitutional.
Boys and
it didn't
girls,
desegregate the schools the next day, did it?
Children, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ira Glasser. Professor Burns, you have a minute and a half to make an opening statement. Professor Burns.
Much of our discussion so far today has had to do with the question of trial procedures and juries and deterrence and whether the death penalty deters or whether it doesn't deter. My own judgment on that is that the evidence is inconclusive, and many of the studies that show, for example, this business about contiguous states, that there are as many murders and homicides in one state as there are in the adjoining state. I suggest that those studies would also show that there's no point in punishing crime at all. And I doubt very much whether the gentleman on the other side would argue that just as they want to abolish the death penalty, they want to abolish every other form of punishment. My position is not one of deterrence. My position is a moral argument, and I intend very briefly to make it here. And in the course of the rest of this discussion, ask that my point be refuted. My business for most of my career had nothing whatever to do with crime. I was not a criminologist. It was only when the Supreme Court of the United States began to get a number of these death penalty cases that I became interested in death penalty cases and then proceeded to write a book about it. But what puzzled me was this. I found myself wondering the criminology question as to what is the purpose of punishment. The alternatives are given are, rehabilitation, deterrence, retribution. And among criminologists and among liberals generally, retribution is held in bad repute.
You can finish a couple sentences.
Oh, yeah, haha. May I then? Right. One sentence with several semicolons, okay?
2 semicolons.
All right, 2 semicolons. What changed my mind was the phenomenon of Simon Wiesenthal, this European who has devoted himself since the end of World War II to hunting down Nazi criminals wherever they might be and bringing them to justice. Semicolon. Why did he do it? I found myself thinking this is a singular way to conduct one's life. He's been doing it for 40 years now. Nevertheless, I found myself agreeing with it, but why does he do it? Well, bringing them to justice. If he finds them, they should be punished. Why? To rehabilitate them? Martin Bormann, Adolf Eichmann, Kaltenbrunner. Rehabilitate? Ridiculous. Deter others? Ridiculous. One good reason, retribution, to pay them back.
Let's call that a period. Thank you, Mr. Don't go away. Don't go away. Stay right there, Mr. Bright.
Well, I couldn't help but wonder, Professor Burns, if you had talked to Elie Wiesel, because he certainly did as much as anyone with regard to remembering the Holocaust and all that, and he has said he opposes the death penalty with every ounce of energy and that he has. But my question is this: when you were doing your study, how many death penalty trials in the South did you watch before you came to your conclusion?
In the South, none.
None. Okay. And then my next question is this: as I understand,
Mr. Bright, I'm familiar, and please don't bring him up again. You devoted, you answered my question before by bringing the changes on the Georgian history. I'm familiar with Georgia's history. I know that umpteen% of all the executions in this country prior to 19-something or other were done in the state of Georgia, out of all proportion to the amount of criminal
Still
activity. And I'm not interested in that line of question.
and it's the same racial breakdown now as it was before 1972. It's fascinating. If anything, it's a little worse now than it was back at the time of that history. But I wanted to ask you about history. You in your book say that there's no such thing as the evolving standards of decency. Is that correct? I mean, that basically we shouldn't say that punishments used yesterday shouldn't be used today.
I can imagine society becoming more decent and less decent.
Okay.
What I quarrel with is this proposition that I regard as ridiculous, that we've become a more decent nation, that we've become a better nation since the Constitution was written. I find that almost unbelievable.
Well, should we go back to some of those old punishments at the time of the Constitution, the rack, the stocks, cutting off people's fingers, whipping people? That's getting a lot of attention and popularity these days.
Yeah. Ask
that
that question of the American people right now.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think we should.
You think we should bring back whipping?
Yeah,
boiling in oil? Are you for that?
Let's be serious, Mr.
I am serious.
Yeah. And the whipping business, I think it was disproportionate, that particular crime for which this chap in Singapore was whipped.
But for other cases, whipping would be okay.
Yeah, if you can get a legislature in this state in this country to, after a formal debate and hearing all the evidence and adopting a statute that would bring back whipping and stocks, I wouldn't object.
Mr. Botstein.
Professor Burns, I take very seriously your position, and I respect the attempt to argue this on moral grounds. I'm also for punishment. I'm also for retribution. But I want you to respond to the following very short anecdote. My grandfather was a lawyer who survived camp and ghetto, sent in a brief against the death penalty for a guard in camp who was brought up by the Polish court for the death penalty. And the one ground as a boy, I remember his writing the brief himself, was that in every human life, no matter how heinous, there are two issues not to kill him. One, there is some redeeming feature in his having been the creature of God. And second, that the dignity of the victim does not permit, through legal means, to repeat the extermination of another life, which became the law and the proper mode of conduct in the society under which he suffered.
No.
How do you respond to that argument?
Very easily. I would assume that if we're going to talk about these things that you've just done and so forth, that you've just talked about them, we should consult the authority on these matters. We consult the Bible, for example, which is concerned about the morality of human beings and the dignity of human beings and so forth. And if one consults the Bible, one sees that the Bible permits capital punishment. And in fact, the Old Testament calls for it. Mm-hmm. Bill mentioned Numbers 35:16, is it?
But you believe, therefore, by the authority of the Bible, that it is moral to do so. Do you recognize at all the legitimacy of the other side that considers life imprisonment and other forms of punishment adequate retribution?
Very briefly.
Very briefly, I'm glad you brought that up because, of course, you have a tendency on that side to talk about life imprisonment being the alternative to capital punishment. Mm-hmm. What is the average length of the prison term for a convicted murderer in this country? Not life.
Okay.
You know, it's 8.7 years.
But if it were.
No, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much, Professor Burns. No, please. It's not your turn, Mr. Buckley.
Sorry?
It's not your turn.
Sorry.
It may be your show, but it's not your turn. Mr. Stevenson, you have a minute and a half to make an opening statement.
Right. I'd like to start by just responding to some of the things that we've been discussing about and hope we can have a more focused discussion. I do think the issue is how the death penalty is applied. We don't live in a society where there is no racial bias. We don't live in a society where there is no poverty. Those things are realities, and whether we can apply the death penalty without reference to those issues is critical to our discussion. I do want to mention this thing about deterrence, though. I don't think any intelligent person in this room honestly believes that if we executed the 2,800 people on death row today, that any of us would be any safer walking the streets of Philadelphia or Miami or Los Angeles tomorrow. We know that that's not going to change our safety. It's not going to change our fear. It's not going to change our frustration. This is not about deterrence. This is about fairness. And we don't have to look at specific statistics to figure out whether there's racial bias in the death penalty in Georgia or anyplace else in this country. We can look at what's going on. In our state, Susan, the state of Georgia, when a black defendant is sentenced to death, and 4 of the 12 jurors who sentenced him say that the Ku Klux Klan do good things in that community, when that defense lawyer says that I believe my client is genetically predisposed to commit violent crimes and that's why I'm comfortable with his death sentence, when the trial judge and the prosecutor refer to that black defendant as colored boy throughout the trial, that's racial bias. And that person is on death row today. And your office is prosecuting him, trying to move him toward execution. You shouldn't stand up here and present like there's no racial bias in Georgia. That's the Georgia of 1994. We talk about the Batson case. That deals with... Very briefly. Let me just point about racial bias in jury selection because I think Mayor Koch raised this issue. The Batson decision doesn't even take care of the problems we're experiencing with exclusion of African Americans from jury service today. I just represented a black man who was convicted by an all-white jury in Chambers County, Alabama. Every black person, all 26, were disqualified by the prosecutor. The prosecutor organized a veneer of 100 people into 4 groups, 25 on a list marked strong, 25 on a list marked medium, 25 on a list marked weak, and 25 on a list marked black. That's racial bias.
Okay. And Ms. Boleen, would you like to ask a question?
Brian, let me ask you this question. Is there any mechanism or any procedural safeguard by which you believe that persons, of course, we're not going to eliminate bias in the population at large, are we? Would you agree with that? We're not going to eliminate racial bias. I'm talking about nationwide. Can that be eliminated?
I have to believe we're going to eliminate. We won't eliminate racial bias if we act like it doesn't exist.
Right.
If we go to these kind of forums and we talk about the absence of any racial bias in our state, we're not going to make any progress
Assuming
whatsoever.
for the sake of argument that racial bias exists to the extent that you believe that it does, and I do not believe that it exists to that extent, then is there any procedural safeguard, any mechanism that the state of Georgia could adopt, Brian, that would make you believe that a black person could get a fair trial in the state of Georgia?
Yes, but the more
What
important,
would that be?
Well, we could do a lot of things. We could create a public defender system. We could take away from we could pass the Racial Justice Act, which simply says we're going to consider evidence of racial bias before we allow someone to be executed. And the most important thing we could do is not have a death penalty, like the kind of death penalty we have. We could have life imprisonment without parole, and those folks would have an opportunity to prove that racial bias undermined the integrity of their conviction and death sentence. But that won't happen if they're executed by you and your office as we pretend that there is no racial bias.
But Brian, if we utilize all the procedural mechanisms in place, and we still got an all-white jury, and you still were trying a black person for a heinous crime, then you would still say that was unfair, wouldn't you?
Of course not. Of course not. But when the prosecutor uses all 10 peremptory strikes to exclude all 10 black people, when trial judges and prosecutors use racial slurs against that defendant, when jurors tell me that they believe the Ku Klux Klan did good things in that community, I think you and I both have a responsibility to respond to that sentence and say that's unjust.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Stevenson. Why isn't that grounds for appeal that he excluded every single black? That happens in New York and other places. I read about it. And on appeal, the case is reversed. Well, it doesn't happen in Georgia?
It does not happen, Mayor Koch, because the kind of indifference that we are exhibiting toward racial bias today affects the judges too. The United States Supreme Court in McCleskey said certain disparities based on race are inevitable. If the United States Supreme Court can say that with equal justice under the law engraved on this building, why do we expect lower court judges to do something radical?
You'd have to take the context. I read both of those cases, the 72 and 76. That did not come off the page. You'd have to show me the context in which it did. But I want to go a little further. You said that if we executed everyone on death row, would we feel safer or would we be safer? I know I would feel safer. I think we would be actually safer. Let me tell you that the death penalty does not have the deterrent value that I would hope that it would, because we don't use it. I'm using the figure now from 1991. 4,100 people were sentenced to death. In that period of time, 157 were actually executed. A majority of whites, not blacks. And I want to go a little further. I am telling you that it is an outrage that people should be able to appeal for 8 years, or the case that Mr. Buckley referred to of the guy who killed, I think it was 34 young men. He took 15 years on appeals.
Well,
I am saying it's an outrage.
let's call that a
Don't you think it's an outrage?
If we have questions about innocence, if we have questions about punishment, I don't see why finality is more important
15
than
years
fairness.
is, you think you can ever understand that
Listen, I
given
had a client.
15
Listen, let me
years
explain this. Let me
for
explain this.
appeal purposes
I had a client
makes sense?
I had a client who spent 6 years on Alabama's death row for a crime he never committed. Now, for you, 6 years may seem like too long for somebody to be on death row. He agrees, too. But let me tell you something. If he had been executed 5 years, 4 years, 5.5 years, he'd be dead and he'd be innocent. Now, you said you don't have a problem executing an innocent person every now and then.